To kick off here. It's wonderful to see everybody in a full house here at the Greenbrier for the 89th annual meeting of the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce and Annual Business Summit. Good morning, I'm Mary Beth Anderson. I work for Antero Resources and I am the chair of the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. Welcome to the Chamber's 89th annual meeting and business summit. Forging alliances, fueling success. It's hard to believe it's been another year, but I'm so excited to be back with you all for a tremendous next 3 days. If everyone will please rise, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If everyone can remain standing, we are joined today by the West Virginia Symphony members who will be playing the national anthem as we honor our country, and following that we will have the invocation. Now I'd like to ask the Reverend Greg Scott, one of our wonderful friends at the Greenbrier, who always makes us feel so welcome.
Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we come this morning. We come to say thank you. We thank you, Lord, for another expression of your goodness. We thank you, Lord, for bringing the Chamber of Commerce here once again. We bow in your presence. As Lord, as maybe some have come last year, have gone on to be with you in glory. We ask you to bless their families, for them, bless the food that's been prepared and nourished by bodies. Bless the meeting, oh God, and what is said and done these next 3 days will be said to edify those you have assigned to our business. And this we ask in Jesus' name we do pray. And amen.
You may be seated. Many of you have heard by now, but yesterday we lost a champion of West Virginia and a true friend of the Chamber. Justice Tim Armstead was Speaker of the West Virginia House of Delegates, a former Chief Justice of the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, and was a current justice on the court. He was a man of faith. He always tried to do the right thing to move West Virginia forward, and he was just a very, very nice man. Please join me in a moment of silence for Justice Tim Armstead. Thank you. As we begin our annual summit, for those past Business Summit attendees, it's great to see you back. For you first-timers, your first Business Summit, welcome, and thank you for joining us. I think I'm safe to say that you're going to want to go ahead and put September 2nd through the 4th, 2026 on your calendar. That's the 90th anniversary event, a real milestone. You can learn more about that in the handouts at your table. As Steve Roberts wrote in a published editorial last week, August 27th is more than just another date on the calendar. It marks the opening of our summit, our flagship gathering, and the largest event of its kind in the state. This is more than a meeting, it's a moment steeped in tradition that moves our state forward. For 3 days, leaders from every sector of West Virginia's economy will convene under one roof to chart a course for a better, stronger, more resilient state, not out of obligation, but out of shared purpose. I can't say that any better than Steve did, and I want to thank you for sharing that purpose right off the go. This event is made possible with the incredible and record support of our Business Summit sponsors, Many of these sponsors are exhibiting, and I would encourage you to stop by the exhibit booths and speak with them and find out more about some company that you don't know much about. Remember that if you fill out your exhibitor card, you can return it for a chance to win some great prizes. Please take time to thank all of the sponsors in person as you see them. Our host sponsors, American Clean Power. Diamond sponsors are West Virginia University and COVA, WVU Medicine, West Banco, Mountain Pure, and Verizon. Platinum special event sponsors are Vandalia Health, Antero Resources, Antero Midstream, and Huntington Bank. Platinum sponsors are the College Board, Marshall Health Network, Spillman Thomas and Battle, Wonder School, Marshall University EQT, Appalachian Power, BHE GTNS, BHE Renewables, and National Travel. Gold sponsors are AT&T, Dinsmore, Jackson Kelly, Steptoe and Johnson, Optum, Financial United Bank, Marshall Advanced Manufacturing Center, CityNet, Highmark, West Virginia, the Greenbrier, the Nature Conservancy, Expand, WellPoint, Western Governors University, Dominion Energy, and NextEra Energy. Please also recognize our silver, bronze, and friends sponsors. None of this happens without our sponsors. This meeting is once again breaking records for attendance and sponsorship support, and we are seeing record levels of engagement with the West Virginia Chamber by its members. You may have noticed the videos playing while you were eating lunch, highlighting the Women's Leadership Summit and the Business Summit, two of our flagship events that have propelled the Chamber to even more success. We're also continuing another tradition this year of having photographs scrolling across the screens. These photos have been provided by our members to celebrate the beauty of West Virginia. Thank you to all who submitted these fantastic photos. The theme of this year's meeting is Forging Alliances, Fueling Success. The Chamber has lived up to that theme, working to build and lead coalitions. Together, we are an unstoppable force for positive change. The attendees in this room represent such a diverse collection of the entities that fuel our economy. Within this room, we have individuals representing energy, power generation, banks and financial services, manufacturing, communications, technology and cybersecurity, healthcare, higher education, small businesses, entrepreneurs, and so much more. That is what makes the Chamber so special. There isn't a problem that can't be solved by the folks in this room. We are excited to once again welcome a record number of new members to the 2025 Business Summit. These businesses broaden and deepen the membership of the Chamber. And on behalf of the membership and board of directors, I want to thank them for joining us for joining this great organization. The West Virginia Chamber is growing to meet the needs of businesses in a fast-changing environment. I also want to thank Steve Roberts and his very, very talented staff. They are a team of professionals who love West Virginia. We would not have such good news to report without them. If all Chamber staff members in the room stand up where you are, Steve, Kathy, Brian, Kaylin, Andrea, Lily, Elizabeth, and Caitlin, thank you for everything that you do to make West Virginia a better place. Everything you do to make West Virginia a better place to settle in, stand out, and stay for good. Also, please be sure to thank Chamber team. As you see them, some of them are working registration and such and aren't in the room with us. The Greenbrier, the staff at the Greenbrier, they always go above and beyond to make sure that we all feel welcome and at home. They're truly extraordinary and have become like family to many of us. Please be sure to thank them for their wonderful hospitality over the next 3 days. You'll notice an increased media presence this year. We're excited to once again welcome Metro News Talkline, broadcasting live from the Business Summit, and to have WSAZ streaming all 3 days of the event. We're grateful for the coverage and the role all of our journalists that are here today play in helping share West Virginia's story. Before we get to our first speaker, a few housekeeping items. We are holding both Business Summit receptions at 6 p.m. tonight. I can't even believe I'm going to say this, but I hope it's not too cold. 6 o'clock tonight and tomorrow night on Colonial Terrace. Our evening cordials reception will be held tonight at 9 on the Colonial Terrace. Signature event of the Business Summit and not one to miss. Cordials at 9 o'clock tonight. If you're a contributor to the Chamber PAC, there is a reception for PAC contributors tomorrow at 5:30 in the Chesapeake Bay. If you have not yet contributed to the PAC but you would like to attend, you still can. There are contribution forms located at the door, the registration desk, and the Chamber's exhibit space. Steve Bryan or any other chamber team member will be more than happy to take your PAC contribution. The PAC works to elect political leaders who are willing to stand up and make the difficult decisions that are needed to drive West Virginia forward. We've been fortunate to have record early PAC support this year, and I hope that you will also lend your name to this effort if you haven't yet. Simply put, West Virginia business needs to be as loud as any of the competing interests as these policies are being made. I would like to invite you to learn more about the Cornerstone program, too, along those lines. You can discuss the Cornerstone program with any of the chamber team. Cornerstone allows the chamber to amplify its voice beyond its normal capacity to make a real impact in our state. Steve, Kathy, and Brian would be more than happy to talk to you about Cornerstone. We're pleased once again to provide you with the opportunity to update your headshot photo while you're at the Business Summit. West Virginia Chamber and Augie Gray Drake are sponsoring free headshot photos. Be sure to stop by Chesapeake Bay between 11 and 3 today or between 8 and 1 tomorrow. We have a number of special guests in the room this year. In particular, I want to give a special thanks to State Treasurer Larry Pack and Secretary of State Chris Warner for being with us. Gentlemen, thank you for your friendship and everything that you do. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of our first discussion of the Business Summit, the President of the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce, Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Yvette. Thank you. Did a little disappearing on you. Thank you very, very much, not only Mary Beth, but all of you who are with us here in the audience. I do want to say, if you are having trouble finding a seat, there are some seats up here at the front. I know that some people are a little bit bashful, but we'd certainly welcome you at the front, and I guarantee you'll have a good seat and you'll be able to hear a great program. Before I get to our next panel, and our panelists are here and getting ready to go, I want to thank and recognize several individuals who are in the room. These are some lawmakers. So lawmakers, if you are in the room, get ready to be recognized because we appreciate the time and effort that you have put into aggressively advocating for an agenda that helps put West Virginia first, that helps improve our business climate, and helps push the policies that will cause West Virginians to have a better economic future, a better opportunity for education, and a better opportunity to be healthy. We appreciate the good work that you have done. I want to just say that we thank you for your work. We view many of you as our heroes. We will look forward to welcoming you throughout this meeting, but I know that scheduled to be in the room are House Speaker Roger Hanshaw, Senator Tom Takubo, Senator Ryan Weld, Senator Robbie Morris, Senator Glenn Jeffries, Senator Joey Garcia, Senator Vince Deeds, Senator Jack Woodrum, Delegate J.B. Akers, who chairs the Judiciary Committee in the House, Delegate Bob Fehrenbacher, Delegate Wayne Clark, Delegate Dave McCormick, Delegate Andy Shamlin, Delegate Clay Riley. If I have missed someone, I apologize, and I will be on the lookout for you so that we can recognize you appropriately. But let's have a round of applause for those legislators who are helping to lead West Virginia forward and who have joined us for this program. We thank you for your steadfast advocacy, and for those who didn't take note when Mary Beth made her remarks, there will be a PAC reception at 5:30 tomorrow in the Bay of Chesapeake room across the hall, and we'll be able to recognize the legislators who are present and thank them for their service. Now, to move to today's panel, I just want to say that we're going to start with energy. If you didn't notice, this is a very energetic crowd. Energy is the backbone of West Virginia's economy, and I'm excited to welcome our panelists to the stage for this energetic topic. Gentlemen, if you will begin making your way to the stage, I will introduce you. I sat just a moment ago with Todd Johnston. I see Aaron Walker, and I see Frank Macchiarola. So if you will come and have a seat in one of the three chairs, and while they are taking the stage, I will help welcome them, and I will start with Aaron Walker, who is on my immediate left, on the far left. Aaron is the President and Chief Operating Officer of Appalachian Power. Appalachian Power serves approximately 1 million customers in West Virginia, Virginia, and Tennessee. In his role, he oversees the company's distribution operations, customer and regulatory relationships. He joined AEP in 2005 as a process engineer and has held numerous roles in the company and is a member of the Chamber's Board of Directors and Executive Committee. Sitting next to Aaron, and Aaron, we welcome you. Sitting next to Aaron, we welcome Todd Johnston. Todd wears many hats. He has several important jobs in West Virginia. He serves as the Deputy Chief of Staff for Governor Patrick Morrisey. He is the inaugural director of the state's Energy, Infrastructure, and Competitiveness Council. He leads a high-level multi-agency initiative to strengthen West Virginia's economic standing. Todd has been a guest at the West Virginia Chamber for a lunch and discussion several times. And Todd Johnston, it's wonderful to be able to welcome you. Thank you for joining us today. Frank Macchiarola is the Chief Advocacy Officer of American Clean Power, leading the organization's government affairs and political engagement efforts at the state and federal levels. Prior to his current role, he served as Senior Vice President of Policy, Economics, and Regulatory Affairs at API, the American Petroleum Institute, and Executive Vice President of America's Natural Gas Alliance. We're going to have a conversation for the next 20 or 25 minutes about energy, the need for electricity. I would note that for those of you who are readers of the Wall Street Journal, the weekend edition of the Wall Street Journal had lengthy stories on the importance of electricity, pointing out that currently we do not have enough electricity in the United States to serve current and expected needs, and that this is an issue that is going to be front and center for us for some time to come. So thank you, gentlemen, for agreeing to be part of this panel as we have what we look forward to as a strong discussion about the importance of energy to our state and our nation's future. Frank, if I could start with you. You have a microphone in hand, so you are set and ready to go. I just would begin by saying West Virginia has a rich history as an energy-producing state. From your perspective at a national level, and with a national trade association committed to energy and energy processes, how do you see West Virginia's role evolving to embrace the different energy technologies, and what opportunities do you see for our state and nation going into the future as we look at energy options and energy opportunities?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Steve, and thanks also for the invite to be here. It's great to be back in West Virginia. I think the last time I was at this event, I represented America's Natural Gas Alliance, which was the large natural gas producers around the country. And as I look through the sponsors of this event and the companies that have assets here in West Virginia, it really is an all of the above energy story in West Virginia. West Virginia is the second largest coal producer, the fifth largest natural gas producer in the U.S., and in the renewable space, it is growing with about 7% of electricity from the clean energy sector. And that is an opportunity for West Virginia because it is a net exporter of energy, and it's a challenge to the United States. When I started my career in energy policy, the U.S. was in flat electricity demand for really years before and years to come. That story has shifted dramatically with the growth of AI, the need for more data centers, the increased electrification, and the growing manufacturing that is taking hold in the United States. That confluence of events has presented a picture where in the next 15 years, we're going to need to increase our power. Our power demand is going to increase by nearly 50%. And so where is that going to come from? It's going to come from those companies that I talked about. It's going to come from all of the resources that we have in the United States, from traditional energy resources to new energy resources and new technologies that are being discovered today. One of our member companies right now is in battery storage in West Virginia, Form Energy, developing those next technologies to meet that demand. So it's great to be here, and I'm excited for the opportunities facing West Virginia.
Frank, thank you very much. And next I'm going to go to Aaron. Appalachian Power plays a critical role in delivering reliable energy to West Virginia. We thank you for that, by the way. What are the key challenges and opportunities that you see in maintaining grid reliability and affordability while adding additional energy sources to support 21st century energy needs that Frank sort of teed up here as the needs of the future?
So thanks again for having me. This is kind of a cruel joke. You have me up after a light lunch of shrimp and grits, ribs, and Popeye. I appreciate that. So last year truly was a privilege to have an opportunity to address this group. If you remember, I talked a lot about the data centers that you hinted at. And I said, be on the lookout. You're going to hear a little bit more about these data centers soon. They're here. So if you have not picked up a paper or looked on the news yet, our data centers are proliferating across the United States, and certainly the energy demands associated with them are huge. But when I think about how West Virginia's positioned in particular, I guess first I'd say a thanks really to the legislature, to the governor's administration. They've really positioned the state well in terms of inviting businesses to invest here and grow. So certainly, again, we're talking about data centers, that's forward thinking. The West Virginia Public Service Commission, really proactive and forward thinking around how do we contract and bring those data centers online, but most importantly, how do we do it in a way that doesn't transfer costs to all other consumers, existing consumers. So really, really a good space that we're in the state. Now, what's that going to do to us in terms of reliability? Most people don't think about it this way, but if you attach a large data center, there's a tremendous amount of investment that needs to be done on the system to the grid there. And each investment that we make to make that connection is really providing increased reliability for all of us. And long term, we always talk about the story of the numerator versus the denominator. I know I'm getting nerdy here, Appalachian Power talk on you, but the denominator is how much energy we sell. So the greater that denominator is, the lower the rates are for everyone. So the data centers provide an opportunity to help us control costs, an opportunity for us to invest in the grid to improve reliability for everyone. So we're just really excited about it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Aaron. We appreciate that overview also. Todd, you have a broad and important role in the new administration. I think this is your first opportunity to attend a Chamber Annual Meeting and Business Summit, so welcome. We're glad to have you here. Your portfolio includes energy, infrastructure, and competitiveness. And so a question that you might address is, how can we in West Virginia approach the needs to balance existing energy sources with clean energy needs? We know we're looking forward to a merger of various of energy coming from various sources. So if you wouldn't mind to give us an overview of your role, your view of how we merge those things, and where there might be opportunity for the future.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, this is my first visit to the Greenbrier, and it's a beautiful place. I've been missing out all this time, but I'm happy to be here with Frank and Aaron. I know Frank from a number of years ago, my time in Washington, D.C. But as to your question, so energy is central to the governor's economic development strategy. And he's going to talk a little bit about that more tomorrow, so I can't get too far ahead of him. But it's got a number of components. And on the one pillar of that is shoring up our state's economic investment metrics. That's everything from the tax burden to housing to workforce development, to our state's infrastructure. Another component of it is going to be attracting technology and advanced manufacturing businesses and retaining those that we have to meet your demand requirements, but to grow our tax base and the economy here in West Virginia. But the third pillar of it is energy. You mentioned that this is an energy state, and it strikes me that this is an energy state, but it's never had a comprehensive energy development policy. We've never had anything in place that looks specifically at the resources that we have in the ground and on the ground, and how we develop those, push those out so they benefit the citizens of West Virginia and the country at large. So the governor is going to be announcing that as well, and I can give some details because he's already let the cat out of the bag at a meeting that he had about a week ago, and it was also here. But in broad strokes, the plan is to build 50 gigawatts of capacity, or to increase our current capacity from 16 gigawatts to 50 by 2050. So 50 by 50, that's easy to remember, right? And we're going to do that by focusing on baseload electric power generation. And that's everything from, and we're going to explore everything from refurbishing our existing coal-fired plants to possibly building new coal. There does seem to be an interest in that. We're going to look at natural gas, we're going to look at nuclear, and of course we're going to look at renewables and the emerging technologies and batteries and stuff like that. So it is an all of the above approach, but it is a main pillar of our economic development policy, one we intend to roll out very aggressively here in the coming weeks and months to begin talking with companies and the administration in Washington, D.C. to see how we can leverage this very unique time that we have here before us.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm going to ask each of you to maybe address an issue that, as you look ahead and as we all look ahead, there are lots of people in this audience who have connections to energy production and the energy industry. What kinds of policy shifts, perhaps nationally or within the state, can help us be better prepared and help us navigate the energy needs that we know our state and nation will be facing? Todd, I'm glad that you mentioned 50 for 50. I think that helps us think about the future and helps us think about the size of the challenge that we perhaps might face. But I'd be interested in just some discussion from all of you about what sorts of policy initiatives could be undertaken to help us get there and to help us merge and blend the various energy sources that we're able to provide here in West Virginia to meet the state and nation's needs. And I'm not sure that I know which of you should lead that off. Frank, you're closest to me. Maybe it makes sense for you to jump in on that.
I'm happy to take that, and I think it's twofold. It's a little bit of what Todd touched on. We do need, both at the national level and within the states, we need comprehensive energy strategies and policies to approach the new challenge that I discussed in terms of the emerging demand for energy and the challenge that faces vis-a-vis our adversaries overseas that are trying to beat us in that challenge to develop AI. I think, as I think through what I would change or what policy shift I would encourage, the first thing is the last three administrations or last three presidents have all in different ways taken energy off of the table, domestic energy off of the table. You saw in the previous Obama and Biden administrations, they did it with coal and then with oil and natural gas. With the current administration doing it with renewables, I think there should be a bipartisan consensus around the country that we need all of the energy resources that we have in the United States brought to bear on the challenges that I described. So that would be the first thing. It's sort of it's a new thing that we've seen emerge in energy policy where we're choosing resources over one another, and it couldn't come at a worse time. So that's the first thing. The second thing is a broad broad policy around permitting reform. We talk about this every year at the federal level in Congress. It comes close, it falls short. The result is it takes longer than a presidential term to get an environmental analysis done on projects. That is inexcusable. It is inexcusable both for fossil resources, for renewable resources. It's frankly just inexcusable for government to take that long to do something that everybody says they want to do. And the result, again, is the loss in competitiveness to countries that are doing it faster, cheaper, and beating us to this race on information and on developing the energy resources that could be developed right here in the U.S. And the last thing I would add is it's not just an energy story. The resulting impact harms our manufacturing and technological development in the U.S. And so those are the two main policy initiatives that I would recommend.
Yeah, you want me to go next because mine's actually dovetails pretty nicely with that. I guess, one, I just want to put, again, the size of what we're talking about in perspective. So you heard 50 by 50, so that's 50 gigawatts of capacity, installed generating capacity by 2050. 1 megawatt, it's about 900 homes. So you're talking about 50,000 megawatts worth of capacity, and that's just here. We're seeing that demand across the entire nation. The AEP CEO often talks about it took us 100 years at AEP to build the capacity that we have currently. We're talking about doubling that in 6 years, 5 years, right? So this is tremendous, tremendous growth. And the areas that can respond fastest to this challenge, that's installing that generation, installing that transmission, are going to be where these new consumers of energy locate, be it a data center or onshoring. So it's really imperative that we can step through that process quickly. So to your point, I'm talking permitting reform, we're talking environmental reviews, constructability, siting challenges that all of these installations face. And it's not just a generation story, it's a transmission story. I know we face a lot of pushback, right, when you start talking about how am I going to route these big power lines. No one really wants to see that, but it's critical that we have the transmission and the generation to make all this work.
Todd, a lot of this seems to fall into your wheelhouse from a policy point of view. I'm guessing you have some policy thoughts on all of the above.
Yeah, first of all, I agree, and thank you. I agree with the comments, Frank's comments and Aaron's, 100%. I mean, the demand is unreal that we're looking at. I think DOE has projected that the United States needs to have the 106 gigawatts of capacity in the coming years to meet future demand, much of which we would love to host here in West Virginia, and that's kind of the premise of the policy. Both of my panelists, colleagues, spoke about permitting reform. Absolutely necessary. There's much that President Trump and DOE and Secretary Wright and others can do in Washington, but permitting reform in large part has got to go through Congress, and so we need to get that moving while we have the window available to us. So that's incredibly important. We've passed some permitting reform here in West Virginia. But by and large, we're one of the fastest states in turning permits around in our DOE and in our other agencies. So it's not a problem here, but when it stops in Washington, then that's a big problem. Notwithstanding the permitting reform debate, I think we're facing one of the best policy atmospheres for energy that we've seen in the past 16 or more years. In fact, I would say that but for the first Trump administration, the majority of those years, Washington has basically had its boot on the throat of states like West Virginia and keeping us from being able to produce the resources that we have in the ground that can better our citizens and better the nation. So if I were to say that what we need in Washington is a continuation of a lot of the existing policies that are being implemented now beyond the 4-year horizon that we're looking at, because there's a great deal of uncertainty, and I know investors that are looking at building some of these projects, they need more than a 2 or 4 year window of regulatory certainty where they know that they can look at a reasonable rate of return. If we're looking at another change in administration that rolls back everything that we've accomplished here in the next 3 to 4 years, and that's a big problem. So the one thing I would hope for is a steady continuation of the existing policy framework that we're seeing coming out of Washington, D.C. right now.
I think I'll add for those in the audience that at least I can remember back to the 1970s when Governor Moore began to point out that West Virginia has an opportunity to be an energy exporting state. And that if we would, because we had the ability to generate so much electricity in West Virginia, that we would also have the opportunity to export a great deal of that energy. And I wonder if we could talk about, I think, Aaron, you began to touch on some of the challenges related to exporting our energy. But do the ideas that West Virginia could be an energy and electricity exporting state make sense to you? And you did touch on the challenges a little bit, but I wonder if the panel could just talk about that a little more.
So selfishly, would love to have all that load here in West Virginia, right? Want all those businesses here so we don't have to export any of the energy, but we currently do, right? We're part of a larger bulk electric system where we do generate more than we consume within the state, so we have an opportunity to export. That will continue to grow. Again, that's why that grid investment is so critical, so that we have those pathways to make that happen. Anybody want to add to that?
No, I mean, I think it's a tremendous opportunity. Another component of the governor's energy policy will be a focus on transmission in addition to energy security. But I think it represents a large opportunity that we, hope to be able to take advantage of. I mean, West Virginia is second in the nation in coal reserves and fourth in the nation in natural gas reserves. Yet, even notwithstanding the fact that we may export electricity, we're 30th in electricity production, and that's way behind where we should be given the amount of energy and BTUs that we're sitting on. So again, we're looking at this as a major opportunity to increase our production rates. We can put the transmission lines and the other infrastructure in place that's necessary, but really for West Virginia to become the battery that fuels the growth of this nation.
Frank, are you raising your microphone?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that's at the core of the permitting reform debate, right? We need transmission lines, we need pipelines, we need to be able to bring energy from where it is to where it's needed. West Virginia has the dual opportunity, I think, to increase its energy demand through increased manufacturing, through the emergence of data centers, but also be able to support the neighboring region with its vast resources that it has. West Virginia has an opportunity to be a huge growth story over the next few years, and so looking forward to the governor's proposal. From ACP, we obviously think that that new energy technologies have a key role to play in that. I think we've shown that in West Virginia. I was noticing many of the sponsors for the event are ACP members, companies that have diverse portfolios that really reflect the resource needs of the country, and I think should reflect the policy choices of our policymakers. There's actually no reason why a policymaker should choose one resource over another when we see the growing demand that we're facing, particularly in the electricity space.
I think we're having a great and well-informed discussion, and from people who are really engaged and who know what they're talking about. So we're getting toward the end of the program here. I'd love to come back to you for final thoughts, anything you would like to sum up with.
All right, I guess I'll go first, or give me a look. So I guess it's just a really exciting time, right? You got violent agreement with what you're hearing on this panel in terms of the energy demand that's out there, some of the challenges we know we have to tackle to be able to leverage it. And you've got a legislator, a governor, a business community that's all working together to tackle that. So just a really exciting time, and again, a rich history in this state of being very powerful, prideful in the knowledge of energy solutions and really powering the United States. So just an exciting journey ahead of us. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, whoever that was. We appreciate it. Todd, did you or Frank want to add anything before I sum up?
Yeah, I would just say that this is an incredible opportunity that the state has before us right now with the growth in AI and other advanced manufacturing industries. We sit on literally mountains of energy. So the opportunity is there. There's a lot of work to do, I think, in terms of getting our infrastructure prepared and ready to take advantage of that. But we have the energy. We're centrally located. We're on the East Coast, next to most of the major population centers of the United States. It's a major growth area. Our policy posture is correct. We have a willing legislature and governor here that wants to move us forward, and we have willing partners in Washington, D.C. right now. So it's time to get to work and get these policies in place so that we can produce the energy that we need to make the state more prosperous.
Steve, I just want to thank you for a great panel, and to the panelists and the audience, it's great to be here and appreciate the Chamber's hospitality. Thank you.
Before our panelists leave, I want to say that you've given me several takeaways from today, and I'm going to just hit those briefly, and I want you to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down as to whether I've gotten it right, but I'll look first at Aaron, who I think pointed out that we do have transmission issues, and we've got a lot of energy in West Virginia. If we can't move it, it's of less value and less usefulness to the people who need it. I heard Todd saying 50 gigawatts of new energy production by 2050, so giving us 25 years to approximately triple our state's electricity production. It sounds like a lofty goal, but I like a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal. I think that probably qualifies as a big, hairy, audacious goal. And Frank, from you, I'm hearing that now is not the time really to pick and choose winners, because we need an all-of-the-above energy approach, and we've had previous presidential administrations that have been upset with coal and natural gas, and we have a current administration that is not so encouraging of alternative energy resources, and we need some blending to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the future. The other thing I heard is that electricity is going to be very, very important as we power AI, as we power data centers, and as we look toward the future. And one of the things we're really good at here in West Virginia is producing coal, natural gas, alternative energy from alternative energy resources, and converting that into electricity that the nation and the state need. So with that, we thank you. This has been an informative discussion, I think. Thank you so much. Aaron, thank you, Todd, and thank you, Frank. One of the books that we read at the West Virginia Chamber talks about smart brevity. It says, make your point and keep it moving. I think we've kind of made our point today, and we'll keep it moving. So Aaron, Todd, and Frank, thank you very much. All right. Thank you again so much, gentlemen, for your commitment to energy production and to powering America, something that West Virginia is very good at. Now we're going to talk with three very exciting mayors. I'll just invite you to come on up so that, again, we're still on the smart brevity page, which is know what you're going to say and keep it moving, and that's what we'll do. So welcome, Mayor Goodwin. So good to see you. Welcome, Mayor Farrell. So good to see you. And welcome, Mayor Joyce. So good to see you. I think we're up for and in for a very exciting program. These mayors are working tirelessly to improve the lives of the citizens they serve and the economy within and around the communities and cities that they serve. Mayor Patrick Farrell was elected as Huntington's mayor in November 2024. He took office on January 2 of this year. He is a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy and a decorated combat veteran. He returned home in 2005 with his wife, Kate, who was sitting right in front of me. There's Kate. Kate, welcome. They are raising their family and invested in West Virginia's future Patrick is also a member of the Board of Directors of the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce. Mayor Amy Goodwin was elected Charleston's mayor in 2018, and she was reelected in 2022. And I did see her husband, Booth, in the audience, so I'm sure Booth is here someplace to cheer Amy on. Booth, we welcome you too. During Amy's tenure, she has prioritized economic growth, improved public services, and built a stronger, more vibrant city of Charleston. This includes bringing back the incredibly popular Stern Wheel Regatta, which generated nearly $39 million in economic impact last year. I think we're still counting up the number, Mayor Goodwin, for the 2025 regatta, but congratulations and thank you for such forward-looking leadership. Mayor Tom Joyce was elected mayor of Parkersburg in 2016 and re-elected in both 2020 and 2024. Mayor Joyce has over 25 years of experience in healthcare administration and has spent his time in office focusing on long-term infrastructure improvements, fiscal stability, and the elimination of slum and blight. Mayors, before you take it away, and this is how this program is going to work, they got together and decided that they really didn't need me on the podium. They didn't say they didn't want me on the podium. They just said, we think we can handle this on our own, which gives me an opportunity to get off of the stage and let them do the talking. I'm eager for them to do that. And what the kickoff question might be, what does economic growth mean for your city? How are you making it meaningful and lasting? And an important question, I think, for all of us in this room is how can we support your work? Now, with that, I will say, before I leave the podium, you all have a fantastic, energetic program. You lead with vigor and verve. We admire what you are doing. Some of us are reading a book called The New Geography of Jobs by Enrico Moretti. In his book, Enrico Moretti talks about how our cities are leading the way for job creation in the United States. And we're just eager to hear from all of you. So if this gets boring, I'll be back on the stage to ask some questions.
That's
I don't
a lot
think
of
that's going
pressure.
to happen. We're turning it over to you. Thank you very, very much for being with us, mayors.
Well, Steve, I don't think Mayor Goodwin has ever been boring, so I would
I don't know
love for
about
you
that.
to start with the first answer.
Well, I'll just go ahead and say this. Caitlin with the Chamber wrote a great editorial. I was thinking about this as Steve was talking, Caitlin, about why people stay. Because it's a conversation that mayors have all across the country. I'm a member of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, National League of Cities. I'm the president of the West Virginia Municipal League. It is what we talk about all the time. Caitlin summarized it in her incredible editorial by saying this: how can cities and how can communities play a part in retention or securing jobs, but keeping people here? It is what we do and kind of the new charge of municipal government. I have 700 employees. I have a $112 million budget. I've got 33 square miles. Municipalities have been, in the past, focused on paving roads, sanitation, salt and scraping, because that's the meat and potatoes of what we do. That has changed because we now realize we play a big role in that. And as Caitlin described in her editorial, it's more than just the regatta, by the way. The regatta is important. USA Cycling is important. But the crux of why we do it is to make sure that we are playing our part in generating state and national attention about West Virginia, all that we have to offer. Because, by the way, at the end of the day, when we speak to people who are coming in to work at the hospital or a law firm, the first questions they ask of me when we go out to supper with them is, what's in it for my family? What type of park system do you have? What type of education system do you have? So municipalities have really changed the way that we operate, in that we do play a role in participating and making sure that it's not just about hosting the events that bring in a great return on investment. It is creating strategic infrastructure investments to make sure that when your family's living in Charleston, West Virginia, or Huntington or Parkersburg, there's something great for them as well.
I would echo what Mayor Goodwin said with regards, kind of our background, what makes Parkersburg different than Charleston. We have 232 employees and a $33 million budget. I personally, I always go back to the why. So there's a lot of members of the legislature here. We, cities, towns, and villages, are a creation of the legislature. We're a creature of the legislature. And I think all those events are wonderful, and we try to do that. But what I have focused on in 8.5 years is the infrastructure stuff, because it was largely neglected in Parkersburg, not because nobody cared. It's expensive. I know there's a lot of engineers and engineering firms here. Water and sewer is not getting any cheaper. Paving roads is not getting any cheaper. So I've really focused on, and what we've done is invest in our parks. Again, back to the quality of life piece, what's in it for my family. Good swimming pools. There's a reason why we do swimming pools. It's not really a great economic winner. You're not going to make a lot of money in the swimming pool business. But what I try to focus on with regards to economic development is, and with my team, is be fair, be consistent, and really try and take a common sense approach to break down the barriers. There's a lot of things we can control, and there's a lot more that we can't. I went to the 10 o'clock meeting this morning, and Steve was talking about all those challenges that he highlighted in his presentation to the board. I think they hit us even harder because we're tasked with so much that's not, for lack of a better word, it's not profitable. Paving streets is not a profit driver. It's not an economic, but it's important to the folks who live and are going to invest in your community. So, I will say that most of the policy stuff, the legislature the last several years has really fixed a lot of things. I ate lunch today with a previous chairman of this organization, and he was speaking about so many of the things that the legislature, that your group has helped get accomplished. And I think that now where it's kind of up to us to if we're going to see population growth in West Virginia, if it's not in the cities, it's going to be daggone close proximity. So that's kind of my take on that opening question anyway.
Mayor Joyce mentioned the why and population growth, and that's why I'm doing this. I think Huntington is at an inflection point. If you haven't been there in a while, you may not understand what it feels like to be at the precipice of growth. And I was reminded 20 years ago, almost to the day, I came back to West Virginia. My wife and I were at our own inflection point. I was in the Air Force. We were transitioning out, and we knew we wanted to live in West Virginia. We knew we wanted to have a West Virginia address, and we wanted to be somewhere that had growth potential. And so we looked all over. We looked at the Eastern Panhandle and thought we might live in or work in Washington, D.C. We looked in Huntington, where we're both from. We looked in Charleston, up in Wheeling, and we ultimately ended up in Bridgeport. And so if you go back 20 years ago, when we were there, we got off exit 124 off I-79, the Jerry Dove Drive exit. And at the time, there was this one lonely hotel with this one lonely gas station. And I saw Woody Thrasher earlier, and I asked him, what happened to that intersection since? Right? Because if you've been there and you know what happened with White Oaks, you know what happened with the hospital, how the FBI brought in the growth. And he told me since then there's been $700 million of capital investment and 3,000 jobs brought to the area. Right? That feeling of growth I experienced there at Bridgeport is what I feel now in Huntington. Right? Huntington is at this point where, for those of you that just drive by and see, empty fields right now on 4th Avenue, very soon we're going to break ground on the Institute for Cybersecurity. When you look up at our airport and you see, an abandoned runway, you're going to see new growth there. You're going to see our Advanced Manufacturing Center and our Robotics Training Center get built. Right? All of this in partnership with Marshall University, because we know that the businesses want access to research and talent, and we have it. The city, it may not be sexy, but we're building a $250 million wastewater treatment plant, right? $250 million is going to be invested into the west end of our town, and that's going to produce growth. So all of these things that are coming, right, are going to be exciting. And what I need, to Steve's question, what I need is I need more people to help, because the city can't do it alone, right? I need a partnership with the county and the state legislature and our federal partners to come in. I need the business community, right? If you want to build something, come to Huntington, because I need housing, right? Businesses now, right, go to where the workers are, and the workers go to where they can find housing, right? Johnny Jacobs is going to be with President Smith up later talking about Newcourt and what's going on in Route 2. And my guess is Johnny's going to say, I need housing, right? And I want that to be in Huntington, right? So to do that, I need investors. If you're an investor in the room, please call me, right? I need you to come to Huntington. I need you to build something. I need single-family homes, multifamily homes. I need people to renovate, right? I need our state legislators to help us with some of the policies, right? Pro-growth policies for business. I need help with flooding, right? I need help with public safety. We all have problems with drugs and homelessness, this toxic intersection, and there are things that we can do to have a real impact on the streets. But I need you to focus on those things that are going to help us grow, because, again, I agree with Mayor Joyce when he said that the cities are where the growth's going to happen, right? If West Virginia is going to grow, it's going to start in Charleston and Huntington and Parkersburg and all the other cities. And so that's how all you all can help.
We talk about infrastructure and critical investments in infrastructure. Mayor Farrell talked about housing. With our Charleston Land Reuse Agency, we just spent $1 million into a fund because we see the value of investing in housing and making sure that we work with developers. And for the first time in the city of Charleston in 20 years, we're going to have 23 brand new single-family homes built. But it's because we had to get engaged and involved as well. We're very fortunate. I think that mayors all across the country would say, when you see cranes in your city, you get excited. I take pictures of cranes all the time and construction equipment in the city of Charleston all the time. TC Energy said, yes, we are going to build here, $70 million. If you've been down Virginia Street anytime soon or anytime lately, TC Energy on this side, Poca Valley on that side with $12 million. And thanks to our federal partners, because we can't do it alone, we're ripping up Canal Boulevard from Magic Island to the 35th Street Bridge, because we are going to be a river city that uses our river, and thus creating a dynamic and vibrant downtown. So I agree with you on infrastructure improvements to pools is the nemesis of every budget cycle. The things that we're investing in are the things that we know our families need, and housing certainly is top of mind and tip of tongue for every single employer that comes to the city of Charleston that says, now what, and where are you putting your money? Not just where you're putting your money and investing. I will say that cities are also, we feel the pressure of funds drying up as well, going after federal grants, because most of the 262 cities, towns, and villages all across these 55 counties, we bank on it. And so now what? Just as the state has done, we have grown in the past 7 years that I've been mayor, a rainy day fund that went from 3.8 million, which is now 17 million, because we know the bottom is going to fall out of many of our facilities, our pools, our recreational facilities. We want to talk about childcare, and many of you do. The city of Charleston takes care of over 350 kids about this big after school and at summertime and every night and weekend and holiday. So to say that we're in it almost on every level is an accurate statement.
Well, I agree with Mayor Goodwin, the federal dollar piece. We've been fortunate to get a little bit of those kind of funds in Parkersburg over the last 8.5 years. Seems like, I don't know how you guys, but it seems like we get to the finish line and kind of miss out at the end with appropriations and whatever. But I think the thing I agree with the most about what the mayor said is it's really about, both mayors, it's about partnerships. You know, we were cities tasked with providing basic services, infrastructure, police and fire, I did some research leading up to this. The three of us represent communities that's about 40% of the constabulary in the entire state of West Virginia. I mean, our police departments handle about 40% of all the calls for service in the state of West Virginia. And that's not an easy task. We're all competing for the same folks, but I think the partnership piece is key, particularly at the county level and with the legislature. I think that I believe the legislature, at least in my time in office, has been very cooperative with cities to the point that they can be and should be. That's my opinion, but I think it's going to be more difficult moving forward. We just coming through you talked about your $250 million water and sewer plant. I hope you got some of the state's ARPA money to help with that, because we're just finishing up or coming out of the biggest investment in water and sewer availability, at least in my lifetime. And I can't see the faces, but those of you out there in the legislature, I think you know what I'm talking about. And that's the kind of stuff that I think is important. And particularly the other piece with regards to Mayor Goodwin's we did the same thing with regards to stabilization fund, rainy day fund. I believe when I sit down and meet with a potential investor or developer, one of the first things they want to ask, or one of the first things they ask me is, how are things? And I always point to, we in Parkersburg, we've eliminated, and I say we because it was cooperative, it wasn't me, $72 million worth of debt. For the first time, our last audit, our government was fully funded. We eliminated a lot of debt. There are probably bankers in the room who don't like that, but I felt that was important to be, for lack of a better term, prepared if we do hit. The pandemic in our community, my community, there are 2,500 employees who went remote for 5 years. I mean, we had 9 or 11 small businesses close in our downtown in that period because we just had folks who, they work from home. I don't begrudge it. It is, it's kind of is what it is. But boy, if we hadn't had that stabilization fund, it would have been some hard times. And and that's kind of how I look at it.
I agree with the partnership piece. I think Steve, again, when he asked us, how are you working to make what you're doing for economic growth meaningful and lasting? And for us, it's all about focused leadership and aligned partnership. When I think about Huntington, many of you know Marshall University is there, and President Smith and I often have the same sentiment of, as goes Marshall, so goes Huntington, right? And if there's success at Marshall, there's going to be success in Huntington, and there's going to be success in the surrounding area. And as the city can't do it alone, we have to have Marshall. We also need our hospital system, right? We also need our banks. We need that business community to step up. We need the city government to help make sure things that they can do are helpful. And then the academic portion, right? The business, the academics, and the city government working together can do just about anything. And that partnership is something that I've learned throughout my career, all the way through. Going back to the Air Force, we were very mission focused. We had a target, and we wanted to put bombs on target on time. Right? When I was in business, right, with the idea of carrying payroll, making payroll carried a lot of weight for me, right? And I wanted to make payroll, and I learned those lessons of how to run a business. When I was on the Marshall board, I learned that aligning priorities and leadership can really move an institution, and it can move it really quickly, right? So those are different segments, but what's common among all of them is that we fell in love with the problem. We got the right people around the table, and then we solved really hard problems together and moved it forward. And the people in this room, largely throughout the state, can make almost anything happen, right? Whether you're with one of the universities, one of the banks, any of the hospital systems, you all have the ability to partner with your city. If you want to see job growth, if you want to see economic growth generally, I would say get with the mayors, right? Ask them what they need, and they're going to tell you basically the same things, right? What my city can do is that most people can't, not most cities, but most of the industry can, is make it safe, right? We have the police departments. So we're going to make our city safe. We're going to invest in the infrastructure so you do have the roads, so you do have the water and the wastewater that you need to do the business. And then what the legislature can do is help us have pro-growth policies, do things that will make it easy for us to grow jobs. And for all the businesses out there, Right? This is a great state to be in because all the people in this room can help you do what you need to do to grow your business. And that's why we're here, right? We want businesses to be here so that jobs come here, so that families stay here, and that kids get raised here in a happy, healthy place. And I think we have the ability to do it.
I think municipal government is also, and I've worked on Capitol Hill and then at the State House and now as mayor. I think that municipal government, we're really nimble. You can make things happen and make it happen quickly. We also are the folks who try pilot programs to see if something will work. For instance, something that you were talking about came from an idea that we found in another state, and that is working with our police department, our EMS, and to help our hospitals, because our hospital systems are so critical. How can the municipalities help with partnering with our great agencies and our great organizations? And so earlier last year, we started a program called Care One, the Care One team. It came out of the Charleston the care program that I started, coordinated addiction response effort. It's grown beyond that. But it was basically people in any city who are having a challenge. We talked about mental illness. You talked about it on the radio the other day and television. Mental illness, substance abuse, or experiencing homelessness. How do we make sure that we do our job, our piece of municipal government to help folks who need help, to hold accountable those who need to be held accountable? So our Care One team goes out every single day and they intercept calls from Metro 911. Our police officers, plainclothes police officer, and somebody from our EMS team listens, works with Metro, partnering with the county, partnering with the city, partnering with hospitals to make sure that when Metro gets a call, I don't have to send an ambulance if one is not needed. I can send our very nimble care team out, a trained mental health specialist, police officer, EMS worker to say, how may I help you if we need to call police or need to call EMS? It's just one example of piloting things that we see to take proactive action to make sure that my ambulance is still free when your mom falls down the steps. I can still send that. It saves us money, it saves us time. It's a good place that we can coordinate with some of our healthcare agencies. It's just one example of what we can do. We're still in a pilot program. It's working well. The calls that we intercept from police and fire, and most important, keeping your hospital systems and those folks who need maybe just a little time and attention out of those waiting rooms.
That's a great point. So what we see a lot is that for the homeless population in particular, they cycle between the streets and the ER and the jail and back to the streets. And that is the least effective, most costly way for us to handle this problem. In the same way we have a CIT team, a crisis intervention team, doing that kind of work, we're also trying to help people get into the right kind of beds, right? So we know there are people living on the streets, they're just down to their luck, and they need to get into emergency shelter or some kind of permanent supportive housing, particularly when they have addiction and need help. We also know, to the mental health crisis, that there are some people that need a hospital bed. We have a mental health crisis in the state, and that some of these people sincerely need to be in a hospital bed, and I know we have the resources to do it, but finding a way for long-term psychiatric care to be billable for our hospitals is something that we need to work on, right? And some of these folks, quite frankly, need to spend more time with the criminal justice system, right? They need a jail bed because we know that they're criminals and they're preying on a vulnerable population already. And the police need to work with our county sheriff, which needs help with mental hygiene, which needs help from our high-intensity drug trafficking units, right, to get people into jail. So whether it's a shelter, housing, hospital bed, or a jail bed, there's a way to deal with this problem. But again, that comes from coordination. That comes from partnership at all levels of government. City, county, state, federal, right? And it comes from partnerships with the hospital, right? And the legislature to make sure that we can find ways to bill for this care and get people the help that they need.
Tommy, I see it's five. We have 5
Yeah,
minutes
5
and
minutes.
6 seconds left.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Well, I would echo a lot of my contemporaries here, most recent comments, particularly the one word that came out is accountability. I believe, and this shouldn't shock anybody who's ever had this conversation with me, that we do a poor job in society today in general holding individuals accountable across many spectrums, particularly with regards to the mental mental illness and addicted populations. I understand why we've lessened the requirements for bail, but to Mayor Farrell's point, I believe that we need to look at more mandatory treatment, or really take a look at some of that enabling legislation, because it is a big shuffle. I mean, it's that population, and that, I think, gets back to the 10 o'clock meeting, the labor participation rate, all those things that are, for lack of a better term, anchors around our neck as a state. And the only other comment I would like to make before we wrap up is with regards to housing. I think every community needs housing. I've yet to hear anybody that says, now there's probably some that don't want any more, but they could certainly use it. But I would, and I plan on actually getting with our president of the municipal league. I think that we need to really take a good hard look at some enabling legislation to make. We have tax rebates. You guys have tax rebates. I think you guys have tax rebates on housing, but we're at 17% on real estate tax. That's our cut. We need to make that meaningful for investors, whether they be building housing or plants. I think the way that we whack up the real property tax in particular, I think that if we really want to incentivize it, let's incentivize it. Let's make it value of an extreme value.
I'll say this as we wrap up to echo what both of mayors have said. Partnership is key. And if you think we know about something, make sure that we know about something that's going on in your organization as well. I look around the room and most of you have my private cell phone number, but if you don't, it's 549-2814. Call me, text me, let me know. And I'm actually not kidding. The ideas that come to us, some we can do, some we can't. But we want to work with you. We want to work with not only members of the chamber, but everyone. I grew up in a small business, a business that's still here in West Virginia operating today. It is very difficult, but if we don't share ideas and partner with one another, we won't see that growth. And that is our vision in the city of Charleston, a vibrant, thriving, and growing community.
So I'll end by saying this. I need help. Right, I've been at this job for 8 months. I'm doing it out of a labor of love for my city. Right? It's the only reason I'm doing it, and I need help. I have 3 priorities for the city. One is to make it safe. Right? There's not a mayor in the country that won't say public safety is job number 1. And I think we all have challenges with drugs and homelessness. So if you want to help me, please call. Right? There's lots of things that we can do, and that's from a hospital standpoint or a policy standpoint at the legislature. There's things we can do. The second thing I want to do is invest in the infrastructure. I like paving roads. I like building treatment plants because I think that is the basis that people need in order to grow their business. They need electric, they need water, they need to have those things for businesses to move there. And if you want to build something, in the state, come to Huntington because we're going to build a lot of jobs. Right? I'm a business owner. I want to grow jobs. I want all of you to grow jobs, and I want you to do it in my city. And so please don't hesitate to call, as Amy said. I think we're all open to growth, and I appreciate all of you hearing us out today.
Well, I would just say thank you. The members, there's employers in this room. I've been an employee. I've been an employer. Thank you for this opportunity, but thank you for giving West Virginians an opportunity to earn a living, to make West Virginia their home. Let's be honest, jobs are what drive all this. Any new housing that gets built in Mason County is not because Mason County is any prettier than Cabell County, or it's because there's jobs coming. And I would just say thank you for what you do. That's it. 4 seconds. We're done.
Thank you to the mayors for that presentation. That was a great organic conversation. It felt like we were just kind of listening in as they talk about their challenges and opportunities, and it is absolutely true that our growth in the state will come from our cities. I'm going to ask our panelists and moderators to come up and take their seats for our next panel, continuing to focus on economic growth. Everybody's coming up? Good. Our moderator for this panel is Tony Stroud. Tony is the Chief Legal Officer and Vice President for Strategic Initiatives and Corporate Relations for Marshall University. Prior to his role at Marshall, Tony served as an Assistant Vice President for Encova Insurance and was a member of Todd Johnston. Where is he? Oh, there he is. He's a runner, he's a smart and hardworking guy, and he's all around a great person. So take it away, Tony.
Well, thank you, Mary Beth. Unfortunately, my panel did not vote whether they needed me or not. Or Steve, I would be down there with you somewhere. You know, we've gone from autonomous vehicles to self-moderated panels, so I may be out of a job soon, Mr. President. So, hey, we're happy to be here with you today, and we're going to talk about powering prosperity and higher education and the business of growth. And we're going to talk a little bit about how we need these partnerships and collaborations between everyone, higher education, industry, government, and how we can bring these together to fuel economic growth in West Virginia, how we can transform and build a stronger workforce, and how we can create prosperity in our communities. And I have three fantastic panelists here with me today, and I'll start and I'll introduce first my boss. I guess I should go first with him, huh? So, Mr. Brad
He's looking
Smith.
at me. I didn't know he had a boss.
Well, some may say that. As you know, Brad is a proud native of Canova, West Virginia, in 1986, which I heard was a pretty good year to graduate from Marshall University. Brad went on to have a storied career with Pepsi-Cola, ADP, and served as CEO of Intuit for 11 years. In 2022, we were fortunate enough that he decided to come back to West Virginia and become the 38th president of my alma mater, Marshall University. And you know, one of the great things about Brad, we also got his wife Elise, who's with us as well. And what the two of them have done both individually and collectively through their Wing to Wing Foundation has been nothing next to extraordinary. So Brad, welcome and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Tony. You humble us. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mitch Carmichael. Mitch, former president of the West Virginia State Senate, was appointed to be the first Secretary of Economic Development in the state of West Virginia. He currently serves as a senior advisor for LG Nova Corporation, where he is involved again in community development, economic development, and building innovation here in West Virginia. He's also the executive director of Built for America, an organization that is hoping to achieve energy independence in America, bringing our manufacturing back, and again, building the economy. And last, but of course not least, is Johnny Jacobs. Johnny, good to have you with us today. Johnny was appointed general manager and vice president of Nucor Steel, West Virginia on August 4th, 2024. Since joining the company in 2002 as a controller, I'm going to probably get some of these locations wrong, Johnny, but Nucor Steel Hertford was your first stop, and you went on to be controller at Nucor Steel, Louisiana. And then finally, I'm going to get this one wrong, became general manager at Kankakee. Am I getting that
Kankakee.
right? All right. Marky gave me a pronunciation lesson beforehand. In 2015, Johnny was named vice president for Nucor, was at Bradenburg location where he was the general manager and vice president general manager for construction. A proud graduate of Alabama ×2. And Johnny, I'm assuming you'll be wearing green and white when we play the Georgia Bulldogs this weekend.
Absolutely.
All right. So, gentlemen, let's jump right into it. And Mr. President, if I can start with you. We've heard you many times talk about how education is the great equalizer, particularly in underserved regions like Appalachia. What are you doing and what is Marshall University doing to leverage that philosophy as we try to grow and build the economy in West Virginia?
Well, thank you, Tony, and it's great to be up here with Johnny and Mitch, dear friends, very important players in our state. I think it goes back to what the mayor said a few minutes ago. Companies and jobs follow talent, and we are in the talent business when you're in education. Everyone in this room probably has a similar story, but I'm first gen, had the opportunity to go to school. My mom and dad sacrificed so I could do that, and I believe that education levels a playing field of opportunity. It transforms problems into possibilities. It transforms dreams into reality, and I believe it because I've lived it. And I think our educational institutions are more than places of higher learning. They are prosperity platforms. They accelerate individual success, they accelerate innovative ideas, and they accelerate economic impact in the communities and the regions we serve. Now, Gallup research has done what we already know in West Virginia. The number one barrier to getting a continuing education is affordability. In fact, at Marshall, 75% of our students are from West Virginia. 54% this year were first in the family to go to college, and about that many actually are Pell eligible because their family has a needs-based reason to have some financial assistance. And so our job is to figure out how to make that barrier go away so everyone can live their dream and get the higher learning or the continuous learning they want to get. And I'm excited because at Marshall, we chartered a course called Marshall for All and Marshall Forever. We want to be the most affordable, flexible, and achievement-oriented educational system in the nation. And I'll tell you sort of what we're doing and then what the impact is on the economy. So today, I'm very proud of our team because we are the most affordable in terms of net tuition in the state and in the 16 states in the southeast part of the United States. Even with that, our students come with debt. So we rolled out tuition-free WV. If your family makes less than $65,000, you come to Marshall now without paying tuition or college fees. We're selecting 100 at a time to come in with a debt-free promise, which is we'll not only cover tuition and fees, but cover room, board, and books. We now have 400 students at Marshall doing that. Then we said, if you draw a 150-mile radius around Huntington, you get as many counties in Kentucky and Ohio as you do West Virginia. So now we have a metro rate, which is above our in-state rate, but lower than their in-state rate in Kentucky and Ohio. So we go all the way to Louisville and Cincinnati and all those places. And ultimately what that has done is that's grown our enrollment over the last 3 years 15%, reversing a 12-year decline. And that is getting more people into West Virginia that can come here and get the talents they need so we can fulfill the jobs that we want to create. What's the economic impact? So right now, if you take a graduate from Marshall and you divide how much they make 2 years after graduation by the entire cost of their education, anything above a 1 means it's positive. We have a 1.32 return on investment, 32% higher than the cost of their education. That compares to four-year schools' national average of 0.85. So most schools you come out and you haven't dug your way out yet, Marshall out of the gate, you're already paying it back. The average Marshall student makes $1 million more in their lifetime than someone who comes out and stops at high school. And the economic impact is very straightforward. 64% of our students stay in the state after graduation, and the return on investment for the state is $18 for every dollar they put into Marshall. So I am super excited that what we're doing is creating talent that creates jobs, that builds our communities, and makes our state stronger, and that is our role.
Terrific, thank you. Mitch, let me go to you for a second. By the way, I just noticed you two need to pick up your sock game down there on the end of the
Yeah, yeah. I agree.
Mitch, let me switch to you for a second in your role with LG Nova Corporation. I know that you're trying to bridge the gap between global innovation and local opportunities. Tell me what is critical to that with you as far as what type of partnerships you need to help achieve this initiative.
Well, thank you, Tony, and thank you for that great commentary, Brad, regarding the success at Marshall. And so when an international, worldwide, renowned technology company looks to locate an innovation corridor, someplace where they can feel that there is a potential and an opportunity, someone like an LG, they can go anywhere in the world. And LG selected West Virginia because the global economic scenario is oriented towards innovation and opportunity. And they saw those things in West Virginia. And the commitment is $700 million investment over a 5-year period with 275 high technology jobs to establish an innovation Appalachian corridor in which this is, in my view, that was a pivotal moment in the West Virginia economic development scenarios. Yes, we lean into our traditional heavy industries. We're great at it. We have the muscle memory to do it. Nucor is a great example of that, and we worked very hard, and others in the department, to get them to come to West Virginia. But it is great to have a diversified economy in which you look at technology, innovation, opportunity, entrepreneurship. And the thing that has been lacking in West Virginia to establish that component is access to capital and great workforce development trends. Now we have LG, a worldwide company, views West Virginia as the place to do that. And so I think that speaks volumes about the confidence that they have in this region, this area, and that the world now sees the opportunity in West Virginia. And it should make all of us in this room feel proud to be West Virginian, that they have made this investment and this commitment from a technology innovation scenario to bring forth that kind of career opportunity in West Virginia. So those are the things that we're working for. My role there is to sort of facilitate that, to make sure that we're connecting university leadership, business leaders, with the communities and making sure the technology fits. And we're working on a plethora of great ideas, great opportunities. But it's how many times have we been to this chamber event and talked about a true technology revolution that can occur in this Appalachian region and in West Virginia? And that's what we're here to deliver on. So thank you.
Well, thanks, Mitch. And Johnny, let me ask you, I mean, we are thrilled that Nucor still is in the state of West Virginia, and what a transformational change that is going to be for this state. And it's now grown to a $3.5 billion investment, the largest in Nucor's history and the largest in the state of West Virginia. How have you found that you've had to leverage both public and private partnerships to help with this growth strategy that Nucor has here in West Virginia?
Thank you, Tony. It's truly an honor. This is my first West Virginia Chamber event, and to be alongside these two gentlemen and you as a moderator, really a distinguished honor up here. As I think I got to come last on that, and I'm not sure how I follow those two. I build steel mills, and from our team, we're just thrilled to be here at the state of West Virginia. It is so exciting to be part of this community and seeing what's taking place there in Apple Grove. And we're extremely grateful also for the support that we've received. And when you think about that support, I heard on the earlier panel, they talked about partnership. And that's exactly how I would describe the support that we've had since announcing our project. With Brad alongside us here, I can't thank Marshall enough, whether it be the university, the Marshall Advanced Manufacturing Center. But when we went to them early in the project, it would have been easy for them to say, we're here to support you. Let's tell you what we are here to offer. But that's not how Brad and his team approached it. They sat down at the table with us and they said, we want to be a partner to Nucor. We want to help ensure your success and the success of this community, the success of our educational system. And they began to ask questions. They didn't just come with answers. They came with questions about what do we need at Nucor? How can we be successful together? What has worked for Nucor in other locations? And those are the things that make a true partnership. It's that engagement. It's that listening. And that wasn't just the only meeting. We continued to have engagement meetings as we go forward to ensure that we're tracking to that. So huge appreciation to Brad and his team about that approach. You think back to the early phase of the project and announcing the project and what was done with economic development to help ensure that we had the right partners at the table. They brought the utilities to the table. As you can imagine, being an electric arc furnace steel producer, we use quite a large amount of electricity. And we needed to ensure that we could have reliable, robust, and cost-competitive electricity for our facility. And they delivered. We needed to ensure that we could have a site that could be suitable for our growth as well as our customer platform growth build out in the coming years. And they delivered. And then you think about the other agencies, such as our environmental department agencies. And they delivered timely and responsible permits. And then I go to just a huge thanks to all of our elected officials and to those organizations like our chamber. If you think about what we've done here in the state of West Virginia, we have created a business environment that is conducive to doing business. It is the reason that Nucor felt comfortable in making this investment. This is a $4 billion investment. It is going to change the landscape of Apple Grove, Mason County, and West Virginia for generations to come. It's going to encompass 2.5 million square feet under roof, almost 60 acres once it's up and completely operation, and create hundreds of careers, not just for today, but in generations to come. And by what we've done across the state to create that business environment, it made us comfortable, and it gave us confidence that we could locate in West Virginia and we could have a platform for success. So I'm extremely excited about the private and public partnerships that we've enjoyed to date. And I think we are on the inflection point as a whole for this state for an amazing future. Thank you, Tony.
We're certainly happy you're here, and we're certainly happy you're building a steel mill. So, Mitch, let me go to you. You briefly mentioned previously that LG is planning to deploy $700 million in capital in West Virginia and 275 high-skilled jobs. Talk to us a little bit about what this is going to mean for the innovation in this new economy and what this means, how you think this can change the Appalachian region.
Yes, because the opportunity to build something new, to create new technologies, new deliverables in the areas of clean tech, because all of us want to be able to utilize energy in the most fuel efficient, most economical manner. LG is very focused on those opportunities, and we're working on projects right now that we're building through our portfolio and through our opportunity to launch these programs. In fact, we have one here today that's already been launched. It's called PADO, and you'll be able to see them out in the lobby. And then also we have areas in in AI, which is the new revolutionary method of developing products and opportunities and skill sets. And so we're utilizing AI to do all those things and helping seed that next generation of products and opportunity. And then finally, in the area of healthcare, there's no better place than West Virginia to sort of test market these rural healthcare delivery systems. And so we selected West Virginia to do those opportunities at the at the behest of the governor and others who were leading the department at that time to really change the healthcare dynamic in West Virginia. And so it's very inspiring, Tony and others, when you start looking about how these product sets all come together in a new technology orientation to provide not only skill sets and opportunities and jobs for our citizens, but real world impact for our rural healthcare communities, for the technology innovation, for utilizing energy in a much more clean and efficient manner. Those are all things that we yearn for, and so we have this opportunity with LG investing this money and seeding the capital infrastructure systems in order to support it. Because when a company like, and I didn't realize this so much until I joined LG and when I was in the development office with Mike Graney and others, when a world-class company makes that kind of a commitment to a technology innovation platform in a state, partners with the state to deliver on this products, it brings other capital to the table. And it's been noticed throughout the world, really. People are looking, what are we doing here in West Virginia, and how can we help make an impact? So I think we're on the cusp and on the threshold of some great opportunities. I want to add also, not only in clean tech, AI, and healthcare, but also in some of the traditional industries that we have focused on. LG is very involved in helping facilitate those transactions so that we want to be a partner to West Virginia's prosperity. And having the various roles that I've had over the years as Senate President and so forth, it's so rewarding to see private sector companies come to the table to help deliver on the opportunities and prosperity for our citizens. So it's a very exciting and inspirational time.
Speaking of jobs, Johnny, I think you have about 350 people actively working at the site in Apple Grove now, and with plans to go up to possibly up to 800 jobs. What are you doing to promote long-term success? And I've heard you and others at Nucor talk about how you're changing generations, and talk a little bit about that. I love that philosophy of how you are changing people's lives for generations to come.
Thank you, Tony. I'm often asked what keeps me up at night, and I'll tell you there's two things, one of which is the safety and well-being of our team, and the second is talent. Because I think talent is truly our most scarce resource, and I think for Nucor it has historically been, that along with our culture, our greatest differentiator. And when we came to West Virginia, we recognized there was a huge opportunity here. We felt confident that we could secure the talent necessary. And one of the things that's exciting is that we're already seeing individuals that at one point left this region that are now coming back for the career opportunities Nucor is presenting there. So we're bringing talent back into the state. We're also extremely focused on how we grow talent within the state. Some of those partnerships, like with Marshall Advanced Manufacturing Center, we're looking for university degrees, but we're also looking for technical degrees. We're taking the time to invest in those operations to ensure that we have curriculums that support the needs of today's changing landscape and changing employment base. Oftentimes we think about talent that you go out and you recruit the senior in high school. Our philosophy is much different than that. We're making connection points already at the elementary level. We want to reach the heart and minds of those students and those parents to make sure that we drive into them and into this area that there are opportunities, there are careers out there, there are good paying careers, and that what we need to do is help support them in achieving that. It's been a phenomenal outreach. I mean, the touch points that we've had across the educational system are outstanding. The responsiveness that we've had interns from multiple schools here in the state that have participated with us during summer programs, that have stayed on the co-op with us. We're actively participating in the SMART program and the FAME program. So we're looking at all avenues to ensure that we have the talent. And generationally, that is the key for us. My responsibility as a leader to that team is not just about today, but it's about to ensure the success for tomorrow. And that success for tomorrow is absolutely critical that we have the talent to do what we need to do at Nucor.
Brad, Johnny mentioned something to segue into a question I'd like to ask you, and he talked about, we've shifted, we have a shifting industries that are evolving, and the workforce of yesterday is not the same, and the educational opportunities and what people are experiencing are different. What is Marshall doing to make sure that the folks that we graduate are ready for the labor of tomorrow, what companies are looking for?
Yeah, it's a great question, Tony, and it goes back to what Johnny said. We begin with questions in the higher education system. We're asking, what does industry need from us now in the 21st century? What does society need from us in the 21st century? What does our economy and the community and the state need? And the reality is we need all of the above. We need the power of we. So in our state, 46% choose to get a 4-year degree. 54% do not, and yet we need every single one of them to help our economy grow. In the United States, it's 60% choose to get a 4-year degree, 40% do not. We need to have manufacturing here. We need skilled trades here. So we have leaned in to a strategy which is Marshall for all. And that is not just 4-year degrees or beyond, it's also the skilled trades, working with robotics and welding. We can't do that if we don't work with Josh Baker and Mount West, or with Bonnie Copenhaver or Casey Sachs. Or we work with Melissa Blatt and ultimately have the Michelle Blatt, and have the Melissa's my cousin, Michelle's my superintendent. So we have the opportunity to work with the high school CTE programs, with the community and technical colleges, and we're leaning into micro-credentials and certificates. And I'll give you just a couple data points. In the last 12 months, the enrollment in micro-credentials at Marshall University's Advanced Manufacturing Center and on our Skills Exchange has gone up 5x, fivefold. We have 3,000 people who've completed micro-credentials. We have the opportunity to produce those who need to be able to manufacture, and those who can also lead and manage and run HR. That's what we have to focus on, the entire workforce, and we can't do that alone. We need our K through 12 school system. We need community and technical colleges, CTE, and all the 4-year degrees working together.
How many people have been up Route 2 to see the Nucor facility being built? So, Johnny, you're building a small city. I think we may require you to incorporate it, and you'll become the mayor of Nucor City. It's so large there. But give us a little update on where you are with construction, and also, if you could, tell us the end product you're going to be producing and some of the industries that will be selling that product to.
Thanks, Tony. I could not be any more proud of what that team is accomplishing there in Apple Grove and the build-out. I touched on, once we're up in operation, we'll have about 2.5 million square feet under roof, about 60 acres. We're roughly 60% complete to date. Going back to the talent, we've onboarded almost 350 teammates to help support the facility on our growth plan. We'll continue to hire in the coming months as we stage up for the construction activities and operational activities. We have over 2,400 contractors out there participating in the construction today. And I love some of the stories that we already have today about the career and the talents. I was on site this past weekend and actually supporting one of our food trucks, helping the economic engine there. And we came up to two of our contractors, and they were talking about being from Point Pleasant. And they shared with us that they were from Point Pleasant. They've been fortunate enough to get on with some of our contractors there. And all they hope now is that they'll have an opportunity for a career with Nucor. That's the exciting things that's going on. Once the facility's up and operational, we'll produce roughly 3 million tons of advanced, sustainable sheet steel products. And when you think about that, the applications go into the washers and dryers in your homes, they'll go into our energy sector, and they'll go into the autos that we drive up and down the street. This facility is a state-of-the-art facility. It is going to absolutely reshape our ability to participate in the market. It's going to allow Nucor to participate in more value-added products. We're going to have customers that are household names to all of us and ultimately supply the needs. And the other thing that we're going to do is that we're a recycling facility. So the very scrap from those old appliances, those old automobiles, will come right back into our operations and be turned right back into finished quality products. So we're thrilled to be here and excited about the opportunities ahead.
Awesome. Thank you, Johnny. Mitch, you touched a little bit about the LG Nova initiative is going to involve med tech, some clean tech, artificial intelligence, and others. Can you tell us a few of the projects you're working on? I know you have a couple in place. I know you have one with Marshall Health that's up and operational. Can you talk a little bit about some others?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about them. Some of them were under NDA and can't really disclose.
You tell us, you have to kill us?
Yeah. But I do want to go back just a moment, if I could, to talk about the talent pool in West Virginia and how important that is. West Virginia is one of the very few states in America. You get the West Virginia Invest program, if those of you who are familiar with it here, no cost community and technical college education, zero cost to our citizens. And that is a world-class program that employers throughout the nation have looked at that and said that is a fantastic commitment from the state of West Virginia. And when I've worked with people like ServiceWire or Berkshire Hathaway or Nucor or Form Energy, they have been incredibly impressed by the talent pool and the applicants that they've been able to recruit for those positions. Likewise with LG. It's a different segment, it's a different industry, it's one that we need to lean into very heavily with a technology and an innovation corridor that seeds these new opportunities. We're all familiar with Silicon Valley and all the opportunities that resonate from that type of an economy. Brad, more than anyone here probably. But we can be a part of that. The Appalachian region can be a part of that, will be a part of it, and that innovation can emanate from our energy, our ambition, our desire to provide those opportunities for our citizens. And some of the projects that we're working on specifically, we're working with in the aerospace industry and a large opportunity in the Huntington marketplace. We're working with DNA genomics testing in a manner that can more quickly identify cold case crimes or tracking of DNA evidence that will help locate missing persons. And help also solve, hopefully, the long-term goal was to solve some of these, tragic chronic diseases. So those are things that are really motivating. And then also some of the remote health care, in which we connect through, our new broadband delivery systems that will all be rolling out here in West Virginia, thanks to the recent announcements here and the hard work by the Kelly Workman at the development office and the broadband programs and so forth. So we are at the threshold of a golden age in West Virginia. I mean, we struggle with this. We always come to this precipice where where we don't take that next step. We don't have the access to the capital. We're there now. We can do these things. We can do them as well as anybody else. Innovation doesn't just come from the West Coast or the East Coast in America. It can come right here from Appalachia. You've seen the big investments in the Pittsburgh marketplace and the Columbus marketplace. We're in this corridor now. We can be that innovation arm. And from Weirton to Princeton to Point Pleasant to Martinsburg and all points in between, we have the talent and the opportunity to deliver on these great projects and to seed the next generation of wonderful opportunities for our citizens. Those are the things we're working on, and they'll quickly be coming to fruition.
Thank you, Mitch. Mr. President, let me last question for you, sir. McKinsey did a study, the West Virginia Forward Study, back in 2017-18 timeframe, which really looked at what West Virginia could do to help the nation. We've always risen to the call. Talk about how we're taking that study, how you and the team at Marshall to use that to drive economic growth and development throughout the state of West Virginia.
Yeah, and I'll start with what's familiar to everyone. The most successful economies and the most innovative companies start with market-driven innovation. They look outside and say where there are major secular trends or unsolved problems that we have demonstrated that we can do very well, and then we have some source of durable competitive advantage. And that led WVU, Marshall, the state, all of our institutions in 2017, 2018, 2019 to develop a piece of work called West Virginia Forward. And it said there are 6 areas that West Virginia can be distinctive in the 21st century. It is cybersecurity, it is healthcare, it is manufacturing, it is energy, it is aviation and advanced aerospace, and it's entrepreneurship. So all of us began to collectively work together, and we started to tell this story around the country as a part of Choose West Virginia. And said, this is what West Virginia is prepared to do. This is the demonstrated proof that we're already able to do it, and you should choose us. Example, cybersecurity. That's not one institution. That is Marshall with the Institute of Cybersecurity. It's WVU with the Cyber Resiliency Center. It's our community and technical colleges all working together, and we have become a signature place for cybersecurity. If you look at healthcare, we had to divide and conquer there. WVU took chronic diseases like neuro, heart, cancer in children. We took addiction, obesity, gerontology, rural health. We said we will work together to solve these 8 issues that the rest of the world is struggling with that we can solve well. Aviation, a perfect example. We started out 4 years ago. We had 18 students, 2 planes. We sit here today. We have 312 students, 11 planes, 2 helicopters, and 9 sites around the state working with the other educational institutions to show the world that this is where Chuck Yeager came from. This is where the Tuskegee Airmen trained. This is where Homer Hickam and the boys in October Sky built the first NASA rockets, and Katherine Johnson got them home. If you want to solve the world's problems, come to West Virginia.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been my pleasure to be here with you today. I hope everyone in this room feels the excitement, and we are on the cusp of something great here in West Virginia. You know, we've had a perception problem for a number of years. I get so frustrated. There's a podcast I listen to, and they think we all eat groundhog for breakfast and don't wear shoes. But we are changing that perception here in West Virginia. And each of you are helping do that. These gentlemen on the stage with Johnny and what Nucor's doing, Mitch and LG, President Smith, I see President Benson out there, welcome. The work that we're going to continue to do together here throughout the state. And each of you are ambassadors for our state, so please go out, tell the story. Let others know why you want to come to West Virginia and choose it. So thank you for listening to us today, and hope you all have a great summit.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Brad, Mitch, Johnny, and Tony, for that excellent discussion. As a Huntingtonian and proud graduate of Marshall University, I can't wait to see what this next chapter of growth brings. I'm Kaylin George, Chief Communications Development and Policy Officer for the West Virginia Chamber. Now, making sense of today's politics, it seems a little impossible, doesn't it? But if there's one person who can help us do that, it's our next speaker. Please join me in welcoming Jonathan Martin, one of the country's most respected political journalists. As a bureau chief and senior political columnist for Politico, Jonathan offers unparalleled insights into the key figures and forces driving American politics. Formerly the top political reporter at the New York Times and best-selling author of This Will Not Pass, he is widely recognized for his rigorous reporting, depth of analysis, and authoritative coverage of today's most pressing issues. We're honored to have him with us. Please welcome Jonathan Martin.
Well, thanks, Kaylin, for that great introduction, and thanks to Steve and the Chamber for having me. It's great to be back at the Greenbrier. I'm a Virginia guy, grew up in Virginia. I went to Hampton-Sydney. We got some hamsters in the audience there. There were a few guys from GW in Charleston in my class. And we got the homestead in Virginia, which obviously is nice, but it's hard to top the Greenbrier, isn't it? It's a great spot, and I have fond memories of being here with my family over the years for holidays and for trips. So it's nice to be back, and I'm thrilled for the invitation. This is my favorite time of the year. End of summer, it's still warm outside. Days are getting a little bit shorter, but football is just around the corner. And I thought that I'd start my talk with a big giant pander. Isn't it time to start the WVU Marshall game again in this state? I mean, come on. It's been over a decade now. I think we got to see the Herd and the Mountaineers play again in this state. And hopefully we can do that soon. There's not much going on in Washington these days. It's slow. There's not much news coming out of there. I think that the big question is, we're if President Trump is going to officiate the royal wedding between Travis and Taylor. He's volunteered to run about everything else, so I'm surprised he hasn't volunteered to run that too. We got National Guard wearing uniforms in the streets of Washington. We got the president taking a 10% share of intel. The Democrats are still doing land acknowledgments. They haven't learned anything from last year, apparently. And the two parties don't seem to be talking to each other, and we're trying to figure out if Elon's been voted off the island or voted back on the island yet. We're not quite sure what's happening there, but it's one more installment of the Trump show. It's a new one every day, as you guys know, and it's sort of hard to keep track as to what's going on. But before I get to that, and there's plenty to talk about there, I thought that I'd start with the bigger picture and then drill down to the elephant in the room and talk about kind of how we got here politically. And my view is that Donald Trump is an accelerant and a symptom of this moment in American politics, but he's not the biggest driving force to explain today's politics. I don't think Donald Trump could have existed 40 years ago. And I think the reason why gets at this moment that we're in, that I don't even think we fully grasp how significant this moment is. And that is the fact that we are finally, I think, leaving or have left what I call the kind of post-World War II consensus that all of us grew up in. Whether it was the media, whether it was politics, whether it was pop culture, we all kind of lived between what I call the 40-yard lines of American lives. And we had left of center, right of center, and center, but we all kind of had the same set of shared facts. There's that great line from Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan who said, famously, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but not their own facts. And that's the world that all of us grew up in. But I think the biggest driving factor in American politics in this century has not been Donald Trump, it's been this. I think the acceleration of the nationalization and tribalism of politics has been largely driven by technology, the development of all of us living on our phones every day and fed algorithms on social media, which obviously reinforces the tribes that we're in. When we were growing up, campaigns and elections were something that happened every 2 years. You guys remember this. You'd put the lawn signs out in the front lawn of the median, and when the weather got a little cold, football was back. People were, starting to put a sweater on. We had an election the first Tuesday of November. There was a winner, there was a loser, and then a couple of weeks later, it was Thanksgiving. People were gathering with their families. Nobody was talking about the election. We were all sitting there eating turkey, falling asleep on the couch, watching the Lions lose to somebody. And that was kind of the way it was for a long time. And politics was more of a preference than an identity. Do you like chocolate or do you like strawberry? And it was not what it is today, which is which side are you on? Are you on team red or team blue? An expression of who we are. There was this, I think one of the most telling numbers today in America is the survey that used to be taken, which said, would you be upset if your son or daughter married somebody of a different race? And now 50 years ago, that question obviously was very different than it is today. I think thankfully it's sort of gone down. At the same time, the same question asked today, which is, would you be upset if your son or daughter married somebody of a different political party? Well, you guys know the answer. The graph looks the exact opposite. And that's going up because politics has become, I think, an expression of identity now than has more than anything else. Technology has not only polarized us and pushed us into these red and blue camps, it's also nationalized politics too. And we just don't have the kind of local and regional politics and kind of differences that we used to have because of everything being nationalized. And you guys know this, that the state and local media used to cover schools, elections, roads, weather, sports. There was accountability. If somebody on the county commission or city council was taking 10 grand in a bag for a developer, that was probably going to be ferreted out by a local reporter at a local newspaper or a local TV station. The capital of this state for a century, up until 2015, had 2 daily newspapers doing that work. Well, that's all now been replaced by social media. It's the Facebook comment section. It's a next door thread about what's happening. And all that's good and fine, but they have no burden of proof or accountability to anybody, and anything goes. And that's what has now replaced state and local media. And the political impact of that has been, it has made politics a heck of a lot more predictable, because the issues, no matter the nature of the race, are nationalized. I tell the story of Senator Claire McCaskill, who many of you know was moderate Democrat from Missouri, kind of a political survivor, a bit like the former senator from this state. And her number finally came up in 2018. She lost her re-election. I remember talking to her after the election. She said, "Jonathan, I actually knew I was going to lose in the summer, but I just kept on trudging." I said, "Well, how did you know you were going to lose?" And she said, "Every time I would go into a courthouse town in rural Missouri and I would talk to voters, the first thing I did when I walked in was I would look above the bar at the restaurant or the cafe. And 9 times out of 10, the TV at the bar was playing Fox News. And I wasn't going to the local weekly paper to make my case, that they weren't hearing my case. They weren't hearing anything from me, because they were entirely driven by a set of national political facts and inclinations and identity more than anything state or local. And that same nationalization has kind of made politics more predictable basically in 42 of 50 states. We kind of know the results. We kind of know who's going to win. Elections are held now in the spring or the summer, not the fall, because the primary has become tantamount to election pretty much in 3/4 of the country. And that's a big change from not that long ago. You think about this, when President Obama was sworn in 2009, which is recent history, of the 2 Dakotas and Montana, 5 of the 6 senators from those 3 states, Montana and the 2 Dakotas, 5 of the 6 senators were Democrats. In this state, 3 of the 4 members of the congressional delegation were Democrats. And the governor was a guy, I think he has a book coming out this fall. Whatever happened to him? I think Manchin, something like that. This was still a blue state. I mean, 1988, again, not terribly long ago, Michael Dukakis lost in a landslide to George H.W. Bush for president. One of the few states he carried was West Virginia. And so politics has now become entirely nationalized, and that makes states like this fairly predictable, and the differences have moved within the party. So now you have elections that are taking place that are robust and fierce, but instead of between the parties, they're happening within the party. And you have the kind of factionalization of whatever the dominant party is in a state. And obviously here, that's the Republicans. And this has created an incentive structure in which, if you're a Republican, you want to keep your base happy on the right, and if you're a Democrat, you want to keep your folks happy on the left. And that's because in the House especially, the only way they're going to have a political challenge, 95% of them, is if they lose a primary. So what's the end result of that in Washington? Well, if your incentive structure is to keep your flank happy, then you're going to do everything to keep your flank happy, and you're going to avoid doing anything that alienates them. Then you're going to ignore that vast center, the sort of between the 40-yard lines of American life that I mentioned earlier. And that has created profound cynicism, I think, of American politics, and certainly of Washington, at the same time that every institution in American life, including my own, is facing grave doubts. There's something that I think about all the time, which is pre-Vietnam, pre-Watergate, 1964, 80% of Democrats and 73% of Republicans believed that government would do the right thing most of the time. All right? That's 80% of Democrats, 73% of Republicans. At the end of President Trump's first term, so 2020, Only 12% of Democrats thought that was the case. At the end of Biden's term last year, only 11% of Republicans thought the government would do the right thing most of the time. So, we have a profound challenge in this country of people being cynical about institutions, including the government, and it's hard to get out of that spiral. And there are structural ways that we can talk about later, but I think for now, that's what we're dealing with politically. Let's talk about the present and what kind of led up to it. I'll just talk about last year's election briefly, because we obviously all lived through it. My view is that Democrats lost last year because of what I call the 3 I's: inflation, incumbency, and identity. I'll take those one at a time. Inflation, obvious. President Biden presided over decades high inflation. People were furious about the cost of goods going up. There is nothing that takes down an American president like inflation. It is an incumbent killer in American politics. I spent a couple of days last fall on the campaign trail in eastern North Carolina with Bill Clinton, which was great fun for a lot of reasons because, the big dog is 78 or 79 now, but 78 then, and he's still out there doing his "I feel your pain." He's still got maybe not a fastball, but he can still throw decent curveball. And we were in a small town, North Carolina. I think it was Wilson, North Carolina, and as Bill Clinton is wont to do, he's incredibly smart, but he's also fairly circular. And as he's gotten older, he's gotten more circular in his remarks. And he was trying to do his Bill Clinton thing where he was explaining global supply chains and why global supply chains after COVID got clogged up and how that worsened inflation, right? And it was classic Bill Clinton stuff of trying to explain this, right? But during that tangent, he couldn't help himself, and he blurts out, I saw what inflation did to Jimmy Carter in 1980. And he did say that because he was a young governor running for his first re-election in Arkansas and lost in large part because Carter went down, obviously, in 1980. And it was a classic Clinton. He blurted out the truth and then moved on. And, of course, my ears perked up, and I put it in my story. But I say that because, inflation, I think, was the biggest driver. Speaking of Clinton, the old saying, it's the economy, stupid. Voters, especially kind of what's left of swing voters, were upset, blame the party in power, as they should, for inflation. So I think inflation, number one, doomed Democrats last year. Number two, incumbency. Look, Joe Biden, going at 82 years old, refused to consider retiring, and the American voter just looked at that and said, no way. They were skeptical from the start. I think history would be different if Biden, after the midterms, had declared victory in 2022 of some kind and found an off-ramp and not run for re-election and let Democrats have a primary in 2024. He didn't do that. He stayed too long. He told the American voter to not believe their lying eyes. And of course, the American voter is never going to do that. And then they made an historically bad bet and decided in May of 2024 that they had to change the equation of the race, that Biden's numbers were terrible. We got to make Trump the story here. We got to get Trump front and center again. He just had this court case in New York that did not break the public consciousness. Nobody cared that Donald Trump had paid off Stormy Daniels. News at 11, Donald Trump, it's shocking, right? Kristi Noem shooting her dog broke through the cultural zeitgeist in May of last year more than Donald Trump's trial in New York City. And so Democrats gambled, and it was the biggest, worst gamble in political history. And of course, the first 5 minutes of that debate effectively ended Joe Biden's political career. So I think Democrats paid a price for Biden's selfishness and paid a price for Biden trying to run one time too many. And Kamala Harris obviously fell short. In the last reason I think Democrats lost last year, that third I think, is identity. Is this view I think a lot of voters had in this country, not just right of center, but also those dead center, and even some left of center, that Democrats had become too wrapped up in issues of identity, and that had led them to not take a harder line on matters like the border and like crime. And I think Democrats paid a severe price for that politically last year. So we have Trump the sequel now. As you guys know, most sequels, Godfather 2, Rambo, etc., never as good as the original. And we'll see if this one is any different. There's not a lot to say about Trump that we don't all know because we're living with this every day. But let me just look at Trump this way. I kind of view the president as having a devil or an angel on each shoulder. And every politician to some degree is like this, right? They have the motivations that are virtuous and those that are less virtuous, right? Well, Donald Trump is like every politician I've ever covered in my life, but a lot more, right? It's like he's lit up in neon every single day and he's flashing in your face, right? That's Donald Trump. And so his vices and virtues are that much more easy to see as well. We'll take the vices first. We'll take the red devil. That Trump is overly animated by vengeance, by vindictiveness. Obviously, when you take away the security detail of your first-term advisors, Mike Pompeo and John Bolton, because they've become critical of your policies, even though they have a bounty on their head from the Iranian regime, that's pretty vindictive. A blanket amnesty of the January 6th rioters, obviously not the kind of Trump most folks are proud of. Using a fairly flimsy pretext to try to take control of the Federal Reserve Board and effectively control one of the few parts of the federal government that presidents have some distance from, which is the Federal Reserve. Well, that obviously raises questions as well, not to mention trying to control other elements of civil society, academia, law, foundations. The other Trump, the angel on the other Trump shoulder, is what I mentioned a minute ago. He's the least ideological figure. He's not a movement conservative. He's not a conservative at all. Trumpism, to me, the only definition of Trumpism, yeah, he's got populist urges and nationalist tendencies, but really Trumpism, I think, as I define it, is getting big, beautiful wins. Trump's success, Nobel Peace Prize, face on Mount Rushmore, finally gets some respect from failing CNN and the New York Times. I mean, that's what I think animates Trump, and that, to me, is the definition of Trumpism. And because of that, he's up for grabs. He is open for business, in some cases, quite literally, right? So, for example, yeah, he wants to do tariffs on other countries, but if you want to come and negotiate a deal with him, we'll lower your tariffs, right? It just depends upon the country and what the situation is. I always wondered in hindsight how this term would have been different if Democrats, after he won in November, and they couldn't do this because their base is so dug in, but if Democrats could have come to Trump last November after he won and said, Mr. President, all those conservative hardliners in Congress, they're purists, they don't want to do great deals, they don't want to get stuff done. Why don't you work with us so we can get some big, beautiful deals done across party lines and we'll all have wins together? I think Trump would have taken that kind of a deal in a heartbeat to have gotten stuff done. Democrats wouldn't obviously do it. That's a sort of fantasy. But I say that because I do think he is more open for business and more willing to do deals than any other Republican, whether it's on the economy or foreign policy. Think about the so-called axis of evil from the Bush days, right? North Korea, Iran, Russia. You throw in China if you want. This president met with Kim Jong-un at the DMZ in the first term. He just praised Kim with the South Korean president in the Oval Office right next to him earlier this week. He just met with Vladimir Putin on American soil and gave him a red carpet. He told Xi Jinping that you can keep sending Chinese college students to our universities, even though his base hates it. And I think if the Iranians had told Trump that they would do a nuclear deal, Trump never would have bombed the nuclear facilities in Iran. Trump wants to do deals no matter with who the interlocutor. And the thing about Trump, you have to keep in mind, it doesn't matter if it's Gavin Newsom or Vladimir Putin. Whoever's in front of him in that moment, he wants to win over. He's a developer. He's a hotel guy. What's it going to take to put you in this hotel, you know? And that, to me, is the key to understanding Trump. And let me just tell you a few, I think, vivid and memorable stories that I think helps explain Trump any more than I can do it. The first is somebody you might know now because he's kind of gotten a bit famous in the last month precisely because of the fact he's figured out Trump. That's the president of Finland, Alex Stubb. Now, Finland's a fairly small country, Nordic country, not that significant in geopolitics, but for the fact it shares a massive border with Russia, and they joined NATO when Biden was president. Well, why is Alex Stubb, the president of this fairly small country, sitting last week in the West Wing with the leaders of the biggest countries in Europe? He said it himself when he spoke. You may be asking yourself, why am I here? It was like the old Stockdale line, why am I here? And the reason is because something he told me when I talked to him in February. I was in Munich, Germany, covering the annual Munich Security Conference, which brings a group of defense ministers, heads of states from all over the world every February to Munich. It's kind of an academic affair, typically talking about matters of defense spending. Obviously a little bit different now because Trump coming back to power. But I met the president of Finland in the hallway there, and I started talking to him. And those of you who have been abroad and you talk to somebody in English, you know this. When you meet somebody overseas, and within the first 5 minutes of talking to that person, you can tell if they learned their English in America because the accent, the idiom, the phrases, even the intonation, you can tell is American English. So I said, I got to interrupt you, Mr. President, but did you go to school in the States? He leans in and says, I was a D1 golfer at Furman. I said, hold on a second, Mr. President, you went to college in Greenville, South Carolina? And he comes back to me and he says, Finnish by birth, Southern by the grace of God. But in a Finnish accent, doing an American Southern accent, you can imagine it in your head. And so I'm thinking to myself, my God, I got a live one here. This is going to be fun, right? And so I say, well, that's fascinating. Have you gotten to know Secretary Rubio yet? Because Rubio was there as part of the U.S. delegation. He says to me, he says, I'm the president of Finland. I've talked to your president twice already, as if to say, Secretary of State, I'm talking to Trump. And I said, you've already talked to Trump twice? He said, yeah. I said, well, now what did you learn? And he says, the Europeans have got to figure out what makes Trump tick. And we've got stuff in Finland that he likes, and I figured out Trump. And I'm thinking to myself, God, please don't say blonde women here. I was thinking it. He didn't say it. But what he said was, he said, the Europeans have got to figure out, what do we have that Trump wants? What do we have that Trump wants? Look at my country, he said. We're a small country in Scandinavia, but Trump cares deeply about Arctic supremacy. He wants to take Greenland. He wants to have a big U.S. footprint to rebut the sort of ascent of China and Russia in the Arctic. Well, we are the world's biggest maker of icebreakers, the ships that can go through ice. So we can sell to your country icebreakers, something that Trump wants because he wants to establish supremacy in the Arctic. And I said, all right, that's a good point. He said, what else do we have here? Big industry. He said, you ever heard of Nokia? I said, well, sure, the cell company, you know. He said, you guys are so worried about the rise of China, and you're so worried about the growth of Huawei taking over 4G or 5G or 17G or whatever the hell it is. He said, well, you know, we have Nokia. We're an ally. We're now part of NATO. He said, we can give you guys a better cell network too. And I'm thinking, yeah, this guy's pretty compelling, and, you know, pretty impressive. And we talk a few more minutes, and I end the conversation, and I say, Mr. President, I said, one last thing. When you talk to Trump on the phone, did golf come up? Because you mentioned that you were a D1 golfer. And he's like a stern Finn, not smiling, but the slightest grin comes onto his face when I asked that. He said, it may have come up. It may have come up. All right, fair enough. So that's February. And flash forward to April. It's a Saturday afternoon. I'm looking at my phone one time too many on a Saturday afternoon. And I see on my feed, there's a new Donald Trump truth or tweet or whatever you want to call it these days. It Says, just played 18 holes here at my course in Florida with a great guy. His name is Alex Stubb. He's the president of Finland. We had a fantastic conversation, talked about a lot of things, including America buying icebreakers. And I'm thinking to myself, and that dog, he got himself, there's no Air Force One there. He flew a commercial flight from Helsinki, I don't know how to Palm Beach, but got there, played 18 holes with Trump, got him on the course, and sold him some icebreakers. And so I tell you that story, and then you flash forward to last week, he's sitting there with Prime Minister of Britain, Chancellor of Germany, President of France, the big boy countries of Europe, and then he's sitting there too. He's become a Trump whisperer. And I think part of that, of course, is the golf connection. It doesn't hurt. Trump cares about golf. In fact, there was a hot mic last week during that session in the White House with the Europeans where Trump was talking to, I think it was Meloni from Italy, and he turns to her and says, Stubbs a really good golfer. So I think the golf helps, but it's also how can you get Trump something he wants, something he cares about, right? That is everything to him. And let me tell you two more stories. One is how Trump judges people and looks at people and what matters to him. In 2016, covering the New Hampshire primary, Trump by then was obviously the front runner, significant player, but he hadn't been elected to anything. And he's still obviously an outsider. And he was participating in the debate right before the New Hampshire primary. And some of you will recall this debate because there was the one where Marco Rubio and Chris Christie really went at it. And Chris Christie just filleted Rubio that night, as some of you recall, right? It was that debate. Well, at every presidential debate that I've ever covered, the top tier candidates, no matter the party, after the debate's over, no matter if it went well or went poorly, they don't typically come out to talk to the press. The so-called spin room is where the staff, the endorsers, the supporters come out, and they walk out there and talk to the press, and they say, my candidate had the best debate since Pericles, he cleaned up, whatever, right? It's all just BS. But Donald Trump, different kind of candidate, told his staff, he said, you mean to tell me that in that room next door, there are 500 members of the press from every corner of the world, and everybody's there from the South Korean TV networks to the Rio TV network, and they're all there mostly for me, and you're telling me that my staff is going to go out there and talk to the cameras? No way. So Donald Trump broke that tradition, and he would come out after every debate and go into the so-called spin room, a tradition, by the way, which he kept up as recently as last fall at the one debate with Kamala Harris, where he did come out and talk to the press as a former president of the United States. It was incredible. So he comes out, he talks to the press this night in New Hampshire, and I kind of hang back for a while, and I don't approach him. I kind of wait for the pack to kind of die down, and he eventually is walking out, and he still has an entourage around, but it's not that big, and I make my way to him, and I'm probably 10 feet away, and he's walking out the door. And I say, Mr. Trump. And he turns, and he sees me, and we make eye contact. He looks at me, and he looks next to his campaign manager, a guy named Corey Lewandowski, whose name you may have heard. And he says, Corey, that's Jonathan Martin, New York Times. He never gives me any good reviews. And in that moment, the perfect Donald Trump character study was offered. 3 ways. Number one, he knew me first and last name. Number two, he knew where I worked. So he was ranking me on the kind of taxonomy of who is this person to me? Are they worth talking to or not? And then lastly, he rendered the judgment of, are they for me or against me? Which side are they on, right? And it wasn't like, well, he wrote a tough piece last week about my health care plan, and I thought he was a little bit unfair about the Medicaid reimbursement. No, it was never gives me any good reviews, right? Which is pure theater. It was like as though I was like reviewing opera for the New York Times, right? It was like, well, he gives me bad reviews, but it was such a tell about how Trump thinks, how he operates, how he judges people. He did talk to me for a bit, but that moment is sort of ingrained in my mind because to me it's a great way of capturing Donald Trump. The last story I'll tell you that I think really underscores who he is at Mar-a-Lago. And for those of you who have not been, yes, there is more gold than Liberace could ever imagine. Everywhere you look is gilded. And we were down there in April of 2021. My colleague and co-author of a book that hopefully some of you are going to have. I'd be happy to sign a couple of copies afterward, to interview Donald Trump. And this is April 21. This is 3 months after January 6th. He had left office, as you recall, under not great terms. And we're down there to interview him for the book. And he's now a private citizen again. And going to Mar-a-Lago, he wants the interview to be at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he wants to do it in the great room at Mar-a-Lago. Most of you know this by now. Mar-a-Lago is a former mansion turning into Trump's private club. He lives there half the year, but it's also a club that's up and running, has members. And so we kind of think, well, that's a little interesting. He wants to have the interview in the open kind of lobby, great room of the club, but fine. Just tell us where and when, and we'll be there. So we get down there to the club, and we go in. And, we show up there early, and we got some time to kill. And we go into the restroom at Mar-a-Lago, and you can't miss it. You walk in. Above every urinal in the men's room at Mar-a-Lago is a framed magazine cover of Donald Trump from over the years. Time, 1986, the art of the comeback. The Donald is back. So he wants you to know it's his club, literally from the get-go, because he has framed magazine covers from over the years at his club. So we do the interview, and it's fine. Again, Trump wants to win you over. It doesn't matter who you are. And so he's charming away. And we're about half an hour in, and Trump's phone rings. Now, most people, when their cell phone rings in that kind of a setting, would do one of two things, right? You would either take the call and immediately tell the person you have to call them back, or you would excuse yourself, stand up, walk away and take the call, or maybe you would just send a voicemail. Trump does none of those things. Trump answers the phone, puts it on speaker. We are recording an interview, an on-the-record interview with the former president of the United States, and he takes the call mid-interview and puts it on speakerphone. And the caller that day to Donald Trump in April of 2021 was one Lindsey Graham, the senior senator from South Carolina. And Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump have this great relationship. It reminds me of the old saying that you can't bullshit a bullshitter, They kind of have each other's number. But it works somehow, who knows how, but it does. So Lindsey Graham is calling Donald Trump, and he's got big news that he wants to report. And the news that Graham wants to share with Trump is the biggest, most coveted recruit of the entire 2022 Senate cycle has decided he will run for the Senate. Herschel Walker is going to run for the Senate in Georgia. The big fish has been landed now on the boat. But Lindsey, as only Lindsey can, says, now, Mr. President, don't say anything about this. It's not public. But you may want to call Herschel and say, we're so happy about this, Herschel, and we're thrilled to have you. We're so excited that you're going to run and do this. But nobody knows this yet, so don't tell anybody. While on speaker with two reporters with their tape recorders running, right? Finally, mercifully, deep into the conversation, we're hearing about Herschel and the recruitment and all this. Trump interjects and says, hey, Lindsey, by the way, I'm sitting here with these two guys. Yeah, Jonathan Martin and Alex Burns from the New York Times. And you can almost hear on the other end of the line the swallow. And in his mind, I'm sure he's thinking, well, you could have told me that 20 minutes ago, Mr. President. And we are thinking to ourselves, well, why in the heck would he just out himself for having Lindsey listen to the whole conversation? But there's a method, and there's a reason why Trump has told Lindsey that we're sitting there. Trump says, Lindsey, while I got you on the phone, tell these two guys here, how powerful is my endorsement in the Republican primary? Now, keep in mind, this is April 21. Trump's out of office. He's just left. He's at a kind of a low ebb. But Trump tells Lindsey, tell him about, and Lindsey Graham, who is nobody's fool, says, fellas, I've been around politics since Reagan. I have never seen anybody in our party whose endorsement can move numbers overnight. Once he endorses you, that locks up the primary, and Trump is thrilled. He's holding the phone up, smiling. Lindsey thinks he's done his bit for God and country. He's getting ready to hang up and get off the phone. Lindsey, one more thing before I let you go. Yeah, Mr. President, tell these fellows, how good's my golf game? And Lindsey, again, totally impromptu, he just jumps. He says, fellas, he's one of the best golfers I've ever played with in my entire life. He hits the ball long and straight. Whether it's his short game or his long game, and Trump at this point is beaming. He is holding the phone up, right, and smiling ear to ear. Finally, he lets Lindsay get off the phone. Well, we eventually end the interview and get back into the car, and we're driving back to the airport. Now, all of you have been in a situation like this, probably at like a family Christmas or whatever, when an in-law makes an inappropriate comment and you stare at your spouse across the table as if to say, could you believe your uncle just said that? And you get back in the car after the holiday, and the first thing you do when those doors close, you turn to your spouse and you say, I can't believe your uncle said that. So my colleague and I get back in our car to go back to the airport, and the doors close. We turn to each other and we say, oh my gosh, can you believe he put Lindsey Graham on speakerphone for 20 minutes? And so we're driving back to the Palm Beach airport to fly home. And I've known Lindsey Graham for decades covering politics, and he's great fun. And I say, you know what? I got an idea. I say, let's call Lindsey ourselves and just do kind of an after action. And so we call Lindsey in the car, and we're driving to the airport. And he answers the phone. He doesn't say, hello. He doesn't say, who's this? He answers the phone. He says, well, is he gone yet? True story. True story. The one, and I'll end with this and then take some of your questions and talk about 26 and 28. The most telling part of that trip, though, was why we were there at 4 p.m. and why we were in the great room. We just thought it was kind of coincidence, 4 p.m. in the great room. We were wrapping up the interview after the classic Lindsey interregnum call at about 5:15, 5:20. Now, what's happening in South Florida at 5:20 at night? It's the early bird special. Folks are coming in for dinner. And so we're wrapping up the interview at 5:20. And all around us, there's folks wearing black tie. They're setting up the shrimp, setting up a salad, setting up everything. And it's a little bit awkward because we're trying to do the interview and there's folks putting up, chafing dishes. Suddenly, the members of the club start coming in. And Trump bounds out of his chair. He's wearing a coat and tie because he always is, and he buttons his coat and tie. And he says, fellas, come with me. And we go over, and he starts greeting the members of the club. And he's back in New York or in Atlantic City, and nothing has changed in the last 30 years. Fellas, I want you to meet Bob and Susie. Bob here is the biggest car dealer in Boca Raton. If you need a new Benz, he's your guy. Susie, you look fantastic. Is your hair different? Bob, you lost weight. You look great. He's just laying it on. He's schmoozing. He's so talented at making the sale, right? It's the art of the deal. And, people are warm and saying hello, and Trump is just going to town. He says, folks, it's Tuesday. Don't forget, it's prime rib night. And he turns, and there's a guy with one of those big, tall, white hats in the corner of Mar-a-Lago, and he's doing the prime rib thing. And I'm thinking to myself, this guy had nuclear weapons a half an hour ago, and he's now pushing prime rib night at Mar-a-Lago. It's like, what a country here, huh? It was an amazing scene. And I didn't think that much more of it, beyond just Trump being Trump, making the sale, and how amazing it was that he was selling prime rib night. But then it occurred to me what he was up to, and it all made sense. He was playing to two audiences, and he was doing a projection of strength with two audiences. For the members of his club, he wanted to show the members of the club, here are these two guys who have come down from Washington to interview me for their book. You thought maybe after January 6th I was damaged goods. Maybe I was yesterday's news. Maybe you shouldn't keep paying dues to be members of Mar-a-Lago. But hey, these guys still think that I got it because they came all the way to my turf to interview me for their book. So maybe you ought to keep coming here and paying your dues to Mar-a-Lago because the Donald still got it. For my colleague and I, the journalist there, it was the exact same thing. Oh, you guys thought maybe after January 6th I was damaged goods, I was yesterday's news, I was dead in the water politically? Well, look here, it's 5:20 on a Tuesday night. I still got all these folks coming into my club, and they're still paying dues here, and they're still coming to see me because I'm still the Donald. I still got it. It was a simultaneous projection of strength with both audiences at the same time. And that, to me, is classic Trump. Maybe he couldn't tell you what the capital of Poland is, but he's got a feral genius and a feral talent for understanding strength and understanding weakness. I'll end with just this real fast and take some of your questions about where we're going. Looking forward. 26, no, I'll talk 28 for a second. Look, I think right now it's very difficult to see Democrats taking back the Senate in 2026. The map just doesn't necessarily work for them. I think what I was talking about earlier, Democrats have a profound issue. They just can't appeal to voters in a lot of states where they used to have a foothold because they can't make the sale. They're simply not a party that people are willing to vote for on pure identity grounds. It's like in real estate. They can't get folks to look at the house because they won't even come inside. They take one look at the frame and the exterior and they won't go in. Democrats have that problem, I think, in 2/3 of the country right now, which creates a huge problem when every state has 2 senators. I think the Senate's going to be a challenge. And I think will be, by the way, for some time. In fact, I think Democrats' biggest challenge in American politics now is the Senate and getting a durable majority back in the Senate. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to do. If you had talked to me 4 months ago about the House, I would have said Democrats almost certainly are going to win back the House next year when the party in power has the control of both chambers of Congress and the presidency. History tells us that with the exception of 2002 when George W. Bush was riding high after 9/11, every first midterm, the party in power tends to lose the House if they have control of the House. We've seen this, we saw it in 1994, we saw it in 2010, we saw it in 2018, Trump's first time around, and obviously we saw it in 2022 with Biden. That said, I'm not as certain Democrats take the House next year for the very reason of what's happened in the last few months. You know, Texas can get Trump maybe 4, maybe 3, depending upon how well they do in the Rio Grande Valley seats. And if Gavin Newsom is able to get his presidential application, his reapportionment plan approved by the voters this fall to ditch their commission and redraw their map, California can probably offset what Texas gets. But then it's not a fair fight. And Trump can tell Indiana, Missouri, Ohio, Florida, a few other red states, depending upon what happens to the Voting Rights Act, to basically go back to the drawing board and come back with maps that effectively redraw their entire states to write off any seat where Democrats can be competitive in the House. And if they're able to do that, and it clears the courts, and by the way, I think the next 6 months is going to be all court fights with both parties because this is all going to be challenged in court. But if Trump can do that, it's totally plausible that they could find 15 to 20 maximum House seats in which they can redraw to make them safe Republican seats. And that changes the fight dramatically next year in the fight for the House and raises the possibility that Trump could be even in the low 40s, which typically dooms a president in the midterms, and still control the Senate and the House. Again, politics has become a matter of identity, not preference now. And that, I think, is a huge advantage to Trump in this moment. That said, if the economy does go into a recession, if Trump trying to recreate the Fed in his image and does spook the markets, and you start to see the markets absorbing the tariffs in ways that they're not right now, then I think Trump could actually hurt himself politically and maybe give Democrats a shot. A lot of this depends upon if Trump is going to be at 43 or 36, 37 by Election Day 2026. At the same time, looking at 2028, I'll take the Republicans first here. I think the future of the Republican Party will turn in great measure on what Trump looks like by the end of 2027. Are we in a recession? Has Trump been able to get some big deals done internationally and at home and avoid alienating people he doesn't need to alienate? If we're not in a recession, the economy is doing well, and Trump is, in the mid-40s, which, by the way, Trump being at 46, like most presidents being at 76, right? Because his ceiling is so low, even though his floor is high. Then I think Trump can basically pick his successor. And he'll have a kind of reality show tryout. He'll make JD, do some live TV thing where he has to come in with a rose or something. If I was thinking in my head about how Trump is going to do it, poor JD Vance. The poor guy's going to go to Iowa and Trump's going to find out and go to Iowa himself just to troll him, you know. I saw you were in Des Moines last week, JD. It's interesting. I'm actually going to Cedar Rapids myself next week. The last thing Trump wants to be is a lame duck for all the obvious reasons. So I think Trump is going to push back, stall this primary until the last possible second, because Trump wants, it's a one-man act, right? Which Elon found out the hard way, that this is a one-man act, and Trump is not going to want to have anything that reminds the American voter he's a lame duck. But if he's riding high, he effectively can control the primary. He does his bachelorette-type challenge. J.D. Vance today probably gets the rose, is my guess. Not going to come without some kind of a bargain that J.D. will, I'm sure, have to cut. But I think Vance today is the favorite successor. Although, you may have noticed every time Trump's asked about 2028, he always cites Vance in the same breath as he cites Rubio, too. Trump has really become taken with Rubio, and I made him a sort of valued national security advisor. And so I think that's kind of interesting. It wouldn't surprise me if Trump basically tried to dictate a Vance-Rubio ticket. He's already made noises about that. And you can see Trump trying to be the kingmaker in that fashion. But I think if Trump, take the other version, let's say that we do go into a recession, that by the end of 2027, the Trump fatigue next time makes 2020 look like child's play, right? The country is just so ready to end the Trump show. They don't want any more installments of Bachelorette. And if that's the case and Trump is in the 30s, I think it's hard to see Trump falling below 30 because his floor is so sturdy. But if Trump's in the 30s, then I think you have a more interesting race. And then it becomes something in which other folks get in. Trump can't necessarily dictate the outcome, he'll still try. And you have people, I don't know, Brian Kemp, Glenn Youngkin, Dave McCormick, Sarah Huckabee, maybe Rubio himself, if Rubio steps down early, who try to thread a needle. And the needle is, I'm not anti-Trump, I'm post-Trump. And they try to find a way to appeal to Trump's base and be MAGA, but not defined by MAGA. And basically what I kind of call play both ends of the piano. That's really hard to pull off in American politics, but we'll see maybe if somebody can do that. But I think that only happens if Trump falls into the 30s. I think the more likely scenario is Trump is just popular enough to basically pick the ticket for his successor in 2028. I'll end with the Democrats, then take your questions. So Senator Capito is here. I tend to not think that any of her colleagues on the Democratic side are going to emerge as the favorites for 2020. I think if your first name is Senator in today's Democratic Party, you're not terribly popular. But I think the Democratic primary comes down to two things. Number one, who can break through on this? Who can get your attention on this for 7 seconds, right? I mean, for all of his analog tendencies, and Donald Trump loves Time magazine, he wanted to be man of the year, something fierce, and he was. He cares about the print placement of the New York Times in ways you still think it's 1983. But Trump mastered this. FDR was to radio, JFK was to TV, what Trump was to social media, right? And Democrats are finally figuring this out. You see Gavin Newsom the last month, right? Who can break through on this and grab you by the lapels for 7 seconds? All right? What Democrat can do that? And secondly, what Democrat can plausibly say that they are running against Washington and running against the status quo? If you look at the last 50 years, the Democrats who won the presidency, and take Biden out of the equation, because Biden to me is the exception that proves the rule. Biden was more a vehicle of anti-Trump, anti-COVID, make them both stop, sir, and go away. He was president, not Donald Trump, more than he was President Joe Biden. So take Biden out of the equation. Who are the three Democrats the last half century who were able to become president? Jimmy Carter in 76, Bill Clinton, 1992, Barack Obama in 2008. What do they all have in common? They all ran plausibly against Washington and against the political status quo as outsiders who were going to shake things up. I just think that's when Democrats tend to do well, when they can style themselves as folks who are going to try to upset the political status quo rather than be stewards of it, like John Kerry or Al Gore or Hillary Clinton. So who's the Democrat that can get your attention on this and can plausibly run against Washington and the status quo? You tell me who that is, I'll tell you who their nominee is going to be. But I'll say this, and I'll end here and then take a question or two. If we were in this room in the summer of 2005, when Democrats were as despairing as they are today, they thought George W. Bush and Karl Rove had found a way to control the country for the next 40 years. We're never going to be a majority party again. Oh my gosh, it's over. If you had said, well, you know what the answer is in 2.5 years? The Democratic path back to take Iowa, Indiana, and North Carolina in 2008, it's going to be a black guy with a Muslim name from a big city. You would have said, who the hell hired this guy, right? But that's what happened, and Barack Hussein Obama won in a landslide 2.5 years later. I just say that because the assumptions of today can look foolhardy down the road. Let me take a question or two about this moment in American politics, and then I'll pass the mic. Anybody have a question about Trump, Air Force One, Mar-a-Lago?
There we go. Earlier you talked about the 3 I's as really the reasons the Democrats lost. What if Joe Biden into 2022 says, you know what, I'm too old, I'm stepping down? Would they have been able to overcome the other 2 I's?
I think you're looking at a really competitive race. If Biden says, I'm not putting my thumb on the scale, nor will my party, we're going to have an open primary, and they can choose whoever they want. And Kamala Harris would have gotten in, but wouldn't have had necessarily an advantage, wouldn't have had the DNC's list, wouldn't have had the DNC's access to fundraising. And I think you're looking at a much more competitive race. Keep in mind that the election last year basically came down to, 238,000 votes in 3 states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So, that's what decides elections these days in American life, right? We've kind of gone back to the 19th century, not just in terms of our media, but our politics too. We have these incredibly close, hard-fought elections that are basically decided by a small handful of states, because most states were already locked in. We had no other results. And look, I think if Democrats had found somebody who was not of Washington, who could plausibly run against Washington, what I just talked about a minute ago, which is always their key to success, somebody who would have had the fortitude and also the ability to throw Biden under the bus, or at least run from him authentically and say, I wasn't part of this crowd, I wasn't there, I'm not part of the Washington problem, I didn't do inflation. Whether that's a governor like, Shapiro or Whitmer or Newsom, Pritzker, I think that would have given them a huge advantage, because it would have been harder to tie them to Biden, number one. And number two, it's something that Kamala Harris inherently couldn't do, because her first name was vice president. She worked in the building. How could she run against the guy who had picked her for president? So I think it would have given them a much better chance to win. I don't know if it changes the outcome, but boy, I think in that case you're looking at maybe a 2000 style Florida competitive election type recount, Anybody else? Yeah.
Thank you so much. This has been wonderful. I've really enjoyed your talk. So in your experience covering all these election cycles, what would it take, whether politically or structurally, for a moderate candidate to survive the primary and maybe even be a serious contender or being taken seriously in a presidential election?
No, it's a great question to end on, because I think you've touched on the most important issue that we're facing, which is the broad center of the country and the broad center of the ideological spectrum is kind of left out, right? And that's a real change for what politics was in the 20th century, in which, advertisers, companies, media organizations, politicians, pastors, every big institution in American life in the 20th century tried to appeal to that demographic, right? Because that was a mass audience and they were the ones that had the numbers, right? So if you were GM, or if you were Richard Nixon or Ronald Reagan, or you were Warner Brothers Pictures, whatever institution in American life, that's who you wanted to appeal to. And I think that's why I mentioned technology so prominently, because I think the great crack up of our time came with the acceleration of technology in our hands, and that has basically created a fractured cultural, media, and political environment that's much closer to the 19th century than the post-World War II environment. And it has created an incentive structure. Oh my gosh, you're interested in fishing or sports or college football? I'm going to give you more on that. Oh, you're a conservative or a liberal? I'm going to give you more on that. And it pushes you deeper and deeper into whatever your preference is, right? And so, of course, then you have a politics that reflects that. I can come back for 2 more years or 6 more years. All I have to do is appeal to 175,000 people in my district who are going to make up a winning primary. Boy, that's pretty easy. I just got to be pure, walk the line, and everything else takes care of itself. How do you change the incentive structure, right? It's not very easy, and there's very few folks that can overcome those tidal forces. Manchin did it for a while. Susan Collins going to try to do it one more time here next year. It's not easy to do politically because you're going against the tide. So how do you change that? Well, what I worry about on this is that there's only so much you can do to regulate this, right? And I kind of worry that once Congress gets around to realizing these algorithms are breaking up American families, they're making politics worse, everything is gotten worse. We got to regulate the algorithms. That's like 5 years from now, and by then they're fighting the last war, because 5 years from now the problem isn't going to be the algorithms. The problem is going to be AI and deep fakes, and not knowing what is real and what's not. I don't want to be a downer today, but that's kind of the glass is half empty version of it. So I think you got to have some structural reforms. What does that look like? I think you got to change the way which we nominate people. Does that mean doing an Alaska-style system in which you have a kind of instant runoff? Does it mean changing the way you draw the lines? I think those are possibilities. The challenge is that no party wants to take any kind of reform that they think is going to hurt them, right? And so look at Democrats now. They say, oh, so we did these independent commissions to redraw the lines, and we were going to be good government, and we were going to have competitive districts again to drain the partisanship out of politics, reform everything, and have citizen commissions. And look what we got. Texas is going to, the middle of the decade, redraw their lines, and now we can't redraw our lines because we're bound to some commission. And so we're fighting with one hand tied behind our back. So the parties don't want to give up an advantage. I'll end with this, though. What does give me some optimism is that we're living through times that are so familiar. I mean, this is the long arc of the country, right? The long history of this country has always been, you take a couple of steps forward, there's a step back, and there's steps forward again. That's just who we are as a country. That's always been the case. Progress is never a straight line. And I feel like what ultimately is going to solve this, maybe some structural reforms, but ultimately it's going to be people a generation or two younger who get tired of the fractious nature of our politics, the toxic nature of our politics, frankly, and decide to do something about it. And that, to me, is the glass is half full approach. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I'm going to stick here and sign some books. If you all want to grab a personalized book, I'm available. Thank you. Go Herd.
Thank you, Jonathan. What an incredibly insightful discussion, and we are so glad that you are here with us today. Very proud to be here today. I'm Tiffany Lawrence, President and CEO of Kenna Communications, and I would like to invite a few people to the stage for an exciting announcement today. But before I do, can we please cue the video?
Right here in West Virginia, we have an opportunity to reach even greater heights by looking below. Beneath this great land of ours lies an aquifer that can produce over 1.5 million gallons of fresh water per day indefinitely. A valuable source of fresh, clean water that can meet our local needs while serving Americans who need it most. Generations of hard-working citizens, first responders, soldiers, and families in need. It is relief when disaster strikes, strength for those who serve, fuel for the ones who will build our future. From the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, this is more than a resource. It is a responsibility to our land and to our people across the nation. We are committed to creating a lasting economic impact, to building local jobs, serving communities, and supporting generations to come. Valor Reserve. Our mission is clear.
I think we can applaud for that. What do you say? Indeed, that video and that message is a tough act to follow. But thank you to the Chamber of Commerce today for allowing me to make this coveted introduction. It is not often that I get to work with clients that feel more like friends than professional contacts. But in this case today, folks, this rings true. Not only have they been friends to me, but they truly have become friends to West Virginia. And I hope you'll agree after meeting them today that we want to see more of them for many years to come. Sean Masterson and Jeff Fishback are the co-founders and owners of Valor Reserve. Sean and Jeff have been business partners for over 15 years, where they have a long history of making investments throughout the United States and internationally in various operating companies and across different real estate asset classes. And as I can say firsthand, although they are humble, they are not afraid to roll up their sleeves like real West Virginians and get their hands dirty. In fact, the Greenbrier is actually a step up from our venue last week, right guys? We were actually all in our boots and denim last week to celebrate the start of the Jefferson County Fair and the restoration of the grandstands, which Jeff and Sean humbly donated and brought a vision to life for our home county. So I hope you will join me in saying, I'm glad to see them clean up well. With that, it is an honor and a privilege today to welcome Sean Masterson and Jeff Fishback, the founders of Valor Reserve.
All right, well, thank you so much. This may come as a surprise to many people. I actually don't ever do this. I've probably spoken to a crowd of 40 people in my life, so bear with me as we get through this. It's common for most of you, but not me. Want to start off by thanking the Chamber, Steve, Brian, Kathleen, Kaylin. This is a phenomenal event. It's the first time we've been a part of it, and we're happy to be a part of it. And the Greenbrier is a stunning location, to say the least. We had the joy of playing at the golf course yesterday for 9 holes. Based on how well my golf game is, it felt like we played 27, as I was constantly looking for the balls. But it's neither here nor there. We're here for an important week of the Chamber Business Summit, so thank you. Jeff and I are the founders of Valor Reserve. Simple question is, why are 2 guys from California somehow made it to West Virginia and are going to make a $300 million capital investment into this state and create jobs? Very fair. Well, we've taken in 4 years over 100 trips to West Virginia. We've missed holidays, birthdays, obviously lots of planes. Our wives have had the benefit of the extra mileage we get, but all the downside of not being present. So we also wanted to acknowledge them, my wife Colleen Masterson and Jeff's wife Sarah Fishbeck, for allowing us doing this and support our business ventures this year. So as Tiffany mentioned, we've completed projects all across the U.S., across various asset classes, and invest in different operating companies. As anyone knows who's an entrepreneur, you start off with an idea or a vision of a project or a company, and that pivots numerous times back and forth over the course of the life of that project. I love to say we've won on every single one, and that's not the case. You get the wins, you take the hits, and you just keep going. This project was brought to us through a friend of a friend of a friend, right in the middle of COVID. We thought it was unique, an interesting idea that you had an old 3M plant and there was a possibility to do a redevelopment and create something special. What that was, we weren't sure, but we couldn't get on a plane and come out here because of the flight restrictions. So we managed to do all this via drone and built an advisor team, consulting team around this. It lifted, the travel ban lifted. We got on a plane and said, okay, if we're going to do this, we actually have to get eyes on it and see the community and make sure that this community and this state is something that we want to do business in. And for those of you who are contemplating expanding a business into West Virginia or starting a new one, what we can tell you is two things from our personal experience. One is this is a very pro-business state. This is a state that, unlike where we come from, it starts off as a yes, where you try and figure out a path to it. Where we come from, it's a no. 3 years later, you get to a no, and then you get to a maybe. At that point, you're exhausted. So it was very refreshing to come and work in West Virginia, not only because of the business climate, but also the people. The people here in West Virginia have a strong work ethic. They have a patriotic component that's important to Jeff and myself. Just to clarify, we're from Orange County, California. So any preconceived notions people have of that state, just to give you some background on Jeff and I. Values like patriotism, stewardship, accountability, transparency, and hard work are all things that are important to us as people and as our families. And at the end of the day, we look at this as a state that we can make a generational impact. We looked at an opportunity that we can create jobs, multi-generational jobs, and it'll be an asset that we hold forever. To give you a little bit of idea of the economic impact, as I mentioned, we're going to be $300 million to $350 into this when we're all said and done building this facility. It will support, during construction, approximately 1,400 jobs over the 2 years of construction, which will generate about $82 million in wages. And once the facility, which will have 200 direct high-paying jobs at $60,000 a year average, it will have about another 1,000 jobs impacted throughout the supply chain. So we're extremely happy about the jobs that we're going to be able to create and the high-paying local jobs that we're going to deliver. So West Virginia, most people know coal. Everyone knows coal for West Virginia. Mountain State, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Everyone knows the song. I won't sing it for you guys because no one wants to hear that. But it's obviously Mountaineer football and basketball. 4 years ago, I made the decision never to bet against you guys on the March Madness bracket. So I've learned the hard way too many times. But what we're interested, what drove us to West Virginia, as I mentioned, the pro-business climate, is the regulatory environment to get things done and businesses created in a certain time period. There's nothing worse than a regulatory burden that a government or a county puts on you in different states, because at the end of the day, time is money. The longer it takes to get to market, the longer your business is impacted. And so that has been refreshing to work not only with the community, local community, the county, and specifically the state officials recognizing that this is something that is a huge driving force for why companies want to come to West Virginia and the geographical location of it. As I mentioned, patriotism. An interesting fact, and the question we get is why Valor Reserve? I didn't know this, but I thought it was interesting, and I apologize if most of the people in this room know this. But since our nation's founding, the French and Indian War, the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the West Virginia Mine Wars, all had participation and all had people serve in West Virginia. Not to mention every single U.S. military engagement abroad, which West Virginia hosts the highest per capita enrollment in the U.S. military. And we think that's just beyond commendable. And so hence, valor is a trait, bravery, and courage that ties us all together. This aquifer that we reference has the ability to produce over 1.5 million gallons a day. And that is under the natural recharge rate. So what that means is this will never go dry. With this what we believe is a critical resource to the state, to the region, to the nation, we believe that it requires a special level of stewardship and duty on our behalf to make sure we manage this correctly. We want to ensure that this always stays American-owned and American-operated. We've seen a lot of different things take place over the past 2 years with foreign shell companies coming into lands all across the U.S., buying up ag land, buying up land by military installations, buying up water rights. And that made us pivot how we thought about this project, from just a traditional real estate development to how do we build an operating company that serves a greater good that impacts the community, the region, and the nation, and while stewarding and protecting a natural critical resource, which is water. So, in summary for this, before I hand it over to my business partner, Jeff Fishbeck, Valor Reserve will always be American-owned. It will never be operated by a non-American company. And it will always maintain local jobs in West Virginia, and it will always make a positive economic impact and a positive community benefit impact on the state of West Virginia. So with that, I'm going to pass the podium over to my colleague, Jeff Fishbeck, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for being here today. As Sean and Tiffany both mentioned, my name is Jeff Fishbeck, and I'm the other co-founder of Valor Reserve. In this room, there are countless state senators, delegates, and consultants that have helped us make the project possible. We want to thank specifically U.S. Senator Jim Justice, Governor Patrick Morrisey, Congressman Riley Moore, and Congresswoman Carol Miller. Their support has been absolutely tremendous. Also at this time, we would like to celebrate a very special individual who's been instrumental in helping our team broaden our horizons and understand the national significance of this critical resource for all Americans. With that being said, we'd like to present a small token of recognition to her leadership and valor as we celebrate our investments in West Virginia. So if you would, please help me welcoming to the stage the Honorable U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito. We couldn't have done this without her guidance and support, and we really appreciate you and applaud you for your efforts to move West Virginia forward. So we present you the first ever Valor Award, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, John. Thanks, Tiffany.
Thank you, everyone. Look forward to this meeting and answering any questions. We're here for a couple days. So thank you very much for the time. We appreciate it.
Let's give another huge round of applause to Sean and Jeff, Valor Reserve. The 50 options across the country, they chose West Virginia. Thank you, guys. I speak on behalf of everyone in the room here. Anything we can do to help make your transition to West Virginia a successful one, we're here to help. My name is Chad Prather. I'm the regional president for Huntington Bank. We've got the great, distinguished honor to introduce our next speaker here in just a moment. I'm here today to talk about education. I think we'll also be talking quite a bit, and you'll see quite a bit of energy, not the coal and natural gas kind, but a whole different kind. So be ready for our next speaker here. It's going to be a lot of fun. I've been asked a lot of times through this morning and this afternoon, what is Ignite the Classroom? So what are we doing? Huntington Bank has partnered with a lot of local foundations and corporations across the state to send West Virginia teachers to the Ron Clark Academy. If you don't know who Ron Clark is, you're about to meet him here in just a moment. I like to call him the Michael Jordan of teachers. He is the very best in the world. He's been recognized for that. So teachers all over the world, all over the country, go to his academy every year to learn how to be better teachers, to learn techniques. We had the great fortune to send 130 teachers from West Virginia down to the Ron Clark Academy in Atlanta this summer. We couldn't have done that without some great partnerships. So we want to introduce Ignite the Classroom to all of you today in hopes that you walk away inspired, you walk away wanting to take this back to your communities and send more teachers down to the Ron Clark Academy next summer. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But before I introduce Ron, I'd like to share a quick video. We were able to capture some of the moments down at the Ron Clark Academy this summer, and I think the video will speak for itself.
I am so excited to see what today brings.
Seems like a lot of excitement.
It's overwhelming, the fantastical nature of this place.
I started out as a kid in an after-school program in a very rural area, and I heard about Ron Clark, and it's been my long life dream to come here. It was so surreal. It was a fantastic experience. Every session, every workshop.
The dude's a mad scientist. He's created this place, the whole thought process of education.
It's been inspiring, but also been pampering.
It's like an educator's dream, or Disney World for real.
I really like his concept of teaching to the highest and hopes that that brings everybody up.
Been in education for 30-some years. Never, ever, ever have we been treated this well.
Food and airfare and this awesome experience provided for nothing.
Thank you, Huntington Bank. Teachers aren't used to this sort of treatment.
I'm going to remember that every child has a story and ultimately just work on how to be a better professional, to be a better champion for each one of my students.
You really start to see how a lot of this stuff translates to your own classroom, to your own building.
And we need this kind of stuff in our building, and we're going to have a great school year.
It's been incredible.
I'm so thankful for Huntington Bank for making this a reality.
All right. It is now my great honor, thank you, to introduce our next speaker, the man behind all of what you just saw. Ron Clark is a New York Times best-selling author. He's known as America's Educator, Disney America's Teacher of the Year, and co-founder of the Ron Clark Academy. He was also selected as Oprah's first Distinguished Gentleman's Award winner. Ron has achieved outstanding success with students from low-wealth areas in rural North Carolina, as well as Harlem and New York City, with his classes being honored at the White House on 3 separate occasions. He serves as a teacher and administrator at the Ron Clark Academy, an award-winning and internationally acclaimed middle school in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's give him a warm West Virginia Chamber welcome. Welcome, Ron Clark.
Thank you. I love you. Thank you. What's up, everybody? That's the first time I ever seen that video. I ain't never been called a mad scientist before, but that's pretty cool. But anyway, I'm a school teacher, and I'm very grateful to Huntington Bank for making that possible. They're the most wonderful people for giving opportunities to educators. Our school is a little different. Now, I teach there. I teach 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th grade. The first day of school for us is tomorrow. I'm really excited about it. This is going to be year 32 for me. I'm looking forward to it. But this idea for our school started many, many years ago. I had this plan. I said, what if we build one school and put all of America's best educators in one building, then everyone can come learn about how we work with kids, how we structure our lessons, how we get parents involved, how we handle discipline. So I visited all 50 states, including West Virginia. I went to 300 school systems, and I just sat in all these classes. And I went from class to class in every school all over America. When I found these outstanding educators, I begged them to move to Atlanta, and they did. And so now we all live in Atlanta. We teach in this one school. Most of my teachers are former presidential award winners. They are National Teachers of the Year. So we've got the best educators in the world all in one building. So when educators from West Virginia go, they're sitting in these classes with 30 kids in a class, and a lot of our kids have challenges, but they see how our educators handle the challenges, how they bring it to life, how they make education exciting and powerful, and it's pretty cool. Then they take our ideas back to their classrooms. Tens of thousands of educators visit us all throughout the year, every week. They're in our building, they're learning, they're growing. It's pretty cool. Now, there was this school in South Carolina called Chastain Road Elementary School. Now, they had a lot of challenges. They were rated a 1. They rated them from 1 to 5, 1's the lowest. So they were the lowest. And so the principal said, the state's going to take us over. We got to do something. So they took all their teachers, the cafeteria workers, the secretaries, they all came to our school for 2 days. After 2 days, the principal said, we about to copy everything y'all do. The lessons, the way you work with parents, the way you handle discipline, the way you build a climate culture. I said, well, we're a nonprofit. Go copy it. So they went back. 18 months later, they became a rated 5-level school in South Carolina. And they were a school and got no money in the country, and they're now level 5. Schools visit them now in South Carolina to see how do you raise these test scores, how do you do it, and they say they learned it all from us. Arizona's Principal of the Year, in her speech, when she won the award, she just said, I don't feel like I deserve this because we just copy RCA. We're just copying everything they do, so I want to give them a shout out. That's the type of impact that we're having. And thanks to Huntington Bank, 130 West Virginia educators came to Atlanta, spent 2 days with us this summer. And I got to tell you, 3 different teachers from West Virginia crawled up under my armpit and cried right on my chest. They were so grateful for the opportunity. Some of them said they ain't even never been on the airplane. And that was the first time they said not only was it a great learning experience, it was just great for them to get out and to see it, and they were so grateful for the opportunity. We are making an impact on educators everywhere, thanks to Huntington Bank and their partners. So, like I said, tomorrow is our first day of school. So we did an activity yesterday that I think is really important because no matter what your business is or what your school is, the key is relationships. So yesterday we took the picture of our kids, we blew them up about this big, and we put them all over the gym. So the whole staff looked around at all the kids, and I gave every staff member 5 red dots. I said, put the red dot on the kid that you're most bonded with, the kid you have the best relationship with, maybe you coach that kid. So they did that. Then I said, now here's 10 blue dots, and put that on the kids you got the next level of connection. Not as strong as a red, but next. Then I gave them 10 them yellow dots. I said, now you put them out, and then let's see. So after we did it, we stood back and we looked at our school. I said, we can now see the relationships in this building. And we saw kids with a bunch of dots beside a kid ain't got no dots. And I said, that's why he don't do his homework. He didn't get 1 dot from none of us. And then let's look, that's why she's a discipline problem. So then what we do every year, we push all the kids who don't get dots to the center. We take a picture of it, and then we say, let's pour into these kids. Let's invest in these kids. I say, he ain't good on the basketball team, but he gets in the last 60 seconds normally. When he comes in that game, I want him to hear all of us shout his name, cheer for him. I want you to go up to him the next day in the hall and say, woo, when you got in that game, you were killing it. Why don't you start? They should start you. We got to invest in these kids, call their names in class, speak to them in the hallway. We really have to invest. And so what we do at our school, step 1, and what we show other schools, you invest in the kids. We held up pictures yesterday, and I say, tell me about this kid. Those of you who've taught this kid before, what makes this kid tick? Now imagine your kids' school right now putting up your kid's picture and the whole staff saying, what's this kid like? How can we motivate this kid more? What interests does this kid have? Really investing in, not only am I going to teach you, I want to know who you are. So that's kind of step 1 of what we do. But anyway, you can probably tell when I open my mouth, I ain't from Atlanta. I'm from the country. When I open my mouth, the tractor falls out. I am from eastern North Carolina. I grew up down tobacco roads. We dug potatoes. Back when we didn't have the tractor, we'd hoe and we'd dig them with our hands and sell them into bushels on the side of the road. No one in my family on either side had ever been to college. I'm the first one to go. I went to East Carolina University. Did I hear one woo? Who was that woo? Who was the woo? You? I love it. We're the pirates. So anyway, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts for 40 hours a week all throughout college. When I graduated, a local teacher passed away at a local school. My mama twisted my arm. She said, Ron, you got to go teach. I said, I don't want to teach. She said, but they can't find teachers because we're in the country and it's hard to find teachers. They're going to have substitutes every year, every day. So I go to this school and the principal goes, oh, Ron, thank goodness you're here. We have all different types of learning levels in this class. I got LD kids, BEH kids, ADHD kids. I've even got some plain BAD kids. I got some everything. She said, and you are just the man for the job. And I said, no, I'm not. And she said, what, you don't want this job? I said, no, ma'am. She said, then why are you here? I said, my mama made me come. I said, I don't want to teach. And she said, well, can I at least introduce you to the students? So she walks me down the hall. I look in this classroom, 34 kids, throwing paper, loud. The substitute teacher was trying to teach her. Her wig was off to one side. And I looked down, and this kid looked up and goes, is she going to be our new teacher? And I was like, I guess so. I don't know, because y'all, I've had this thing my whole life where if you got a feeling in your heart, go and do it. If there's something you want to do it. You only live once. When I was 7, there was an accident. I lost a lot of my family members in the accident. It was really hard at 7 because I didn't really understand. And my uncle said, buddy, they ain't coming back. What we can do is we can live our life in a way to honor them. They don't gonna get no more chances, but you're gonna get a lot of chances. So when you get a chance, if you take it, you're doing it for you and for them too, so they will live on when you take opportunities. And at 7, it just kind of worked for me. I said, okay, I'll do that. That's something I can do. So I'm terrified of heights, but I bungee jumped, I rappelled off the building, I've done all this stuff because I say to myself, I don't want to do it, but maybe they would have. Kind of living that life, because y'all, if you think about it, it's pretty cool. We all alive. A lot of people ain't. We here, you know? And so life's a blessing from God. And if you deny the blessing by not living your life to the fullest, that ain't cool. So come on. So when the kid said, is you going to be the teacher? I said, I guess so. And the principal said, really, you'll take the job? And I was like, I guess. So next day I started teaching, and I didn't know what I was doing. There's all kinds of discipline problems. At lunchtime the first day, I got the kids into the cafeteria. I went and sat out in my car and looked in the rearview mirror. I had to talk myself into going back into the building. I said, Ron, you ain't going to let 10-year-olds make you cry. You're going to push through. And so it was really challenging, but the worst kid was Antoinette. Loud, rude, cursing in class at 10, disrespectful. And whenever I taught math, she'd get really loud, like she hated math. So I said, maybe she just doesn't like math. So I went and ate lunch with her. And you got to eat lunch with the discipline problems because they funny at lunch. And so I go and I'm eating lunch with her. I said, Antoinette, you know what 9 times 9 times 9 is? She said, no. I said, oh, let's work it out. I said, oh, look. It's 729. 729. 9 times 9 times 9 is, and she said, 729. I said, well, you some kind of smart. I said, I'm going to ask you that question tomorrow in the hallway, see if you remember it. So I go in the hallway in the morning. I said, Antoinette, you remember what is 9 times 9 times 9? She said, 729. I said, ooh, well, I'm going to ask that question in class. If you pay attention, constipate, you're going to be the only one that's going to know it. You're going to look some kind of smart. So I go to teach my math class. This is Antoinette. Just watching, waiting. And finally I said, no, I know no one's going to know the answer to this question. It's far too hard. Anyone know what is 9 times 9 times 9? And she said, 729. I said, oh, Antoinette, you're my valedictorian. Y'all, she's got a good math mind. She's smart. She's super smart. And Antoinette looked like this, looking all proud. At the end of class, she ran up to me and she said, thank you. That's all it took. She's 40 years old now. We still bonded like this. Because she said to me, she said, in that moment, I was embarrassed. I didn't know math. She said, I didn't understand those numbers. They were all backwards to me. I thought people were going to pick on me, so I was going to get everyone else first. I was going to get them if they could get me. She said, but when you made me feel smart, I said to myself, I ain't never going to disrespect him again. So it wasn't that hard. It was just building relationships. Lord, they wanted me to teach the Battle of the Alamo. I said, if they don't learn nothing else, they're going to remember this Alamo. And so I went and I got these water balloons, 60 water balloons. I put red iodine in them. I put the balloons behind the fence. Then I got 300 water balloons over here and 100 water balloons up against the school. I told the kids to wear white T-shirts. They came to class. I took them outside. I said, we're about to reenact the Battle of the Alamo. You 6 kids get behind this fence. Now, you the Texans. You're Jim Bowie and you're Davy Crockett. And now, that's all the ammunition you get. And you can't leave this fence. If you get hit with a balloon, you got to sit down. I said, y'all are the Mexicans. I said, now you got all this ammunition. And if you run out and need more, you can go back and get those 100 balloons over there at the school. I said, let's see how this is going to play out. So y'all can probably imagine. The kids in the Alamo, they lost, and they were angry. They said, Mr. Clark, this won't fair. I said, what do you mean? You gave them more balloons. I said, well, yeah, the people in the Alamo, they didn't have as much ammunition, but you wouldn't let us leave the fence. I said, and the people in the Alamo, they couldn't leave the Alamo. We knew we were going to lose. I said, and the people in the Alamo knew they were going to lose their life. How do you think they felt? I said, Mexicans, how did you feel? Oh, we knew we were going to win. We knew we'd win. I said, but look here on the ground. You got 15 of you sitting down. You lost a lot of lives. You got to go back to Mexico and tell their families, their daughters, their wives, their moms that they died. How's that feel? You're proud of that? So it was powerful. The kids like, oh, it stuck. I will go back to that town, Aurora, North Carolina, to the Piggly Wiggly grocery store. 40-year-old men will walk up to me, Mr. Clark, remember when we were in that Alamo? I'm like, yeah, buddy, I remember. They'll say, I was Jim Bowie. We died. I'm like, I know, buddy, I remember. But it brought it to life. I had to teach about World War I and World War II. Had a big Venn diagram up. I said, anybody know the differences of World War I and World War II? This is what kids are like. I said, all right, y'all, repeat after me. World War I. And they're like, World War I. Now it's like 1914 to 1918. World War II. And they're like, World War II. And now it's like 1939 to 1945. No reaction from the kids. But the next day, I was eating lunch at the lunch table with them. At the end of the table, I heard 1914. I was like, oh, it's my song. They're doing this song. And then when I graded the test, every single kid got the years right. Even my kids with learning disabilities. 1914, 1918, 1939, 1945. They missed the other stuff, but they got the years right. And I said, I've got to use music and hand signals. Now, when you have two negatives, you will get a bigger negative order of operations. When we begin together, parentheses, first now, please be clever. Exponents come right next in line. I see kids taking tests doing this. I said, oh, they're using the song. So long story short, like I said, we're in the country. Now, we were at the poor school. Of the 6 schools, we were ranked 6th. We were the lowest. And so at the end of the year, I had the highest test scores in the county for 5th grade. The principal came running down the hall. Ms. Robertson said, Mr. Clark, you got the highest test scores in the county. Our school ain't never had the highest test scores. What did you do? And I said, well, I baked cookies for the kids, and then I got a bucket of sunglasses. We put them on, and we become detectives when the problems get hard. And she said, well, maybe you got lucky. And so, but the teacher down the hall was named Tracy Arnold. She had the worst test scores in our school, and like I done told you, we're the poor school. And so our scores were already low. And Tracy said, I'm going to quit. I'm so embarrassed. I said, Tracy, don't quit. Let's work together. Come watch me teach. I'll watch you teach. Let's grow together as educators. So she'd go in my classroom and she'd watch me teach. And she had 1,000 questions. She was like, well, I don't understand how you don't have discipline. I said, well, Tracy, when I watch you teach, you turn and walk like this in front of your class. Great teachers walk like this, over, back, because you don't want to turn your back to the kids, because when you do, problems. I said, and Tracy, you write on the board like this. When you write on the board like that, you're going to have discipline problems. Do like I do and write like this. She said, I tried it. It feels weird. I said, it will by the first week. I said, and Tracy, you got to find a way to ask questions differently, because when you ask questions, all your kids raise their hand. What's that let you know? And what do you think she said? She said, they're engaged. I said, no, your question is too easy. And right now, y'all, education in America, it's too easy. We are teaching a dumbed-down, wussified education system. We are raising wussified kids in America, where right now everything is about the feelings of the kids. I go all over the country. We're raising a generation of kids that feel like they should just receive. They don't have to work hard for it. It's all about everyone's feelings and tiptoeing around everyone, make sure everyone feels good about themselves. This nation was raised by people who had a work ethic, dig deep, and now it's just like we're coddling these kids and they don't want to work hard. The United States currently, our education system in terms of math and science, We have the world's 41st ranked math and science scores. We're 29th when you count all test scores combined. There are countries where English ain't their native language, and they outperforming us in English. It's a crisis. And I feel like it's this generation of just give to them and make sure they all feel okay. But this is capitalism. In capitalism, you got to work hard. You got to be willing to dig deep. This isn't socialism. We can't raise kids who are all going to get a cookie. They're all going to get a medal. Our soccer coach, I gave him money for the MVP award. He said, Mr. Clark, I'm going to take that money and get everyone a little medal because all the kids worked hard. I really can't pick an MVP for this season. I said, no, that's all we do. We pick the MVP, just give the one trophy. He said, no, Mr. Clark, I don't want to deal with the parents. I don't want to deal with them. I said, no, you have to do the MVP. Because in America right now, if you pick a kid for the MVP, those parents will say, oh, I'm going to have his job. I don't know who he thinks he is. It's favoritism. But this is capitalism. In capitalism, how do you raise kids? You raise them that when your kid says, but why didn't I get the trophy? Because you ain't an MVP. Get in the car. That's why we should say, but parents in America, because I work with them every day, parents in America are like, come on, let's go to Walmart. I'm going to buy you a trophy. You're the true MVP. We're raising these coddled, wussified kids. And so what I do differently, and I told Tracy this, teach to the brightest kid in your classroom. You got to push these kids. Teach to the smartest kid, but then you got to find a way to fire them all up. That's why I do the balloons and the hand signals and the music and the relationships and the fun. I want kids to love school, and at the same time, I'm making it so super hard. That's how I raise test scores. It ain't no rocket science. It's just I make it hard, but it's fun and there's joy. I want kids every day to say, I can't wait to go to school tomorrow. I want there to be surprises. I want to work with the parents, and that's what I do, and that's what I taught Tracy. So at the end of the year, Tracy had the highest test scores for the whole county for 3rd grade. I again had the highest scores for 5th grade. And the principal said, Tracy, how did you get these scores? And she said, I just did what Ron told me to. And the principal said, Ron, sit down. And that's the first time we really dissected, how am I teaching? How do I structure my lesson? What is getting my test scores? And how did it also work for Tracy as well? The principal said, I want the whole school to do it. So our whole school did it in Eastern North Carolina. We went from the lowest scoring school in the county to the highest scoring school in the county. Took us 4 years. But then we got invited to the White House 3 different years to be honored because of the impact we had. And I had this idea. That's what I said. It worked for me. It worked for Tracy. It worked for all these teachers in this country school. I think it could work everywhere. So then I saw a TV show about schools in Harlem that have violence and overcrowded classrooms. People wouldn't go teach at this school. And I said, Lord of mercy, I know this works in the country. Let me go see if this works in the city. I drove my car up to New York City, found one of the schools from the 2020 special. I begged the principal, and I got a job. I had 37 kids, self-contained. Not one kid was on grade level. All the kids had a discipline referral folder. And I went in there, and I did the same things I did in North Carolina and same things I do now in Atlanta. I made it hard as I could. But I said, I believe in all of you. We can all get up to this level. I know a lot of kids I had learning disabilities, but I said, you know what? But I believe in you. I think you can do it. When a kid has a learning disability, doesn't mean they're not smart. It means they learn differently. So I'm still going to challenge you, but I'm going to make it fun and exciting. Those kids love to double dutch, so I brought double dutch ropes in my classroom. I taught velocity using double dutch ropes. They love to chug cartons of chocolate milk. I brought chocolate milk cartons in my class to do volume lessons. They love to play these video games, so I played the video games so I could incorporate the video games into my math problems. At the end of the year, I had the highest test scores from the lowest performing class they had in the school. The principal said, Ron, how'd you get these test scores? I said, oh, I know now. I can tell you now. I was eventually named the American Teacher of the Year. I got to be on the Oprah Winfrey Show. They made a movie about it called The Ron Clark Story, starring Matthew Perry from Chandler's, rest his soul. And I was on the Oprah Winfrey Show, and she said, you should write a book about this. So I wrote a book called The Essential 55. Now, my grandmama raised me. I grew up when she would say, go get the switch, like that type of situation. My grandma would hit me with the fly swatter. Now, my legs were so pale, the outline of the fly swatter would be on. I couldn't wear shorts to school. So that was my grandma. She was real strict, but she had rules. She said if someone drops something, you pick it up, and you pick it up fast, too. You hold the door for other people. Show courtesy, show respect. good Southern manners. When I started teaching, someone would drop something and all the kids would stare at it. And I'd say, what are you thinking? Pick it up. And guess what they would say? It's not mine. I said, no, but you still pick it up. And then they would say, oh, I didn't drop it. It doesn't matter. And I said, what are parents teaching these days? So I wrote down my grandmama's rules. She had a lot of them. She never wrote them down, but I wrote them down. There's like 55 rules. How to show courtesy, good Southern manners, a good upbringing. So I taught those rules to my kids in Harlem. Once I taught the rules to those 37 kids, the class became structured and organized. And one of the kids said, Mr. Clark, I like this class now. Ain't nobody bothering me no more. I said, buddy, you were the worst one. What are you talking about? That's when I realized every kid wants structure. They want discipline. They want to know they're safe and no one's going to bully them and pick on them. Then they'll calm down and get an education. So that's what I wrote the book about. When the book came out, Oprah made the book one of her book picks. All the money went into a foundation, and I used it to do the dream. I said, we are going to show educators everywhere how to raise test scores, how to get kids excited and to love to learn, how to bring parents into the school, how to build a climate and culture. So the book made $840,000. So you people smart, y'all know that ain't really a whole lot of money. But in downtown Atlanta, I found this old factory. There was a crack house on one side, crack house on the other side, streetwalkers in front of this building. And I looked at it, and the building cost $840,000. And I said, this is it. We're going to make this the school. I said, look at God. It's a sign. And so we bought that old factory in 2005, took begging and begging people to give donations. Finally, we opened in 2007. We've been open ever since. We work with all different types of kids, from gifted kids to average kids, to a lot of our kids have learning issues. Most of our kids come from underserved populations. But for 18 years, 100% of our kids have graduated high school, 91% have graduated college, and they're at Yale and Princeton and Morehouse and Stanford and all these top colleges. We feel like we at our school in Atlanta, we have found the secret sauce. Now educators go to visit, they learn from our methods, and they take it back to their classroom. How to question kids, how to challenge them, how to bring learning to life is what we do. You can choose to send your child's educators to be trained by us. And I'm going to tell you, they'll come for a 2-day training, and they're going to come back and love on you. They're going to hug you. They're going to thank you. They will tell you if it was worth it or not. Last thing I want to say to you is that if any of you want to come to Atlanta, we'd love to welcome you to come to see what it's like. It's kind of like Disneyland for teachers. We have flying dragons that fly throughout the school. Really. We have trapdoors, secret passageways. But in every classroom, the best teachers in our entire country. And you get to go in every class, and every class is like, oh my gosh, look what this teacher's doing. Oh my gosh. Now, not all the teachers are like me, because everybody's not like this. Like Miss Haskins at my school, she would never unbutton her little jacket. She's very prim and soft-spoken, but she's clever and witty and wise. And the way she organizes her class and her lesson is phenomenal. So every teacher's got a different personality. So when you come, you get to see, I'm like that teacher. I can learn from that. We just had a teacher come from Detroit as part of the Huntington Partnership last summer. She was the winner of every award in Detroit Public School. She had taught 30 years, and she retired. And they said, you're going to RCA with Huntington. She said, pick somebody else. She said, I'm retiring, I'm done. Pick a young one. They said, you have earned the right to go. So she comes for 2 days. After 2 days, she comes up, just crying. She said, you have shown me what I should have done for 30 years. This was a paradigm shift for me. She said, I have never seen so many great educators. She said, now I know how to be great. I'm pulling back my retirement papers. She taught in Detroit Public School last year, and she's going to teach again this year just because she came to RCA. So that is the power of this partnership. But if you come, I want to warn you, we do have trapdoors, flying dragons, secret passageways. But also we have slides. There are slides that cut through our school. Like if you're late for science class, you go, oh no, I better slide. You go flying through the slide. And if we know people are coming, you go good and fast. We wax them suckers. But the slides serve as a symbol. The slides say, I don't care what business you in this room. If you taking the stairs, your business is about to be done. This world is going like this right now. And so at our school, we say to our educators who visit, our students, in this world today, you cannot do the things the same way we've always done them in terms of your business. It's got to be different, bold, take some chances. Like right now, our school is all invested in AI because you have to be. You can't fight it. So the slides say, don't take the stairs, take a path no one else has ever taken. I even had an 86-year-old lady go down the slide. She taught 44 years in Florida, and she had retired. And I was giving her a tour, and she said, this place is like Disneyland for teachers. And Kim Bearden, who's the co-founder of the school, she said, Ron, don't you even try and put that woman down that slide. I said, why not? She said, because she'll break a hip on the first drop, because the slides are wrong. And so I'm taking the woman down the staircase, and she goes, I think it'd be quicker if I shot down that tube. And I said, okay. And so we go over, and I got her in the slide, and she was just sitting there. I said, are you sure you want to go down this slide? She said, oh, yeah, I'm sure. And I said, okay. And so I pushed her, and she went, whoa. And she went around. I looked over the ledge, and when I did, she came flying across the lobby floor, and her skirt went whoop above her head. So if y'all come, wear pants. But I went down, and I grabbed her. I said, are you okay? She said, I'm not okay. She said, I wish I could go back and teach. You've shown me what it's supposed to be. No one had ever shown me what school could be and look like. Oh, shit, if I can go teach, I'd do this every day. And it freaked me out. Because my biggest fear is I'm going to be too old to help anymore. I'm going to be too old to do these things and to contribute. Right now, this is a time. Y'all got the power all in this room. Who you kidding? You got all the power in this room. What are you going to do with it? You want to change this community? It goes through education. Send educators to us. We show them this different way. We show them what excellence looks like, because I had never really seen it either. Once they see it, they go back. That is the first step to transforming education for all of the kids of West Virginia. So thank you so much for letting me be here. Thank you to Huntington. I love y'all. Thank you, West Virginia.
What do y'all think? A little bit of energy, right? Might that change the trajectory in a classroom? We think it will. We think it will. So what's next? What are we doing? If you were inspired by that speech, if you think, hey, I'd really love the teachers in my county and my community to be able to have that experience, come and see us. We're, I think, right behind the cameras back there. There's a curtain. Our table's there. There's a bunch of information available to you. We have some of Ron's books, Be 1% Better. That's really, it's hard to be Ron Clark, but he goes out and he talks about what are the 1% things you can do every single day to make your classroom better. And he talks about those in this book. So if you're interested in that, that's available to you. We feel like this is a tremendous opportunity to change the trajectory in West Virginia. All partners are welcome. If you're a corporation and you want to get behind us, our goal is ambitious, but we want to send every single eligible West Virginia teacher to the Ron Clark Academy. The sooner we can do that, the better, obviously. And, Ron and his team are there. They can welcome in thousands of teachers at a time. It's like no place I've ever seen. I'll tell a very, very quick story, and then I want to introduce our next speakers who have a very important message to share as well. When I went down there, what I saw was, Ron said, a lot of inner city kids, a lot of kids who may not know their parents. They may not be raised by their biological moms and dads. They may be raised by grandparents or people that aren't family members. And I thought to myself, that kind of sounds familiar. I hear that a lot in rural West Virginia. Inner city, rural, a lot of the same problems. When I went into the school, I witnessed Ron's classroom, 5th graders, 11-year-olds doing 10th grade math. I had a very intellectual conversation with an 11-year-old about interest rate policy. He was talking about, what's going on with the Federal Reserve at 11 years old. Things that I couldn't believe, but the thing that was the most impactful to me was we were there volunteering, and inside the cafeteria, we're helping the teachers with their lunches and throwing things away. There was a alumni of the school who was there as well, who was a 20-year-old kid, had graduated from the Ron Clark Academy, got a scholarship to go to a very prestigious private school for high school, and also full ride to a California-based university. And so I'm talking to him, why are you coming back? What are you doing here this summer? why wouldn't I come back? Every opportunity in the world is available to me because this place made it happen. And I said to him, well, what are you doing? Well, I'm studying neuroscience at this university in California. And I remember it like it was yesterday. I still get chills when I hear it. I said to him, well, what do you plan to do with your life? And he said, I'm going to change the world. I was like, I believe you. That is absolutely true. So this kid was inner city Atlanta, didn't know his father. His mother raised him, single mom, not dealt a really great hand, now a 4.0 student in California, and I believe he will change the world. And so I think that this is an opportunity for us to change the trajectory of education in West Virginia. Join us if you would, please. We've got plenty of information back there. Call me. We'd love to talk about how we get all the teachers down there. Huntington's going to continue to send teachers, but the more partnership we can get, the more we can send. So thank you all very much for your time. All right, we'll transition here. We went over a couple minutes. I apologize for that. It's now my pleasure to welcome our final main stage speakers for today, Albert Wright and Nick Barcelona. Albert is the president and CEO of West Virginia University Health System. Really needs no introduction. The state's largest private employer. Albert has transformed the WVU Health System into an integrated network of 25 hospitals and clinics spanning a 4-state region that includes West Virginia, Western Maryland, Eastern Ohio, and Southwest Pennsylvania. He has significantly expanded the system's specialty care and directed greater than $3 billion in capital investments to build new facilities, refurbish existing ones, and modernize the system's infrastructure and electronic medical records. Nick is the Chief Financial Officer and Senior Vice President of WVU Health Systems, assuming the role just over 2 years ago. Prior to his current role with the health system, he worked for General Electric, was the CFO and treasurer for Temple University Health System, and served in numerous financial and operational leadership capacities at UPMC. Please join me in welcoming Albert and Nick to the stage.
Thank you, Chad. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Ron Clark for waking up the room. Okay, we're going to start off with a one-question pop quiz. Okay, one-question pop quiz, and when I ask the question, I want you to blurt out the answer. You ready? And if you get it, Nick will buy you a drink at the bar tonight. Okay, ready? What's 9 times 9 times 9? Nobody? Okay, I thought we raised the IQ of the room. Thank you, Ron. So, okay, so Nick and I are gonna do a presentation that we actually did at the Barclays Nonprofit Healthcare Investor Conference in New York City a couple months ago, when we were about to issue bonds for a number of large projects that we are going to complete as part of the health system's growth strategy. And you know, as we thought about it, I think it will be interesting to you today, because a lot of you live and work in communities where we have WVU Medicine hospitals or clinics, but I think seeing in the totality of what we're trying to accomplish as a healthcare system will be interesting to you. And I always like to start out to remind folks that we have a two-part mission at WVU Medicine. One is to improve the health trajectory of the state of West Virginia and the surrounding areas we serve. And two is to carry out the teaching mission of West Virginia University. So we started out, this is the exact presentation we went through. We'll go fast through some slides because in New York they might not have been as familiar with us, but here you are. And there was a tremendous amount of interest at the conference on how we're making a very large, complex rural healthcare system work, and that was fun to see. So a couple fast facts: 25 hospitals, 2,800 total beds, 300 total value-based lives, 50,000 people in our peak health plan. We were about a $7 billion net patient revenue organization, 2.6 million outpatient visits a year. We have one of our biggest secret sauce is our electronic medical record. Epic is in all of our clinics, small hospitals, big hospitals, home health. So everywhere you go, your images, your labs, your prescriptions, your physician progress notes follow you, which results in safer, more efficient, lower cost care and allows us to manage the population from afar. And we have about 35,000 team members that work at WVU Medicine. So we're the largest health system and largest employer in the state. This is the footprint of our hospitals. Obviously, we have clinics everywhere, 25 distinct campuses that stretch from Weirton down to Bluefield and just about everywhere in between, and we do spill over into some border counties in local states. We have invested heavily in our signature service lines all around the state, but especially in Morgantown with our signature services in heart and vascular, the Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute. We stood on this stage last year and talked about our Cancer Institute and our pursuit of NCI designation, which continues on. And I've got a picture of our pride and joy, our children's hospital that opened in 2022. We just did a refresh of our strategic plan, and I won't read this to you, but essentially we want to be a top quartile academic health system in patient access, patient experience, and patient outcomes. We refreshed our core strategies. You see our mission at the bottom there. If you look at 10 o'clock, we've got offer a complete and integrated continuum of care, be an exceptional place to work, practice, and learn, deliver superior access, and become the national leader in rural population health management. Redefining rural health care. This was interesting in New York. Here we know this. We're classified as rugged rural, right? So if we're going to take care of folks, we've got to find ways to take care of folks close to home in a challenging topography. We also went through the fact that our patient population, we've got significant health disparities around the state, right? The difference between life expectancy in Monongalia County and in the southern part of the state can sometimes be up to 12 years. One of the ways we've really focused on improving the health trajectory of the state is a focus and investment in resources around the state, but especially in critical access hospitals. Critical access hospitals are those hospitals that have a special government designation because they have 25 or fewer beds, and it's critical that if they don't exist in their communities, you're going to have big healthcare deserts. So we have actually 9 critical access hospitals in our system, and we've committed to making sure that those critical access hospitals are going to be resourced, and you're paid differently by the federal government. They're cost-based reimbursed, and we found a formula to make sure that we're able to make these hospitals work and thrive in their communities, and that makes sure we provide access to care. In the last 10 years, we've invested about $3 billion in capital around our healthcare system. $1.2 billion in just your routine capital, so your replacement of hospital beds, your replacement of MRIs, your replacement of those, all of the things that make up the day-to-day. We've invested $1.6 billion in strategic capital, so those are new projects. We saw the Children's Hospital. We built a number of towers around the state. We're going to talk about some more that we're going to build soon. And about $200 million in those epic electronic medical records around the state. And that is a picture there of Jackson General Hospital. Jackson joined the healthcare system, I think, in 2019, and as part of that merger and acquisition, we agreed to build essentially a replacement facility for Jackson. So Jackson is a 25-bed critical access hospital. It does a great job in that Ripley community. Okay, I want to talk about some projects. One of the things our board of directors has committed to with our leadership team is making sure we have the best facilities and ability to care for folks around the state. So as long as the health system continues to do well, we're going to make investments both in Morgantown and all of those sites around the state that you saw. And we've been kind of batching those projects in April of each year just to bring them to our board. In April of 2024, our board approved about $379 million in new projects around the state. And I want to highlight a few of those today if you haven't seen them. This is our new Eye Institute, going to be built right across the street from the Erickson Alumni Center in Morgantown. And so this is a little over a $200 million project, which will bring all of our clinic services, our procedural surgical capabilities under one roof in Morgantown and allow us to be an enabling project that as we move the Eye Institute, we'll tear the existing one down and build a cancer tower there someday. So we broke ground on that January of this year, and it's going to be finished about 2 years from now, and we've actually got steel getting ready to come out of the ground for the Eye Institute project. This is a project of United Hospital Center. David Hess, Dr. David Hess, David here, is our CEO of United Hospital Center in Bridgeport. This is essentially a hospital without beds. It's a $37 million project being built right off the Elkins corridor, off of Corridor H. We did a soft opening of this summer. I think we actually do the full ribbon cutting here next week or the week after. Beautiful facility. Princeton Community Hospital. Karen Bowling, our CEO from Princeton, is here. This is actually a new cancer center. It's about a $45 million project. We broke ground on this in Princeton last week. It'll be a full branch campus of our WVU Cancer Institute. We found that when we put people, programs, and the physical plant together, we provide better coordinated care, and we're able to recruit great physicians and caregivers to parts of the state like Princeton. And you remember that map I showed a few minutes ago, those health disparities are way worse in the southern part of the state. By providing more care locally, we're going to turn that around in time. That project is, we just broke ground, December 2027, the new Cancer Institute in Princeton will be open. Recent board approval. So this April of 2025, our board approved $460 million in new capital projects. This is the Berkeley Medical Center Tower. Berkeley Medical Center is the largest hospital in the Eastern Panhandle. That is the fastest growing part of the state. When this is all said and done, it will be a 320-bed, all private room hospital. That will be the second largest hospital in our healthcare system, and that's in the fastest growing part of the state. I believe we break ground on that in a couple weeks, September 16th. And that is going to finish up with a June 2028 finish date. Also on the Eastern Panhandle, Jefferson Medical Center, one of our critical access hospitals out there. We're going to do a $60 million project addition to that facility. That's going to break ground next spring, and it's about a 2-year completion project. Wheeling Regional Cancer Center, in the second quarter of 2026, we're going to break ground. So this is going to be a $122 million facility. Doug Harrison, our CEO out in Wheeling. This is going to be in downtown Wheeling on the site of the old Ohio Valley Medical Center. This is going to bring together all of our cancer resources, very similar to Princeton, people, program, and physical plant, all under one roof in downtown Wheeling. It'll serve up and down Route 2 in that part of the state and across Route 70, both in West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. And then Children's Center, we're going to build a branch of our WVU Children's Hospital on the Wheeling campus. We recently broke ground on that one a couple weeks ago, and that's going to be finished in December of next year. And finally, a big surgical center, $45 million surgical center on the campus of United Hospital Center in Bridgeport. That one is in the certificate of need process. We anticipate receiving that certificate of need and hopefully breaking ground on that project soon. I'm going to stop there, and my colleague Nick is going to take us a little bit through our workforce and some of our financials.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Come on, good afternoon, everyone. There we go. As if it wasn't hard enough, you guys put me after Dr. Albert Wright when he's doing his favorite thing, talking about big, beautiful buildings. Before that, you had to put Ron Clark in front of us, and boy, wasn't he awesome. He jumped into the crowd, and I thought he was going to tackle the chair of our finance committee. Wow, a lot of energy, and I love it. So I'm going to try to go quickly through our slides here, hit on a couple key points. And you know what's even more important than those big, beautiful buildings is our people, our team, right, our workforce. So first slide here, a lot of numbers up there. Really, what we're showing here is our focus on overtime and agency. Agency are external folks, travelers, sometimes you hear them called, for my health system friends out there. We've all been facing this challenge together. Okay, if you look on the left side of that graph there, right, you can see kind of low numbers, less than 1%. Guess what happened from 2020 to 2021 and those couple years after there? The pandemic, right? We had this huge challenge where we had to bring in all these travelers, right? And the point of this graph here is really to show, okay, we were up at 5%, we're back down at 3%. It hasn't gone away, okay? We've done a really amazing job in this state, across this country, not just WVU, but Marshall and Vandalia and everybody at trying to address this challenge okay? But it's still there, and it's still going to be a pervasive problem. So our workforce, that's a critical challenge that we're facing in healthcare. Did I get it right? There we go. And so one of the things we're doing about that, right, we opened our new Center for Nursing Education. You can see this lovely picture here, and Albert with the big scissors. I believe this was back in April. This is very exciting. This is a combination of not just that investment in our workforce, but also reuse of space. So this is the WVU Innovation Corporation, right? So that's the big factory that was across from our main campus there in Morgantown, right? The old Beatrix building. And we're utilizing that for doing some pretty exciting and innovative things, one of which is training the next generation of nurses, bedside nurses. And that's going to be classes of 25 nurses starting in this coming year, and we'll have up to 4 classes, right? So you're going to see, a couple hundred nurses hopefully coming through there, and we're very, very excited about that investment. And last but not least, turnover, right? Why do we talk about turnover? Dr. Michael Gray stood on this stage last year and talked about the most important investment we can make in our employees is keeping the good ones that we already have. Okay, so we spend a lot of time and effort focused on making sure that we're going to keep those employees that are part of our ranks, keep them excited, keep them engaged, and keep them providing good care, right, to you and your families. I get to talk a little bit about Peak. So Albert mentioned some of the secret sauce of what we're doing, right, and that's the investment in all those big, beautiful buildings, that breadth and depth, bringing access and care closer to home. The other part of that equation is what we're doing with Peak, and that's population health. Right? And so it's figuring out how we can take that premium dollar from an insurance company perspective and utilize it to invest in things that are going to keep folks healthy and out of our hospitals. Kind of sounds counterintuitive when we make our living based on folks coming to our hospitals and getting paid. But we really believe that is the future, and that's especially important when you live in a rural state like we do here in West Virginia. So I love this slide that Ben Gerber and Amos Ross and others who presented at this forum in the past show. What I'm going to do with this slide is probably a little bit different than Ben would do, and he might kick me under the table, so to speak, for this. But what this really shows is all of the different things that we take care of in healthcare. What does this graph mean, right? It's confusing. It's very confusing for patients and families. My gosh, I've been in healthcare for more than 25 years, and I have an aunt that seeks care. She calls me, and sometimes I'm like, I don't know what the heck this EOB means. It's confusing for our patients and their families. And what we're trying to do with Peak is break down that confusion, leverage the epic that Albert talked about, right? We're dropping claims on the hospital side, we're processing those claims on the insurance side, and it's all one seamless application. It's one app where patients can go and see their information. It allows us to reduce that administrative burden. I have over 2,000 revenue cycle employees that work for me. I'm proud of that, and I love that team, but think about that. That's crazy. We have 2,000 people out there that are trying to figure out how we collect our bills, how we get paid, how we partner with those folks that have those questions out there that are confused. That's where the waste in healthcare is. How can we fix that? And that's what we're trying to do with Peak. Now, I love this slide. This is really cool because what is Peak? It's run by the providers first. Right? When you think about insurance companies, most of them are for profit. I love my insurance companies, right? But they're focused on their shareholder. They're focused on that dollar going to the shareholder's pocket, as they should be. I've worked in the for-profit sector before. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. I know who I'm speaking to here. But we're run by a group of organizations that are partners that you know that are local. I see our good friends from Marshall Health right here in the front. Our team, Valley Health, who many of you know out in the Eastern Panhandle, we're working together and trying to do things differently for you, right? We are truly a provider-led insurance company. And maybe last but not least on Peak is, we're young, okay? We just started back in 2023. We've almost doubled our covered lives. We have a lot of runway to grow. We have a lot of runway to learn of how we can reduce that administrative burden, how we can make care better, how we can keep people healthy and keep them out of our hospital. And guess what? We know in the state of West Virginia, we have a long way to go. Thank you, Mississippi and others that are kind of down there at the bottom, and we have moved up, right, when you look at those national rankings, but we still have a lot of work to do to continue to trend up, and Peak is part of our secret sauce for how we're going to do it. This is just a little bit of what we've accomplished. We started our own claims processing as part of this, so we control it. That's local. Those jobs are in Morgantown. We work closely with our partners. And why is that important? Because we're transparent, right? I've worked with a lot of insurance companies, and they're great, but they don't always give you the data in a timely fashion. And when you want to be able to change things, you have to get your physicians and your good clinical leaders timely information so they can actually make those changes in a meaningful way and impact patient care, so while you're still taking care of that patient before they go home, and you can't actually change that care plan. And then from a growth perspective, we're really excited. If you look at 2026 and beyond, lots of opportunities for us to grow. But you can see those two numbers there, 6K and 67K, add up to north of 70K, right? You can all do your math. But 70,000 covered lives is a really important break point for us with our claims processing, because that's our break even. So we're really excited to get this thing off the ground. It's young, it's growing, and we're going to be break even on a claims processing perspective. So we're doing it in a cost efficient way. And last but not least on peak, we're really growing. Okay, the darker yellow or gold counties there are where we exist today. The lighter gold are where we're going to be in 2026. And you can see there's still a few counties that we're working on moving into in the great state of West Virginia, but we're awfully darn close to getting up to all 55. We're going to be at 49. And then we even have 2 counties that are coming online in Pennsylvania. So, we're doing well. It's delivering the mission, and it's on track with what we're hoping to accomplish. Long runway to go, but we're making significant progress, and you're seeing growth from us here for peak. And last but not least for me, I get to talk about my comfort zone, right? No good CFO can come up here and not talk about some numbers. So financial stability. And let's see. There we go. So this slide, this is a payer mix trend, and we just kept full years here. This isn't the latest and greatest, but I think it's a good enough indication. The blue and the gold, right? A lot of green up here. I don't know. It's okay. We love the green too, but we need a little bit more blue and gold up here, right? So the blue and the gold are Medicare and Medicaid, government pay. You hear a lot of talk about that, right? And Medicaid's pretty challenging for us. Thank you to our legislators and everybody in the room that is continuing to advocate on our behalf. Right? Medicaid is an important service for many individuals and families across this country. But if you add the two up, right, it's roughly 70%, north of 2/3, right, of our payer mix is government pay. And you can see if you kind of go across, the gold gets a little bit smaller, the blue gets a little bit bigger, so 50 and 18 versus 48 and 21. And actually those small percentage changes have a pretty big impact from a financial perspective. But the total doesn't change, right? So Medicaid's shrinking a little bit. You might hear that, right? I've talked to my peers at Vandalia and Marshall. They're kind of seeing some of those similar trends. What's happening? Folks are aging out and they're going to Medicare. That's not a good or sustainable trend for us. This is why we need all of you to help us. What do we want to see growing? Commercial, right? We need to see some of those younger folks moving in here, right? Some of those folks that are employed that have that commercial insurance or are on peak or some other insurance provider, and a little bit less of this government pay, right? So again, that's going to take a lot of time, a lot of investment and effort from us together to change that trend, but it's a real challenge for us. My favorite slides, talking about the numbers. These are our utilization stats, so things like admissions, outpatient, surgeries, ED visits. Guess what? They're all trending up. We've seen significant growth. This is a combination of really two things. It's organic growth, so it's growing and investing in those communities and that breadth and depth, those big, beautiful buildings that Albert talked about earlier. It's also inorganic growth, right? So it's acquiring and adding new hospitals to the family, like Weirton joined us this year. And in the past, folks like Princeton and Thomas and Grant and many others across this great state joining our health system. So continue to see significant volume growth. If you look at the financial performance, our operating revenue, as Albert said before, this year we're going to be north of $7 billion, actually probably almost closer to $8 billion now. That puts us in the top 60-ish of health systems in the country, right? So while we're a smaller state, right, we have a huge health system here, and we know and we respect the impact that we have for all of you and all your communities. But, right, many folks talk about if you're not growing, you're dying. And I subscribe to that mentality. I think there's a lot of truth in that. But I'll also tell you, if you grow really fast, but you don't focus on cash, you can just grow yourself into bigger and harder challenges to figure out how you stay afloat. And I know many of you folks in the audience, right, understand the importance of that. So in addition to the top line growth, we're very, very focused on our operating cash flow. It's a key metric for us. We want to maintain stability. And one thing I'll say, right, because you talk about healthcare systems and you're seeing a lot of consolidation and we get a lot of questions about this. Just as a reminder, when you look at sort of the debate at the federal level and what's going on in healthcare, and I get it, it's complicated, but I know you can't see these all that well here, but if you look at our bottom line or our margin percentage, 4%, 2%, 3%, 2%, it averages somewhere between 2 and 3%. And guess what? We're one of the strong ones. There's plenty of healthcare systems who would love to have this level of performance. So what does that mean, right? There's no margin for error in our business. We run on very lean margins. So your help, your growth, your commitment to us, our legislators who help advocate for us, we need it and we appreciate it because it's a very tough business that we work in. Our balance sheet, cash is king, cash is queen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cash, sweet cash. I see you in the audience there. It's really a key focus of mine, and to the credit of our teams, right, they've really been focused on helping maintain that cash, maintaining that balance sheet strength and stability. Okay, we want to have a strong balance sheet so that we can invest in the communities, so that we can invest and grow all around this great state. It's something that we focus on. We're very proud of our credit rating. We're very proud of the stability that we bring to the table. And we're very proud to also take that and use it to invest in that mission that Albert talked about earlier. And I'm going to wrap with this slide. And there's sort of a lot of details here. But what it really shows you is sort of blue is routine capital. The gold is strategic capital. And the sort of brownish, I guess, is epic. And why I like this slide so much and why I want to end on this slide, because Albert talked about it earlier, and I'm going to sort of go back and steal a little bit of his thunder. We've invested $3 billion across this state in the last decade. And there's lots of great, exciting announcements that have come at this very forum, right? But I think sometimes it's lost on just how big of an impact that our health system has made, okay? And it's not just on routine capital, right? It is routine capital. It's important. It's roughly half of it, making sure that the facilities that we already have are working and are top-notch in providing that great care. But it's also investing in growth, getting those higher level, quaternary, tertiary level care closer to home so folks don't travel. I was at the gift shop. I bought a necklace for my wife earlier, and I was talking to one of the folks, and she asked, what are you talking about? And I said, rural health care. And I said, what does that mean to you? She said, it means access. Right? It means being able to get that care closer to home and not having to drive 3 hours to Morgantown to get care from the wonderful physicians like Dr. Marsh and others that we have up there in Morgantown, right? So that investment in that gold is really, real critical for us. And so I'll wrap and turn it back over to Albert for closing comments, but I just want to say thank you for allowing us to continue. We're not done yet. We're very excited about what we have invested in. I'm not a native West Virginian. I grew up in Erie, Pennsylvania. I like to think that folks from Erie have pretty similar value sets to what I've experienced here in West Virginia. When I first came here, I remember, when I first met Gordon, former President Gee, he said, if you love West Virginia, it'll love you back many times over. And boy, that's been my experience here. So thank you all for what you do for us, and thank you for continuing to believe in us.
Thank you, Nick. So I'll end by sharing kind of a story and a reminder for some of you. But if you look at our 10-year capital forecast, I think we got about $3 billion in the next 10 years as well. But just kind of a reminder. Sometimes people ask me, why, Albert? Why so big? Why this? Why that? And I like to remind folks that the WVU health system was founded in 1996 by an act of the state legislature. And at that time, there were a lot of for-profit healthcare systems that were purchasing hospitals all around the country. And a big one was HCA, Hospital Corporation of America, out of Nashville. And there was a fear by our legislature that if a lot of our West Virginia hospitals became owned and operated by out-of-state entities, that those entities may not make the types of investments that we would make if we had a West Virginia headquartered healthcare system. So a lot of our focus has been on making sure that we are of a size and scope and relevance that we're always going to be a West Virginia headquartered healthcare system. And I think, I think the vision of the legislature at that time has really worked, and that's what's playing out today. These investments we're making are investments in West Virginia healthcare that may not be made if we were controlled out of a Nashville or a Charlotte or whatever the case may be. So thank you for the opportunity to share our story with you today, and enjoy the rest of the conference, everyone. Thank you.
Great stuff, great updates. Thank you, Albert and Nick, for all you do to better the health and lives of West Virginians, especially rural West Virginians. This concludes today's general session. A few housekeeping items. For information regarding door prizes, please check the information in your registration packet about visiting all our exhibitors over the next 3 days. If you return a completed exhibitor card, there's really good prizes like a stay at the Greenbrier and the West Virginia Made Products basket you saw at registration. If you did not pick up your Fiesta Wear registration, please pick it up at the registration table before it closes at 4. Inside your packet is a ticket to redeem at the registration desk. We thank the law firm of Jackson Kelly for the Fiesta Wear sponsorship. I really like that one. For the West Virginia's attorneys and accountants in the audience, you want to receive CLE or CPE credit for attending this meeting. Please be sure to sign in on the special attendance forms at the conference registration desk. We will hold our evening reception on Colonial Terrace at 6. I hope you will join us before moving on to your dinner plans, and please remember to wear your name tags. They are your ticket to enter the reception. Cordials, our evening cocktail reception, will be held on Colonial Terrace at 9. We will reconvene here as a group tomorrow. The exhibit halls and breakfast open at 8, and our program will begin at 8:30. Now, 5 concurrent breakout sessions right now, which begin shortly, starting at 4 o'clock. Court Watch will convene down the hall in the Crystal Room. Business Case for Child Care is in Chesapeake Bay. Unlocking Opportunity through the Outdoor Recreation Economy will commence right here in Colonial Hall. The next 2 breakout sessions will be in the upstairs Conference Center. West Virginia Ready, Workforce Solutions, and Built for Business, Empowering Small Businesses. If you need directions to the Conference Center, you take the steps directly across from the Crystal Room, go up, and then there's some additional steps. Or you can take the elevator off the main lobby. There's going to be plenty of signs to direct you. All right, enjoy the remainder of your afternoon, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 8.
I'm Thomas Minnie. I'm the Executive Director of the Nature Conservancy in West Virginia. We're proud to sponsor this panel today, Unlocking Opportunity Through Outdoor Economy. So we are here to explore the catalyzing role of outdoor recreation to drive economic development and be in balance with nature. Not only are we looking at this through the lens of tourism, but we're putting our state's amazing natural attributes to work to attract businesses, talent, full-time residents, and even outdoor manufacturers. The Nature Conservancy has been in the business of conservation here in West Virginia for over 60 years. Our investments and work with business and partners have protected amazing biodiversity and beauty hotspots across West Virginia. We've invested with the Forest Service and with working with Dominion in places like Dolly Sods, with over 2,000 acres at Bear Rocks protected, and have helped with the Dolly Sods North Wilderness. In the New River Gorge, we've protected over 5,000 acres working with the state to do wildlife management areas at Bury Mountain. We've worked with private landowners to protect the gorge bridge view, and we've worked with the National Park Service to protect sandstone falls. So together with state, federal, local families, and private philanthropy, we've protected over 130,000 acres in West Virginia. Each of these places are centerpieces of an amazing outdoor recreation landscape, driving visitation and contributions to attracting people and bolstering the outdoor economy. As we deepen our commitment as an organization to bring nature and people together, we also now focus on how we can leverage our beautiful assets for working for local peoples and communities better. Today we bring you into the room to do just that. What we build today can help set up the next 60 years of West Virginia's nature-based economic drivers while maintaining wild and wonderful. So this is just a blatant plug, but beyond today, we will also host the first annual Outdoor Economy Summit along with the Brad and Elise Smith Outdoor Economic Development Collaborative in Charleston on this coming year, February 17th to 19th, and this will be the topic of our day at the Capitol on February 19th. We hope to see you there as well. Now to introduce today's moderator, Elise Smith. Elise is known, I think, to many of you in the room. She doesn't really need too much of an introduction. Maybe there's two of you who don't know Elise, but for those of you who don't, she's playing an active role in catalyzing and growing our outdoor recreation economy in West Virginia. Elise is an attorney by training. She's the founder of the Brad and Elise Smith Outdoor Economic Development Collaborative, which is bringing talented young professionals through Ascend Remote Worker Program. She's also the First Lady of Marshall University, the co-founder of Wing to Wing Foundation, and the founder of the Women's Warrior Summit. Elise, I hand over to you.
Thank you, Thomas, for that warm introduction. So it is such a pleasure for me to be here at the Business Summit, particularly at the Greenbrier, to talk about a topic close to my heart, how conservation and outdoor recreation can transform not only our economy, but the quality of life here for all the residents of West Virginia. And I can say that I have enjoyed the outdoor recreation firsthand. I spent the whole weekend at the New River Gorge, enjoying rafting, going on a bridge walk, and I have hiked with the Nature Conservancy to see some of the trails and some of the beautiful outdoor opportunities we have in West Virginia, and there's so much more to come. So I just want to say that my husband Brad and I, we have been fortunate enough to invest in initiatives like Ascend West Virginia, as Thomas mentioned, and the Outdoor Economic Development Collaborative. And Ascend is one of the foremost, most successful remote worker programs in the country. And it is so because of the natural resources that we have here in West Virginia. And it's like nowhere else you can find them at this level. So individuals, why are they moving here? They're moving here not just for those natural resources, but also because of the communities that surround them. And that is the power of outdoor recreation. It doesn't just bring visitors in for the weekend, but it brings them in as new residents, new businesses, and also for new opportunities for West Virginia. So today, we're going to talk about what conservation is about today. We're going to explore how conservation, outdoor recreation, and tourism are interconnected, and how together they can help the economic growth of this state. And so we have 4 outstanding panelists. We have one with national, another with state, local, and entrepreneurial perspectives. I'm just going to introduce them quickly, and then we can dive right in. So we have Whitney Potter-Schwartz. She is a Senior Vice President at Outdoor Recreation Roundtable, where she leads communications to elevate the outdoor recreation economy in the national dialogue and advance policy priorities to increase access to outdoor recreation for the benefit of all Americans. She brings nearly 2 decades of experience in strategic communications and public policy, including 14 years in senior roles on Capitol Hill. She most recently served as Deputy Chief of Staff and Communications Director for U.S. Senator Martin Heinrich of New Mexico, where she played a central role in public lands, conservation, outdoor access, and climate initiatives. And we have Mara Boggs. She is the new president and CEO of the Charleston Area Alliance, where she is focused on innovative and collaborative approaches that foster growth and attract people and development to Kanawha County. She joins the Alliance after completing 25 years of public service in active duty military. Thank you for your service. And 13 years as Deputy Chief of Staff for Senator Manchin. Richie Heath is an attorney at Bowles-Rice, concentrating in the area of government relations, and serves as the leader of the firm's government relations team. Previously, he was Chief Legal Counsel and Chief of Staff for West Virginia Senate Presidents Mitch Carmichael and William Cole. He has also served as the Deputy Attorney General to then West Virginia Attorney General and now Governor Patrick Morrisey. He manages the West Virginia Hospitality and Travel Association. And lastly but not least, we have Holly Fussell, who is the co-owner with her husband of Waterstone Outdoors, a specialty outdoor gear and apparel shop in Fayetteville, West Virginia. Her core mission there involves widening the circle of those who feel like they belong in outdoor adventure sports and growing economic opportunity in and around the outdoor recreation economy in West Virginia. She hopes to grow jobs and deepen community impact in her community and in West Virginia. So with that, I'd like to start with conservation, and I'm going to start with you, Whitney. From your vantage point in Washington, D.C., what trends do you see in the outdoor recreation economy right now?
Well, as you mentioned, there is this inextricable link between conservation and outdoor recreation. We also know that healthy public lands and waters are the foundation of a $1.2 trillion outdoor recreation economy that supports 5 million jobs. We've seen that time and time again, that the outdoors also is this unifying force. Spending a lot of time on Capitol Hill previously, I've seen it in my work on policy, but also my previous boss sharing fishing stories or hunting stories. It's this incredible unifier that brings people together across the aisle to get things really accomplished. And for successful conservation efforts, you've got to look at things like access to outdoor recreation, funding, and infrastructure. And then as far as some of the trends that we're seeing at the national level on the outdoor recreation economy, we are seeing some significant headwinds with whether that's through trade or tariffs for outdoor recreation businesses, staffing shortages, budget cuts, but we're also seeing this incredible record-breaking participation in the outdoors. That's matched with the economic contributions to states and local economies across the country. And that's translating into new jobs and a healthier society. We've seen this consensus around this deep connection, especially coming out of the pandemic, between nature and outdoors and health, and the improvements in your health and well-being and how you feel. Even just being close to water is supposed to make you feel better, and it does. I was just recently in upstate New York in the Adirondacks on a lake, and I could just feel like myself relax being near water. So we've seen that consensus more broadly around that recognition between that connection between health and better health outcomes. And some other trends that we're seeing, there's this also like a drive to diversify economies, rural economies, which we'll talk more about today. So those are a few of the takeaways from the past year.
Amazing. And I'd love to ask you, Mara, from a state's perspective, can you tell us how the state and local areas are leveraging local conservation sites and outdoor recreation destinations to drive economic development? And also, can you speak to what the State Department of Tourism does to support conservation?
Sure, but first, Elise, I'd like to thank you for all that you do, wing to wing, Marshall, your grace. You do so much for our state, and it's an honor to be here with you on this panel and all the panelists, so thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
In my opinion, in West Virginia, it's all about maximizing our assets to confront our greatest challenges. And in West Virginia, I think, and maybe many of you agree, our assets are our people and our beautiful land. And one of our biggest challenges is population loss. You mentioned Ascend. What you're doing there is amazing too. So a great example of maximizing our assets is the designation of the New River Gorge National Park and Preserve. And Whitney just mentioned it from a strategic level. But I was so fortunate to have a front row seat to the development of that legislation with Senator Manchin, Senator Capito, Congressman Ray Hall at the time, then Congresswoman Miller, then Governor Justice, Secretary Ruby. So many people came together with divergent opinions many times and created this beautiful economic engine and place that now improves our quality of life. So I think that's, from the state level, an amazing example of maximizing our assets to confront our greatest challenges. And now in 2024, the park drew over 1.8 million visitors. That's a lot of people coming to West Virginia, spending a lot of money. And really, Holly's going to speak about that. Richie's going to speak about that. And at the regional level, now we have this beautiful national park. It was always there, but now with the designation, it just brings so many more people. If you're looking in Kanawha County, we can really create a gateway to the gorge. You could drive along beautiful Route 60 to Fayetteville. And so that national park can spur development in other areas of the state, and it already is. In Kanawha County, we have the river, we have parks, we have recreation, we have the international airport, and we have solid, engaged leadership. I saw Mayor Goodwin and Booth here. Like, you cannot replace leadership like that. So at the local level, Charleston, we have the bike race, we have the regatta, Live on the Levee. In St. Albans, we have the Yak Fest. Clendenin, we have trails, maximizing our assets to confront our greatest challenges. But it does more than that. We bring in visitors and people who may want to live here. We create or sustain jobs, and then we improve our quality of life. So, in my opinion, in West Virginia, the outdoor economy uses our assets to confront our greatest challenges, and so we must invest in it.
That's awesome. And I can say that just as each of these locations are bringing in people, just to put it into perspective, our Ascend program, what it looks like in practice is since April 2021, we've received over 65,000 applications to join the program. We have 509 Ascenders, 915 new West Virginians, and 13 babies. And the retention rate of the Ascend program is the highest in the country at 96.4%. And it's because West Virginia offers something that no other program can, and it is our natural resources. So I think if we continue to market and tell the story of what we have here, which maybe for too long we had failed to do, I think we can really bring people in here. So with that, I'd like to jump into another theme, and that is tourism and business development. So I want to start with you, Richie. Can you share how your tourism and outdoor recreation leverage business development, and how has collaboration helped these businesses?
Yeah, certainly. And thank you, Elise, for having us here today, and happy to be able to speak to everybody. We've obviously seen a lot of activity on the tourism development front in terms of economic development, projects, growth. Secretary Ruby has talked about, over the next 10 years, our tourism industry is going to need thousands of new jobs and people to fill those jobs. And so this is a tremendous area of growth. We just saw a couple weeks ago CBS News, Evening News did a great piece talking about the New River Gorge designation, talking about an area where what has traditionally been coal mining jobs that had gone away and now is being replaced by rafting jobs and tourism businesses, and Holly's going to talk about all that great stuff. But what we see a lot of is communities being rebuilt, really. And it's from two aspects of business development. One is the outdoor economy, and you see outdoor businesses, outdoor themed businesses popping up. We see it all over the state. It varies by state. You know, one of our Hospitality and Travel Association members always says, in terms of communities, do what you do best. Don't do what another community does best. And so you see very creative things all over the place. Obviously, you know, southern West Virginia, the Hatfield-McCoy Trails, not only has been a great outdoor economy development, but that has spurred all sorts of other business development, whether it's cabins, restaurants, things that grow up around that business. And so a lot of times in communities you see these outdoor developments, and then you see the business developments that are the ancillary businesses that support our tourism industry, restaurants, you know, local entertainment, things like that. And so, you know, you really see a lot of this everywhere. You know, there's been a lot of talk in the Kanawha Valley area, Clay County, with the Elk River trails and all of the attractions that's bringing. We've got new state park development coming to Summersville Lake. In the Eastern Panhandle, we've got some creative developments. We've seen River Riders that does the whitewater rafting out there now has snow riders, and they built their own snow tubing hill out there. And so, you know, you're seeing this pop up all over, and as a result of that, then you see a lot of these communities build up. And we've seen with the reinvestment in just down the street in White Sulphur Springs after the flooding and rebuilding the downtown. We've seen in towns like Hinton just all sorts of investment coming back in and really revitalizing those.
Wow. Well, that brings me to Holly. So Holly sees it from a different perspective. So Holly, can you tell us about your experience moving to West Virginia and opening your business? What drew you here specifically, and were there any hardships that the state could help you address?
Sure. Well, again, thank you, Elise, for hosting us. Thank you to the Nature Conservancy for putting this panel on, and it's a pleasure to be here. My husband's in the audience. He always has some great ideas. I'll put it this way: we started climbing in the he started climbing in the 90s. I'd use the expression that he sort of roped me into to visiting West Virginia for the first time, and I had no idea what it was all about. But I quickly fell in love with the people, the activities, the authenticity of place. We had a rich life with his service in the military, sort of nonstop action, and then transitioning to civilian life. We lived in D.C. on Capitol Hill, and we visited West Virginia all the time. And so it wasn't until the pandemic that flipped. And Chris had me on a trail run, and he said, you know, we could be doing this a few times a year, or we could do it a few times a week. What do you say? So that was the genesis of our full-time move to West Virginia. And in that transition, you know, thankfully it was a change of pace. It was a change of lifestyle. We were able to slow down and kind of sink into this rich culture and life here. But that also meant I had a little bit more bandwidth to think about where could I, collectively and individually, where could I apply and invest my energy and invest my experiences. And it landed on the outdoor economy, because that's what drew us here. And, you know, we came for the climbing, we stayed for the community. And so we had an organic opportunity to acquire an existing business in our small town in Fayetteville. And, you know, good thing that you don't know what you're getting into, because you might have said no if somebody had laid it all out of what buying a small business is going to look like. But it has been an incredible journey, and I think of it, Fayetteville is that crown jewel, that gateway to the New River Gorge, which we sing its praises all the time. And we like to think of our shop, Waterstone Outdoors, as more than a gear shop. We do sell things. That is how we stay in business. That's how I keep the lights on. That's how I employ my team. But we want to be more than that. And I think we execute on that mission regularly. And what that mission is providing a gateway to an experience, to a way of life. And people come and they do fall in love. Now the Ascend program gives them an avenue to take that next step in that relationship. So for us, it's been a journey of taking something that has been such a special part of the outdoor economy landscape in that small town, trying to honor that legacy, trying not to disrupt too many things by the change, but seeing what's possible and what the potential is when you invest. And we've been able to grow our top line revenue by over 50% in the past 4 years. We've gone from 2 full-time jobs to 5. We are making an impression on people, and our numbers keep going up. We're kind of busting at the seams, but that's a good problem to have.
And I think you've mentioned to me before that you made it a hub by adding something beyond outdoor recreation gear. And what did you do there?
Sure, we added a brew garden. So we have a coffee shop and beers on tap. And we double down on that community hub idea by having bi-weekly community tap rooms where we host a guest speaker, host a partner event. We had the West Virginia Land Trust there recently. We've done educational things on safety and climbing. There's one tomorrow night on spine health from a local practitioner that relates to the outdoor community. So we try to bring value to our community. We also offer free guided outings to make the outdoors more inclusive and welcoming. That's my core mission, is to make them more welcoming. There are so many barriers. I love to ask people, like, how many people have been climbing in this room? Like, could I see hands? Okay, couple. How many of you have been whitewater rafting? Okay, more hands. How many of you have gone for a hike? Okay, so we see there are barriers to that sport. We are trying to make it more welcoming by doing guided outdoor activities and targeting our local population, making them feel like this gorge is theirs and not just for visitors.
Well, I think that by adding the beer garden and these experiences, you're making it more accessible and interesting for those who maybe are part of the family, but maybe they're not physically able to participate. And I think that brings a whole new sense of community there. It's kind of the secret sauce to having co-working spaces with our Ascend program, a place for people to go and gather, just a community location. So that's awesome. So I wanted to go to you, Whitney, again, and ask you about, what best practices have you noticed in states similar to West Virginia? Rural, mountainous, maybe lower populations as they expand their outdoor economy.
Well, it's hard to go outside of West Virginia because you all are doing so much right. I mean, do exactly what Holly's doing. But really, I think one of at ORR, we look at this a lot, and we look at what's the secret sauce to a thriving outdoor recreation economy. And I would say one of the things to start with is cultivating and supporting leaders like all of you here in the state and in the audience, having that leadership and that vision and inspiration at the local level. That's what it's all about. People that want to live and work here and start a business. The second thing is make a plan and have that be driven by the local community. Have it be informed by the local community and listen to sort of what is true to that particular place. Third is authenticity. I know we'll talk a lot about that today, but really being authentic and knowing that you don't need like the greatest mountains or ocean vistas to do that, but it could be like a local park or a trail or something that the community really is proud of and can draw people in. And then finally, thinking of outdoor recreation not just as a way to improve health and grow an economy, but it's this recruitment tool. We've seen data from places like Utah and Maine that people are making decisions on where they live based on access to outdoor recreation. And that means more capital coming into the state. It means people are staying and raising a family and starting a business in that state. But it really can be this incredible recruitment tool. So emphasizing that too.
And making it accessible, so where a trail stops, you're not walking the road to get to another part of the trail. I know TNC, that's one of the things that they really work to fix by purchasing lands that they can help connect trails. And I think the West Virginia Land Trust does some similar things, and that will make a huge difference. So let me jump over to another topic, if you don't mind. I wanted to talk a little bit about collaboration. And I think I'll start with you, Mara. You've been deeply engaged in regional economic development. Can you share how you've collaborated with others to bring forth some really special initiatives?
Well, I see Adam Crayson sitting right here, and I'd like to mention we have a board of 39, which I see as a blessing, and he's our immediate past president. Ellen Capilani is here. Jack Rossi, I apologize, I don't have my glasses on if I'm forgetting anybody else. But, you know, with a board of 39, you have divergent opinions. And so you have to work through all those opinions and then all the other stakeholders you have. But the Charleston Area Alliance recently joined the state, the county commission, the city of Charleston to expand air service in Charleston with a subsidy to Breeze Airways. And I mean, you know, you can talk yourself out of doing anything. You really can, but you have to take the risk. And the reward is nearly always worth the risk. And so now, because of this subsidy, we're opening up more routes. So we're West Virginians that will improve their quality of life. And we're also bringing more people here. And also our businesses, they want more opportunities like this. So it's such a good thing. And in the line of work I've done, there's hardly anything where you get all positive accolades. And this was one of those. This was very well received. Something else, here's another example. A couple years ago, the Charleston Area Alliance, along with the county, state, and city, entered into an agreement to redevelop the former Kanawha manufacturing site. It's called the Lift Center. Well, it's a federally funded project. As the administration changed, priorities changed. So we've worked with divergent opinions over the last 8 months to keep this project viable, and it will be an amazing, amazing addition, not only to Charleston and Kanawha County, but to the entire state. It'll be a gem for our entire state when we're done with that project, something that is in view of our state's capital that everybody can be proud of. So there's 2 examples that we've done just recently, and then you know, this is happening all over the state. Waterfall trails, dark sky, fall foliage. There's so many examples that Secretary Ruby and the Department of Tourism are engaged in right now.
Yes, she's done a great job. So were there a lot of hurdles associated with doing that, with getting these initiatives like Breeze Airways?
Yeah, and I mentioned Adam, you know, you have to get everybody on the team going the right way. And so sometimes that can be difficult. It really wasn't that difficult, but we certainly had to get people working because we got people working the same way in the right way. And sometimes that can be hard to do. But with skilled leadership, with the right goal and motivation, you can do that for sure.
Well, well done on that. That's a really interesting initiative. So Richie, let me ask you a little bit about some infrastructure. What are the infrastructure needs that your members are talking about most often, and what more could the government do to support them?
Yeah, certainly. And so, you know, as we talk about this increased development and activity and obviously interest in West Virginia, and we're certainly experiencing that surge. You know, our tourism industry is growing perhaps faster than any other state in the nation. And obviously growing pains come with that. And you also have to balance, we've got, you know, the thing that attracts people to West Virginia, our outdoor economy, the things that we love, our mountains, our small communities, are exactly the things that make it difficult when you bring in a lot of people to those places. And so, really you see communities dealing with infrastructure in terms of, upgrading water and sewer systems to now account for the fact that you have, 1 million more visitors a year. Broadband obviously is very important. We want to attract, you mentioned we want to attract people to West Virginia. We want them to have a good time because we want them to come back. We want them to stay. And so folks coming from other states, they expect to get here, they're going to be able to have internet access. Now, certain places, if you're going to go out to Green Bank, you're not going to have that, obviously. But if you're an hour outside of the state's capital, tourists are going to expect that they're going to be able to connect. Roads infrastructure obviously is extremely important. You talk about collaboration. One example I always like to cite. Not too long ago, out in the Eastern Panhandle, Harper's Ferry, they had to shut down US 340 to fix from a mudslide for a 2-month period in the fall, which is peak tourism time for out there in the area. So Division of Highways, Department of Tourism, the locality, the local CVBs, really got together and said, okay, how do we make the best of this situation? How do we, do a marketing campaign so folks know, yes, we're working on the roads. It's not the easiest to get to right now, but this is the way you go. And so they did a campaign on enjoying our country roads. And so I think it's working on developing around those issues so that you can preserve what makes us great, what makes folks want to come here, but also be able to handle that capacity. They mentioned dolly sods earlier. If you do a Google search and just look up parking dolly sods, I mean, you would think that it was a traffic jam in New York City with all the cars there. And so it's, how do we accommodate that infrastructure development, but also not be like, yeah, we're going to put huge parking lots in the middle of things. So, it's an issue that we're facing. Another one, housing is a big issue for the state and communities, both from a tourism perspective and a workforce perspective. If we want people to come to West Virginia and stay here, we got to have houses for them. You've got to increase tourism jobs. We got to have housing for workers. So that is an issue that communities are grappling with and working on creative solutions of how to address. But it's all challenges that I think our communities are doing a really good job tackling, working with the state, working with their local officials in terms of how do we develop projects that will work best for us.
Yeah, and so there's a huge balance between bringing all these great people in that we want to stay, but the locals who think things are getting a little crowded. Mm-hmm. So we can talk a little bit more about that.
And one of the things that we've been looking at is how technology can be a solution for some of these issues. At the federal level, in part to your old boss's efforts, at the end of last year, the Congress passed the Explore Act, which is this bipartisan, first time ever an outdoor recreation focused legislative package passed the Congress with unanimous bipartisan support. And there's a lot in that legislation or new bill or new law that helps to modernize some of the infrastructure that supports outdoor recreation. We've been working closely with the current administration to ensure that that law is implemented effectively. But the other thing around technology is that maybe a decade ago, we would think of technology as this barrier to the outdoors. But now it's this potential solution, and looking for ways that we can, like we've worked closely with some of the companies in the outdoor recreation industry like Strava and All Trails and Onyx, where they're looking at ways to increase access to the outdoors and provide some of those solutions so that, screen time obviously is a big issue, but I've talked to people who spend a lot of time hunting and they're like, I don't leave my home without my phone because I need that Onyx app. But I do think it's a space where us as an industry and outdoor recreation more broadly, we can think through how can we really utilize technology to solve some of these barriers to access and this influx of people and traffic jams.
I see technology. We have a vacation house, Tom Haywood and beside Holly, and my husband uses technology to hunt. I probably shouldn't have just said that in this crowd. It's probably breaking a man code or something. But, he can see how the bears go across our land and the deer and studies their patterns. And so, he uses, I know exactly what you mean by that.
Wow, I wouldn't have even thought about that. That's interesting. Hey, so Holly, from your own journey as a business owner, what roadblocks did you face, and how could West Virginia make it easier and more sustainable for entrepreneurs like you?
Sure, great question. Well, I first have to say that West Virginia in many ways was very welcoming. We got great support from 3 public, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but entities like West Virginia Economic Development Authority and 2 regional economic development councils for some really great financing at the onset of our acquisition. We've had great partnerships with Workforce West Virginia in partnering with them and being able to de-risk some of our early hiring and training for folks. That's been an incredible partnership so far. And then I've been able to attend some education as well. I was a graduate of the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses program, which had its first cohort based in West Virginia, which is an incredible program. If anybody ever hears about the opportunity, I encourage you to attend or participate, or your people in your organization, business owners. The challenges with the outdoor economy relate to our strengths, but they are the inverse of that. It is our seasonality. We have and we're lucky, honestly, in the New River Gorge. Our season is long, and it's getting longer, oddly, with climate change. But there's also, extreme weather always throws that off. You can mark how good we are going to do sales-wise by what the weather forecast is. Our perfect weather forecast, in case you want to know, is it's Saturday, sunny, and then Sunday morning rainy, because everybody comes into the shop before they get on the road. Otherwise, they don't come in on Sundays because they're off doing their adventure before they go back home. But it is that seasonality, that lumpy revenue. How do you build a business model around that? How could the state respond? We could have, partnerships with hybrid education models where students get to take classes in a non-traditional cycle through the year. Internships, we talked about housing. That's one of the critical challenges. I've tried to host interns in the past, and it just hasn't worked because we haven't found housing for them in some regard. Now, this past summer, we hosted an intern that was a friend of my nephew's, and I let him stay in our guest house. But I'm not going to do that with just anybody. He turned out to be a great asset, and he was very keen on diving into what this area has to offer. But I would say those are the big challenges. Seasonality, workforce, and I can touch on that a little bit more, but seasonality, workforce, and housing. The workforce issue, we have to have credibility in our sport. People are, and I'll say it so many times over and over again, but our recreational assets are world class. They bring in people from all over the world, especially in our region with the Gauley River and its seasonality, and then the climbing in the New River Gorge. We're hosting a multinational company is hosting an event partnering with us next month, September 20th, if anybody wants to attend. You go look for golden carabiners in the gorge and win prizes, sponsored by Black Diamond. But that's who it attracts. So in our shop, we have to have highly authentic, deeply credible experts. Funny enough, those hardcore climbers don't want to work 40 hours a week. They might be highly educated. They might have great experiences. They don't want to work 40 hours a week. I have this other group that has been really my pride and joy, cultivating young talent from our local schools, and then also finding true diamonds in the rough in our local community that have that perfect combination of hungry, humble, and smart, but they're not climbers, and they don't know enough about carabiners and the routes and how many quick draws you're going to need to safely climb this certain route. So I have to have that Venn diagram and growing investing on both sides, getting these guys, hey, can you work with me? Here's opportunity. Here's ways to advance. And then on the other side, let me get you in the sport. Let me take you out climbing. And we've been able to do it on both sides. But that's kind of the crux of our workforce challenge.
So how can the state or local governments help conserve public spaces for both visitors and full-time residents? And I want to ask you that also, Whitney. You have thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I think it's so many things that have already been discussed, but it is parking. It is feeling like this used to be my trail, and now I can't get a parking spot. It's reminding folks about the plethora of resources. We don't have just 2 great trails in the New River Gorge. We have hundreds of miles of trails just in the New River Gorge. That's not talking about our very adjacent state parks. Reminding them, I mean, it is sometimes, it's educational and communication strategies to remind them of those diversity of assets that are there.
Yeah. And also, I think this is where technology can potentially be a solution, but it's finding all of the places where you can go. So if one place is really crowded and you're on your way, you can figure out, oh, actually I can go to this other trailhead where there is parking. And how you do that is complicated, especially without the infrastructure like cell service and Wi-Fi and access to that. But I do think that there's a way to highlight all of the assets in a community so that it's not just one place, but there are lots of options, which is easier said than done. And then the other thing I was thinking about with the workforce, the issues you were talking about, I think it's so complementary to the effort to get more young people outside so that they can also be those hardcore climbers if we get them climbing, through their schools. And that's something, that takes effort, takes collaboration, all of the work that you're doing with the university, but doing that in elementary schools, figuring out how we teach kids at an early age so they not only have that health benefit of more time outside, but also can be those lifelong outdoor recreationists and part of the workforce.
Yeah, turn it into an educational opportunity for younger kids, get them interested early, and then, you get more benefits. Richie.
Yeah, and, just to add on to that, we talked about technology and how it can be assistance, and you talk about, I think Holly makes a great point. It's, if you're coming to West Virginia for the first time, and I know that this is an experience in the New River Gorge, it's not instantly natural. Where do I go? The New River Gorge spans so much. There's so many trail opportunities. There's not like a natural here's I'm here, and that's the way it is with so many of West Virginia's attractions. And so technology is one of those ways where we can say, and I think the Department of Tourism is hit on this really well. Mara mentioned the Waterfall Trails program and apps and things like that where people can check in and say, okay, I am in this area. What is there to do? What can I do? Where should I go? And really sort of leverage that in terms of marketing our communities will help with some of those problems. That way, not everybody's going just to this trail. They're going, oh, I'm going to go to this one because it looks like it's a little more available. I'll have a little more seclusion, things like that.
That's kind of like at Yosemite. You have a time, and you miss it, you don't go. So yes, I was going to also ask you, Richie, can you talk about the variety of jobs that are available in outdoor recreation? I mean, we think about the climbers and people that are tour guides, but what else?
Yeah, well, and I think in the industry generally, it's certainly something that's evolving. The common stigma and claim used to always be made is, tourism jobs were, or hospitality jobs were not well paying. They were, to some extent seasonal. But to Holly's point, we've seen, more growth on that front as businesses are looking to sort of innovate around seasonality. It's training their employees so they can be there on a full-time basis, because it's hard to bring in one workforce in the winter and then bring in a completely different workforce in the summer. And also you kind of want that say. You want people to be feel a part of the community and your employment. So, we've seen a lot of folks get creative on that front. You're seeing a lot more in terms of training and both in hospitality and outdoor economy. Our community and technical colleges in recent years, I think, have really leaned back in. We've seen a resurgence in tourism-based programs and really kind of getting into what the community needs. And then we've seen it with the governor's workforce tourism program, getting kids to understand early in their schooling what opportunities actually exist here in West Virginia. I mean, we deal so many people in the industry that I would say are entrepreneurs and that started as a raft guide or started doing waiting tables in a state park and now own their own business or do something in the industry and have stayed in the industry throughout their career but have evolved into opportunities that exist. And so I think, in terms of kids growing up in West Virginia and growing up in a tourism economy that is growing, don't realize all the opportunities that are out there on that front. And so I think that early education is critical too.
Yeah. So does anyone have anything else that they haven't spoken about yet that they wanted to mention?
I'd like to just build on Richie's point. From a nonprofit, from an economic and community development organization, it's also modernizing to meet the demand, to help reinforce everything that's being done at the state and local level. And so one example, the Lift Center that I mentioned, is it was scoped, it had a kitchen incubator. I don't know that that's going to happen. It'll be somewhere else. We'll have one. But a kitchen incubator, a commercial kitchen, would be a place where you can test a concept, or you can develop, a restaurant, so that we can offer more amenities to those that are visiting and our current residents. So it's really finding those opportunities to modernize and meet the demand from wherever you see it, no matter where that is.
And I think one of the things that we should think about doing is how do we help our cities to support and develop our outdoor economy. And I know that one such city, Marlinton, did something interesting. They did something called Marlinton Listens, and they did kind of a listening tour, and they put surveys on social media to find out what the local community wanted, not just what all these tourists coming in wanted. It's really a balance between all of those things to have a successful outdoor recreational economy. And so I would say to all of our attendees that in your own communities, the more you can communicate and collaborate, bring in all the different partners that are available there to find out what is going to work in your community. What businesses could you partner with? Maybe there are locations that could provide another eating location for people that are coming in and make it a more vibrant outdoor recreational community just to keep people that want to stay. So I just wanted to just say thank you all for listening to our panel, and thank you so much to all the panelists. Our outdoor assets are a magnet for talent, investment, and new opportunities, and if we invest in that access and we support our business owners and continue telling the West Virginia story, we can cement our place as a national leader in our outdoor recreation and conservation. So thanks again for all of you for being here, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elise.